Has it been playing any sound for you guys? I can't hear anything. I don't know why my fucking headphones are doing this to me. Hold on. Yeah, it is. Okay, well, I have to keep playing it because I have to figure out why I can't fucking hear anything. Yeah, love it. Love doing tech shit. Helping the notion that Gen Z tech illiterate. I'm the reason why people think that. I don't understand. Why is this on? Thank you for the bits, Clearwatch. Donating very early today. Okay, you guys. So we're gonna finish Laura Loomer, PPD, that insanity. But before I get back to that, there's like just too much shit that I want to look at first. So we will come back to it. But first, we will have to cover Trump saying that he declined to visit to Epstein's Island because he never had the privilege of going or something. Very normal for the head of state. Can you hear that? Yes, I can. I can hear every single time that like somebody donates bits, and for whatever reason, maybe you guys don't hear it. It like echoes. I don't understand it. Even more things I don't understand. Anyway, now listen to my political analysis. Trump says he declined Epstein's invitation to visit his island. I never had the privilege of going. The comments came as part of the president's. It's normal for it to like do it twice. Oh, well, okay, then never mind. One thing I'm doing right. The comments came as part of the president's efforts to distract, deny, and deflect from his long-running relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. You know, naturally, to do this, you talk about it constantly.
Persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. I'm glad I did, if you want to know the truth. And by the way, I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly 28 times. I never went to the island, but Larry Summers, I hear, went there. He was the head of Harvard, and many other people that are very big people.
Oh, yeah, he was the head of Harvard, but he was in Obama's cabinet. That's a bigger deal.
Well, nobody ever talks.
He's like not able to remember like the talking points.
Talks about them. I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island.
Love that. Okay. President Trump said on Monday that he had never had the privilege of visiting Jeffrey Epstein's private Caribbean island because he turned down an invitation from the financier. As part of a continued effort by Mr. Trump to distract, deny, and deflect from his long-running relationship with Mr. Epstein, the president vigorously denied that he had ever visited Mr. Epstein's private islands in the Caribbean, while in the same breath baselessly accusing his predecessor, former President Bill Clinton, of visiting the islands, his latest bid at conspiracy deflection. Honestly, I don't even think that he remembers. Like, he is confusing the fact that he's been on the Lolita Express a bunch of times. The fact that he was, like, on the island. I mean, it is a lie, right? It is not wrong, but I don't think that, I don't know. I wouldn't, he's old. He's old as fuck. I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly. I do think it's weird that they don't clarify that, like, okay, yeah, but Bill Clinton was like named and connected to this. It's not insane for him to, it's not completely insane for him to say. I never went to the island, and Bill Clinton went there supposedly a number of times, Mr. Trump said during a trip to Scotland. Mr. Epstein owned 2 islands in the U.S. Virgin Islands, Little St. James and Great St. James, where he entertained famous friends and allegedly trafficked underage girls for sex. He continued, I never had the privilege of going to his island, and I did turn it down, but a lot of people in Palm Beach were invited to his island. In one of my very good moments, I turned it down. Okay. This is even weirder. This, like, second part of, like, I was being really good, that's why I turned it down. Okay, dude. Mr. Clinton has denied visiting the islands or having any knowledge of Mr. Epstein's criminal behavior and has said he wishes he never met them. When asked about Mr. Trump's accusations, an aide to Mr. Clinton pointed to that original denial, adding that it had been 20 years since Mr. Clinton had been in contact with Mr. Epstein. Well, all it takes is once, right? Slick Willie. In 2002, Mr. Clinton had flown... Okay, they mention it. They don't mention it right away, but they mention it. Had flown on a private jet owned by Mr. Epstein as part of a visit to Africa, a trip which brought a flurry of media attention. But the former president has not been linked by prosecutors or officials to any of the criminal accusations against Mr. Epstein. Between 1993 and 97, while Mr. Trump and Mr. Epstein remained friendly, Mr. Trump's name appeared 7 times in Mr. Epstein's flight logs. In his appearance on Monday, Mr. Trump also contradicted a previous explanation for the eventual rupture in their friendship offered by the White House. Aides had said that Mr. Trump barred Mr. Epstein from his Mar-a-Lago club for being a creep. He's gonna. I looked into this, and like he is frequently the source for that. Or by the time he kicked him out, it's dubious that he was ever actually the one who like personally ordered them to do that. For one, and then for two, by the time they kicked him out, it was already known that he was like a predator. He didn't catch him like before or something or anything like that. On Monday, Mr. Trump said Mr. Epstein was blacklisted because he had hired away some of Mr. Trump's employees. For years, I wouldn't talk to Jeffrey Epstein. Mr. Trump said, I wouldn't talk because he did something that was inappropriate. He hired help, and I said, don't ever do that again. He stole people that worked for me. I said, don't ever do that again. He did it again, and I threw him out of the place. Persona non grata. I threw him out, and that was it. Okay, so this was literally over, like, if this even happens in the way that he's saying, he's making it explicitly clear it was not anything to do with creepy behavior. The inappropriate behavior in question is that he slighted Trump, okay? It was unclear what employees Mr. Trump was referring to, and the White House did not offer an explanation immediately. Virginia Giuffre, a victim of Mr. Epstein's sex trafficking ring who died by suicide last year, had said that she was recruited into his world while working as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago. The two men also had a falling out in 2004 when both sought to buy an oceanfront Palm Beach mansion that had fallen into foreclosure. The conspiracies around Mr. Trump's crimes, fed by Mr. Trump and his allies, have consumed Washington in recent weeks after backtracking on promises of uncovering a potentially sinister truth about the death of Mr. Epstein. The conspiratorial fervor drummed up by President Trump and his subordinates has backfired, triggering a political backlash among Mr. Trump's most ardent and outspoken supporters. Mr. Trump has also sought to distance himself from Mr. Epstein after new reports in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times detailed their past relationship. I don't think he understands what persona non grata means. Yeah, but neither does his base, so he'll be good. Let's see. Was he questioned about this again? I don't know. Yeah, and the same, that gets more coverage than the fact that he was actually acknowledging the starvation in Gaza. The starvation he helps manufacture, but acknowledging nonetheless.
ZXI iron, forged strong.
We're also going to be working with the United States. We'll be helping with the food. You know, we have a lot of access to food. We got a lot of food ourselves, and we're going to bring it over there. We're also going to make sure that they don't have barriers stopping people. You know, you've seen the areas where they actually have food, and the people are screaming for the food, and they're 35, 40 yards away, and they won't let them because they have lines that are set up, and whether they're set up by Hamas or whoever, but they're very strict lines.
Okay, it's not set up by Hamas.
We have to get rid of those lines. But we're going to be getting some good, strong food. We can save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it.
Airlifts, airdrops, what's the difference?
and the prime minister is going to help us. They're very
Biden also did that. They actually dropped the aid into Gaza, and it killed people.
effective with that. You've done that before, and for many, they've done
You
that
can't fake that. Yeah, Trump destroys Pallywood conspiracy theories.
for 100 years very well. So it's not very hard to do, actually.
What's up? He's not technically wrong. President Donald Trump addressed the ongoing concerns of famine in Gaza on Monday, breaking from Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu's Sunday comments in which he said there is no starvation in Gaza. Trump was asked about the humanitarian crisis while meeting with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Turnberry, Scotland. It's going to be, and then that's where he made the statement. Israel announced a pause in fighting on Sunday to allow for food distribution and to assist UN agencies in aid delivery. Aid distribution sites have become flashpoints of violence in recent weeks as shootings have killed scores of Palestinians, with both sides blaming the other for mass killings. I love how we're just going to leave it there. We're not actually going to, even like this publication is only good for like finding moments. It's not really good for like its actual reporting or editorialization. But the fact that they're just like not going to see what the truth of the matter is, we'll just leave it as like, both sides are blaming one. There's, a correct answer to that, but we're not going to be looking into that. Leave that to somebody else. Dan Bongino says he learned things at the FBI that changed him forever in cryptic X post. During my tenure here as deputy director of the FBI, I have repeatedly relayed to you that things are happening that might not be immediately visible, but they are happening. This is like, again, trivially obvious. Things are certainly happening. You might not be able to tell that they're happening, but they really are happening. The director and I are committed to stamping out public corruption and political weaponization of both law enforcement and intelligence operations. It is a priority for us, but what I have learned in the course of our properly predicated and necessary investigations into these aforementioned matters has shocked me down to my core. We cannot run a republic like this. I'll never be the same after learning what I've learned. This dude has the reading level and comprehension of a third grader. It's so obvious. We are going to conduct these righteous and proper investigations by the book and in accordance with the law. We are going to get answers we all deserve. As with any investigation, I cannot predict where it will land, but I can promise you an honest and dignified effort at truth, not my truth or your truth, but the truth. God bless America and all those who defend her. Respectfully, Dan. This is so stupid. All that guy, he just wants to post. He doesn't actually want to do anything. Okay. What else was there? On the starvation thing, though, we've got finally B'Tselem, the human rights organization based in Israel, finally willing to call it a genocide. I saw that this morning. Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. It sounds inconceivable, but it's the truth. And they had been holding out because Human Rights Watch has already been saying that it's a genocide. Same with Amnesty International. They were like the last ones to hold out. Now just like the ICJ or the UN. Israel is taking deliberate, coordinated action to destroy the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. Explicit statements by Israeli officials, combined with a consistent policy of destructive attacks and other practices of annihilation, prove beyond a doubt that Israel's target is the entire population of Gaza. Entire cities razed to the ground, medical, educational, religious, and cultural infrastructure systematically destroyed, 2 million Palestinians forcibly displaced with the aim of expelling them from Gaza, and of course mass starvation and killing. All this amounts to an explicit attempt to destroy the population of Gaza and impose living conditions so catastrophic that Palestinian society cannot continue to exist there. That is the exact definition of genocide. The report we are releasing today is a warning. The ideology driving the Israeli regime is not confined to Gaza. The same regime, the same army, the same leaders, and the same commanders are implementing extremely violent practices against Palestinians in the West Bank, including East Jerusalem and within Israel. We are already witnessing the spillover of practices Israel is using in Gaza to other areas on a different scale, but guided by the same logic. In the West Bank, this is taking the form of airstrikes, demolition of refugee camps, mass eviction, and the deliberate destruction of Palestinian economy and society. No Palestinian who lives under the genocidal Israeli regime is safe. There is no justification for genocide, not self-defense, not security, and not the heinous acts committed by Hamas on October 7, 2023, which triggered profound existential fear among Israelis. The international community has not only failed on its duty to stop the atrocities. I mean, this is true, but they were also very late to make this announcement, but putting that aside. But the leaders of the Western world, particularly the United States and Europe, also share responsibility by providing support that enables Israel's act of destruction. It is the duty of the international community to stop the genocide Israel is carrying out in Gaza. On social media, we're seeing footage of people buried under bombed-out buildings, displaced persons' camps on fire, children starving, people desperate for water, and hospitals left unable to treat the injured and the sick. As a human rights organization, it is our duty and responsibility to say the truth. Genocide is happening right here and right now. This is our genocide, and we need to stop it. How embarrassing and telling that it took you 2 years to get here. It's really the most important point. It's as basic as 2 wrongs don't make a right. Yeah, but that has to be spelled out, unfortunately, to a lot of people. Like, explicitly. All right. Okay, Emma Vigeland went on MSNBC, and I want to take a look. Talked about Jeffrey Epstein. Elites doing unspeakable things. Why following Epstein's money matters. The top Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat from Oregon, has been dipping into Jeffrey Epstein's financial network. Now he's urging more lawmakers to follow the money. Emma Vigeland and Tim O'Brien weigh in on the impacts of releasing financial documents related to Epstein and why Democrats should rally behind that move.
Now, somewhere in the Treasury Department, Mr. President, locked away in a cabinet drawer, is a big Epstein file that's full of actionable information. Follow the money details about his financing and operations that await investigation.
Senator Ron Wyden, the top Democrat on the Senate Finance Committee, has been ringing alarms that those who want more information on Jeffrey Epstein's past offenses need to follow the money. For the last 3 years, his office has been looking into Epstein's financial network. They found that filings by 4 big banks flagged more than $1.5 billion in transactions, including thousands of wire transfers for the purchase and sale of artwork for rich friends. Then there were fees paid to Epstein by wealthy individuals and payments to numerous women around the world, which begs the question, if Trump's federal government has documents on these transactions, why won't they just make them public? Emma Vigeland, co-host of the
Huge mystery.
Majority Report, and Tim O'Brien are still with us. You know, I got to hand it to Senator Ron Wyden's team. They've been on this story when it wasn't the hot, sexy story, and have been doing the methodical plotting work of going through and looking through all of these very murky financial transactions. Tim, I'll go to you first because of your finance background. No one can understand how Jeffrey Epstein really made his money other than maybe being a fixer for the wealthy, helping them with tax shelters. It wasn't like he ever had his own fund. He managed to get money from big money guys, and then maybe he invested it decently, but he was quite wealthy. And then the amount he spent on the women and on the sex trafficking has been estimated up to $35 million.
Well, it's all a window for the little people to see how easy it is once you get inside the gate to make vast sums of money simply by palling around with other people with vast sums of money.
Come on, MSNBC, what the hell? I know. Moving up, moving up.
Leon Black has given us a little bit.
That shouldn't be too surprising, though, because Sam Cedar, the Majority Report, had like a licensing deal with Peacock.
Of an inkling of the kind of work Epstein did that made him so valuable. I think Black has said that Epstein saved me between $1 and $2 billion in taxes.
And he paid him around $150 million.
For that service, right?
Yes.
And Epstein himself lived in the British Virgin Islands. It's a tax shelter. Presumably some of the work he was doing for the people who circled around him was helping them avoid tax payments. He did it himself. He also moved art around. He was transacting in Eastern Europe.
An art dealer.
And Russia.
Isn't the whole thing that like if rich people get art, they can't be taxed on it or something, and it just ends up being like another way to dodge taxes?
That appears to have been involved with sex trafficking, but it also could have been involved with tax shelters or money laundering. We don't fully know, and I think that's why Ron Wyden is onto this. And again, let's remember that during the 2016 campaign, Donald Trump was actively pursuing a real estate deal in Moscow. When I worked on my book, he bragged to me that he had Russian investors in and out of his office all the time in the early 2000s, while I think the right and Republicans...
He's also bragged about working with the mob.
want to tamp down the
Reminding me of that.
Russiagate as a fraud and a bogus investigation. There were very real financial and political ties between Trump and Russia. So all of this is swirling around inside this mess, this Epstein mess. And I think that Wyden is a public servant. And Trump should release these documents if he's got nothing to worry about.
Emma, I'm curious how you think Democrats should fight this out, position themselves right now, because we have people like Senator Wyden, who has a clear focus and sort of path forward. Democrats on the Oversight Committee doing what they can right now with subpoena efforts. But then at the same time, some of the reporting in the past week has suggested that some Democrats are very uncomfortable in this space. They kind of wish they could be talking about the big, beautiful bill or big, ugly bill in their view. And I'm interested to hear your take on what they should fundamentally do.
Yeah, let's get her take.
And if there is a risk here for them, given the fact that if more files are made public, it's very...
You can buy and lend it to museums, and you have to take some kind of tax write-off and still own the art without having to actually donate it. Weird.
Likely there are people on both sides of the aisle in there.
Yeah, I remember maybe it was some years ago, Christine Pelosi had tweeted out some of our faves may be implicated, but that's something that we need to basically stomach.
Oh, that was years ago? I read that tweet a couple of days, like probably last week on stream, but I didn't realize it was old. I thought it was new.
This is being given to Democrats on a silver platter. If they can't make something out of this, well, I don't know what they're in public service for, except to, I don't know, have the prestige. Because there are very few opportunities right now to slow the roll of this fascist administration. They are throwing people into concentration camps down in Florida. They are helping Israel commit genocide in Gaza right now. Time is of the essence. And so if we can slow them in any way that creates political problems for them, we have to be able to take that opportunity. And I mean,
we have to. Will Democrats actually do it? TBD. Spoiler alert, probably not.
Saying in the earlier segment, this is a bit of a populist story, I think, for lower information voters. I don't want to be disparaging, but I'm interested in it too, right? Because it's such a low barrier to...
What is wrong with that term? That term accurately describes the majority of voters, in my opinion. What else would you call them?
Entry. You can see how the story is about elites doing unspeakable things and getting away with it, and then other elites covering that up. And for so long, Donald Trump has positioned himself as separate from the Republican establishment. And frankly, even Democrats have aided this by pursuing suburban Republicans in their coalition and just saying, oh, that's MAGA.
Why not, though? I don't get it. Because I have a feeling that it really has to do with the fact that Democratic elites like Bill Clinton, I can't think of any other Democrat, are implicated in it. And also that like the Democratic base doesn't really demand for these kinds of things. And I feel like they're going to, back up and say that's the reason why they don't really care about it, is like, because, our constituents don't really care. But it's an obvious fucking layup for Democrats to take advantage of.
Republicans. No, all Republicans are complicit in this. And let's fight Republicans. And so when you show that Donald Trump...
It's insulting to call stupid people a term which they can't explain back to you. Okay. Low information voters are not stupid people. They're just that. They're low information voters. They're ignorant. They're not people that are following politics in the way that all of us fucking autists are, day to day, hour to hour, checking and scrolling on social media feeds and seeing that constantly. Most people, kind of ambiently consume this stuff as they're on social media for leisure and recreation. They're not looking to get news or updates or any of that. So it's not about them being stupid. They're just not as informed because they don't have time or they just don't choose to spend their time that way, or lots of reasons.
Is participating in the cover-up, this elite cover-up. You bring him into the fold of the elites that people despise, that are responsible for this untold concentration of wealth that at the very top, they're making people's lives worse. You make Donald Trump into an establishment figure by tying him to Epstein. And so if Democrats can't make a good political hay out of this, I mean, I don't know, man. You got to find another job, go into consulting or something.
One of the things that makes me think about this differently.
I mean, that's what they want, right?
Is the more and more and more there's a resistance to this, the bigger the expectation seems to be in terms of what's actually in the files. And so it strikes me as something that we are not going to be able to ever satisfy the hunger from the MAGA right, or even from people who are just curious about what's in those files, because to your point, Emma, there's been such...
Dude's glasses. The other thing is that there's no downside for Democrats posturing really, really hard on this because they just simply don't have the majorities to be able to unilaterally do all of this stuff. So even if they're scared of rocking the boat and, Clinton's implicated, what if there's blowback for us doing this? One, you shouldn't be covering for pedophiles, and you shouldn't be covering for abusers. And there's really, it seems like a low risk because even the New York Times is saying like Clinton was not connected to any of the criminal investigations. So I don't understand if that's the worry. It seems marginal to me. The other thing is that they can posture and do all of this stuff, but they can't actually do it. So they could just blame Republicans for not letting it. And the Democrats can't do anything. Don't you understand that? It has been told.
A big cover-up so far,
right.
And that's just created such a big issue.
But the cover-up, how did Nixon get undone? It's the cover-up. I mean, Benghazi, do people even know what happened in Benghazi? But they'll hear that and they associate it with Hillary Clinton. Let's play dirty. I mean, we have a majority of the American public on our side, but we also have a responsibility to protect the most vulnerable in this moment.
That has never been important to, I should say this, that has never been as important to Democrats as it should be.
And that means not holding back any punches when it comes to Donald Trump.
Hold no punches, and we will continue to watch this story. Thank you both, Emma Vigeland and Tim O'Brien.
Emma Vigeland, Tim O'Brien. I wonder if she talked about this. What a thing. If she did, I might not be uploaded till tomorrow. No. Okay. Before we even get back to this, I actually want to see... I want to watch this Piers Morgan panel first.
The last time I was on with you, Piers, I think.
So this is Piers Morgan, 6 hours ago, made themselves villains of the world. Megyn Kelly on Israel plus Trump's trade deal. And we got Krystal Ball in the fucking house.
I said that I would dress as a full clown if the stock market in 18 months had not rebounded. We are, as I speak to you right now, at an all-time high.
The level of fascistic cruelty with regard to the immigrant population here is more horrifying than I ever could have even anticipated.
Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has...
Girl, why? Why?
...has made itself the villain of the world. Time to wrap it up.
A lot of deals get done on the golf course, and President Trump's golfing trip to Scotland is proving to be no exception. Trump shook hands on a new trade agreement with the EU at Turnberry yesterday. Today, it was British Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer's turn. Starmer is a terrible golfer and reportedly, very sensibly, declined the opportunity to show the world and Donald Trump this fact. There's a slight handicap when it comes to avoiding Trump's wrath. Both leaders agreed to work together on the escalating starvation crisis in Gaza, and Trump said that Putin's deadline for ending the war in Ukraine is to be dramatically cut to just 10 or 12 days.
Save a lot of people. I mean, some of those kids that's real starvation stuff. I see it. And you can't fake that. So we're going to be even more involved. We did some airlifts before, some airdrops, and the people are running for it. And the Prime Minister is going to help us. They're very effective with that. I'm going to make it.
Yeah, Bibi is going to end the starvation that he manufactured in Gaza any day now.
Deadline of about 10 or 12 days from today. There's no reason in waiting. There's no reason in waiting. It's 50 days. I want to be generous, but we just don't see any progress being made.
Well, back in the US, debate is somehow still raging over the decision by CBS to cancel Stephen Colbert's Late Show. The New York Post reported yesterday on how the loss-making show has hosted 176 Democrats and just one Republican since 2022, a period in which the Democratic Party became ever more unpopular. Trump's critics say that Paramount is pandering to the president so that he'll sign off its $8 billion sale, citing a dictatorial chilling effect on press freedom. This is the same Paramount which just paid $1.5 billion for South Park, whose creators were cowed into airing shameless pro-Trump propaganda in their latest episode.
Wait, pro-Trump propaganda?
Hey, what the fuck is this, fella?
This is the painting you asked for, sir.
Why's my dick so small?
But that's the size it is in the photo.
Get this guy out of here! I'm gonna sue you! I'm gonna sue both of you!
Yeah, they look really cowed, don't they? Well, Trump has been so successful in forcing his most prominent critics off air that only one or two now remain. Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, John Oliver, Jon Stewart, Bill Maher.
How do we know the IDF scum aren't going to shoot the starving people? They are shooting the starving people. There's proof of them shooting the starving people. Hold on. It's a killing field. IDF soldiers ordered to shoot deliberately at unarmed Gazans waiting for humanitarian aid. This was reported to Haaretz on June 27, 2025.
Anderson Cooper, Laura Coates, Jake Tapper, Joe Scarborough, Mika Brzezinski, Rachel Maddow, Ari Melba, Stephanie Rule, Ali Velshi, Chris Hayes, everybody on The View. I could go on and on and on. It really is beginning to feel like North Korea, isn't it? Well, joining me to discuss all this is the host of the Megyn Kelly Show, Megyn Kelly.
I'm so confused why he said that was pro-Trump propaganda.
Megyn, how are you?
Hi, I'm great. How you doing, Piers?
I'm good. I was just watching Donald Trump back in my homeland of the United Kingdom, up in Scotland. And
For those that don't know, Piers Morgan is a real piece of shit. When he was head editor-in-chief of a magazine in England, they hacked into a missing woman's voicemail. The fact that the voicemail had been accessed gave false hope to the family and the police about missing woman. Real shit. Bag move. That doesn't surprise me. I don't watch Piers Morgan for Piers Morgan. I watch it just to watch the chaos unfold on the panel.
I was thinking as I watched him just riffing for about an hour, there has never been a world leader ever that does this the way Trump does it, who can just field questions for hour after hour, talk about all range of issues, and make so much news at the same time. He's an extraordinary performer as a politician.
Wow,
isn't he?
so extraordinary, so amazing. It's really a thing to behold how many stupid things that he could say in rapid succession and how the media will print it. Yeah, no shit, because he's the fucking president of the United States and the leader of the free world.
It's completely refreshing, and it is unlike anything we've ever seen before. And you can almost see foreign leaders admiring him, like watching him do this. Like, the head of NATO seemed completely enamored with Trump and his strength and his comfort level in communicating, in talking about his plans. He has almost nothing to hide. I mean, I guess on the downside for Trump, it does stand out when he comments on something that he clearly doesn't really want to go there on, like Epstein. Then it's like blaring, because it sounds so much different than the way he normally sounds. But on 99% of the subjects that he gets asked about or even brings up himself, he doesn't care. He'll tell you whatever he can tell you. He also knows, in my experience, the lines. Like, I can see him go right up to the line on the classified information and yet not cross it. I can see him in legal debates with snarky reporters who think they know better than Trump does what the law is, and I know what the law is.
Wait, what? Why the fuck would Trump be an authority on the law? Trump is not a lawyer. He went to a respected business school, but that doesn't mean that as the head of state that he is more knowledgeable with to the finer points of the law or the Constitution. He wasn't drilled on any of that when he was educated. Like, the last thing that he did was a reality TV show, game show host.
Try to push him, and Trump will say what he can say, and then he'll put just the right legal qualifier on it. He's very clever. He doesn't get enough credit for it because he communicates more like the common man, which is his gift, right? So everyone can understand and relate to him. But he has definitely a high level of intelligence and knows what he's doing.
I've been on Bill Maher's show just after he'd been to see Trump at the White House.
It's like they will see Trump just take 30 minutes to complete 5 complete sentences and think it's like some genius calculated move, when in reality, I just don't even think he can focus long enough to keep to a single point and say it in a concise way. Every single sentence of his, he interrupts himself to make these stupid asides, stupid comments. He sounds like he's demented, in my opinion. He sounded like this, not just now, but in fucking 2016 and 2015.
White House. And right around the time the global tariff war was commenced by Trump. And Bill Maher was very scathing about that. As I defended him over the trip to see Trump at the White House, but he was scathing about the tariffs. He never thought it was going to be anything other than financial chaos. And I saw today,
he was praising the tariffs.
There are quotes coming out from Bill Maher, that he was so wrong about the tariffs. The stock markets have never been higher. We've seen the deal announced with the EU. Things are moving with China. And it just said to me again with Trump, the thing that people need to exercise more with Trump is patience. That sometimes amid the apparent chaos, there's a real plan, and if you give him enough time, it can actually work. And it looks to me like this tariff war, as people phrased it, is working. If you're an American, this seems to be working very well for America.
Yes. Why? There's nothing that gives that impression. Just because it hasn't been catastrophic to the American economy doesn't mean anything. One, this stuff takes longer to actually feel the reverberating effects than just overnight. But for 2, we did not come out on the better end of that. PBS, China, USA tariff war. This was an analysis from May 18th, 2025. Analysis: Trump's truce with China on tariffs comes at a cost to U.S. credibility. The trade talks in Geneva between the U.S. and China yielded greater than expected de-escalation in the ongoing trade war, but it won't be so easy to undo the damage this skirmish has done to U.S. trade credibility and the role of the dollar on the global stage. The two sides agreed to a point-for-point mutual reduction in their respective tariff rates for an initial period of 90 days, bringing rates down to near the same levels that prevailed before the tit-for-tat escalation. The reduction of this 115% points lower than the U.S. tariff rate on Chinese imports to 30% and 10% on U.S. goods flowing the other way. And then it goes on to say, clarifying winners and losers. The 90-day tariff reprieve on Chinese goods completes the Trump administration's walkback of its reciprocal tariff policy, the signature part of the April 2nd Liberation Day announcement. But it's too late to undo the long-term harm already caused. The dollar has weakened significantly across major currencies like the euro and the yen, which will result in less purchasing power of U.S. households and higher everyday costs. Foreign investors, and like keep in mind, Piers Morgan is like, even the wealthy fucking Bill Maher, who doesn't really have to feel any of the effects of this, short or long term, because of how much money he has, is someone you should be listening to over like economists. All you're doing is gauging, you're using Bill Maher as like a proxy for public opinion, but why? Foreign investors in U.S. financial markets have also been burned by the precipitous decline of the dollar. The end of last year, investors held an all-time high of $16 trillion in the U.S. equities, or 18% of the whole stock market. Now, they will not be as eager to park their capital in the U.S. This could bring higher volatility in U.S. bond and stock markets. Pervasive uncertainty is the true price of trade concession that the Trump administration plans to extract from the rest of the world. Chinese officials described the joint statement from the Geneva talks as, quote, an important step to resolve differences through equal dialogue and consultation, which means nothing. Although the Chinese side did not explicitly claim victory, the lack of defiant propaganda on Chinese social media suggests that Beijing views itself as the winner in this trade war round. The prohibitively high retaliatory tariffs amounted to a mutual trade embargo that lasted for 39 days. The Trump administration will claim differently, but Beijing will think it is clear which side outlasted the other. So Piers is just talking out of his ass here. I think it's going to be a while before you actually see it, but also saw like, okay, if we're doing anecdote for anecdote, dude, I saw a TikTok of a woman who was working at fucking Target or Walmart having to untag everything because they've had to adjust prices to deal with the fucking tariffs. And that actually shouldn't be too much of a surprise. Didn't Trump threaten Walmart? Trump threatens Walmart, like, not to raise the prices. Yeah, this was 2 months ago, May 17, 2025, so around the time that article. President Trump warned Walmart against raising prices on Saturday, telling the nation's biggest retailer and grocer to eat the tariffs. His post comes 2 days after Walmart CEO said prices could rise in Mr. Trump's trade war with China and other nations.
President Trump is warning Walmart against raising prices, telling the nation's biggest retailer and grocer to, quote, eat the tariffs. The president returned to Washington, D.C. last night, wrapping up a three-nation trip to the Middle East. CBS's Willie James Enman is at the White House with the details. Willie James.
Jerika, good evening to you. The president spent the day here at the White House out of sight as he faces pushback on his so-called big, beautiful bill and tariffs.
This weekend, President Trump warning the nation's largest retailer against raising prices. Posting on Truth Social, Walmart should stop trying to blame tariffs as the reason. He then added the retailer and China should eat the tariffs. The post comes 2 days after Walmart CEO Doug McMillon warned on a quarterly earnings call that prices may rise amid the president's trade war with China and other nations.
Even at the reduced levels, the higher tariffs will result in higher prices.
Walmart is a bellwether of U.S.
It's weird. I wonder if they had somebody read that out, or they got like an AI voice to generate him saying that in his own voice.
Consumer health. In a statement to CBS News, the company said, we'll keep prices as low as we can for as long as we can, given the reality of small retail margins.
It's a tax that consumers won't see directly in the receipt.
Walmart customers we spoke to are divided on the effect of the tariffs.
I think in the long run, it may have a good impact. The price increase is always worrisome.
Also this weekend, tensions building on Capitol Hill as a handful of conservative Republicans revolt over the so-called Big Beautiful Bill.
There were 6.
I get some of the old shit. Obviously, they didn't fucking actually end up revolting over that. They all fell in line.
Patience and an open mind.
With the exception of like 8 Republicans that didn't vote for it. It still passed though.
And unfortunately, when it comes to Trump, almost
And the other thing is, like, we're giving him credit for not crashing the economy. It's not like they're Bill Maher, like Piers Morgan, Bill Maher, or Megyn Kelly are pointing to any tangible benefit from the reciprocal tariff shit. They're just saying, hey, it didn't actually end up being a disaster, so give him credit.
No one has the latter, at least no one who's not already a fan. You know, on tariffs, it's a good example, Piers, because I'll tell you, this is not my area of expertise. I'm not an econ kind of gal. This is not the kind of analysis I'm known for. So when it came to the tariffs, my own takeaway was, let's just watch. Let's do watchful waiting, as they say, and see how it plays out, because I have no idea.
Watchful waiting, as they say? Who the fuck does that?
And I had the distinct impression that no one else really had any idea either. The reason Donald Trump was hired is because he does things differently. He is an outside-of-the-box thinker. He is no...
A medical strategy where a doctor closely monitors a patient? I've never seen this before. An approach to a medical problem in which time is allowed to pass before medical intervention or therapy is used. During this time, repeated testing may be performed. I've never heard of this.
Known for his negotiations, and he's very tough in negotiations. And so I thought there actually is a chance he knows better. There actually is a chance he could come up with some good deals here, because his transactional nature of approaching everything, especially when it comes to anything involving money, could be really useful to the United States. People said, oh, but these are our friends. And Trump's response was, well, our friends are taking advantage of us. And as it turns out, he was very right. You know, you take Japan as one example, where you can't go past a street.
Yeah, when I think about U.S. trade policy with other countries, particularly with other developing nations, yeah, I really think how we're getting screwed on that end of the deal.
Corner in any American city.
To be fair, she said Japan, and Japan is industrialized, but Jesus Christ. This didn't only apply to other developed countries. It mostly affected developing countries.
Without seeing Toyotas for sale, and yet we could not sell cars in Japan, not because of tariffs, but because of all the other restrictions they put on the sale of American vehicles. Well, why did we put up with that? What kind of friendship is that? And so now we've renegotiated.
They have such a fucking childish, infantile way of looking at this. What kind of friendship is that? Like... it just drives me fucking crazy. I don't even know what to say.
Looks very much like the deal he just announced that we struck with the EU, which, notwithstanding all these predictions of store shelves are going to be empty, it's going to be economic Armageddon, we've won. The Europeans wanted reciprocal zero tariffs. Trump said no. He said, I want 15. Then they said, okay, how about 10? He said no, 15 and zero tariffs by you guys on our goods. And that's the deal we just cut. And the reason that the Europeans cut it is because our market is so huge, it's worth it. They want access to it. But on top of that, they're going to be doing billions of dollars of investment into the United States. Like, it's a multi-layer deal, which is extremely lucrative for the United States. And it's not just Japan, and it's not just Europe. Trump's struck a bunch of deals in Asia, which make China less important to us, which have increased our trading presence over there. And no one's really fluttering an eyelid in response to these tariffs, which is just padding the bottom line here in the United States. For the first time in June, we were in the black on our monthly balance sheet, Piers, which we haven't been in forever because of the tariffs. So now even his critics are starting to admit, holy, you know what, they're working.
The ups and downs of the economy can be stressful and worrying. One of the smartest ways to protect your IERS to 989898. Where is he, do you think, on the foreign stage, Megyn?
And this is, somebody said, like, this lady is such a grifter. I don't think she believes in anything. She's just a careerist. The thing is that, I don't even know what her deal is. I always assume it's partially motivated by that. Megyn Kelly, I don't care about Trump getting handsy with somebody 20 years ago. I want someone who will close the border and someone who will keep boys out of my daughter's sport, which he has.
Just want to understand something clearly. Donald Trump was found liable for sexual abuse in a civil court. He's been accused.
Like, this is not, do you think, I don't even remember if she mentions that, like, he personally asked Megyn Kelly if she was, like, on her fucking period one time after she asked a question that he didn't like.
By many women. You don't believe any of that?
I think the most serious thing I've heard about him has been the E. Jean Carroll allegation that he sexually assaulted her in a Bergdorf dressing room. And I don't believe one word of that.
There are other women who have said.
I know, I've interviewed some of them.
Okay, but why? Why don't you believe a single word of that? And I'm not saying, oh, a court disagrees with you. What is it that's making you doubt her word?
But look, the things I heard were included things like he got handsy on an airplane. Now, I don't know whether that happened or it didn't, but do I find that a deal breaker for a possible politician? Not really. At least I reported on their stories and did them the courtesy of bringing them to air in front of millions of people and let the audience make up its mind. My problem is more with these Democrats who will bury these allegations against their candidates or their candidate spouses and then play holier than thou when they're looking at Donald Trump.
Do you see yourself as a journalist still?
What the fuck are you talking about? That is not an issue that is confined to Democrats. That is literally just politicians in general. And to the extent that that occurs, there's been far more scandalous shit that has come out of from Republican politicians than there has been from Democrats. It's not even a question. The most notable ones have come from Democrats until Trump. But
or would you not describe yourself like that?
Like thinking about like Juanita Broaddrick and all the women that accused Bill Clinton.
I'm a journalist. I mean, I break news all the time. And when I sit with Trump or anybody else in the administration, I ask tough questions. I mean, as recently as September of 23, I interviewed Trump and he got so mad at me, he didn't talk to me for 6 or 7 months. So it's not, look, it's a tough job to do.
So by your own admission, he's a fucking man-child who can't even handle gentle pushback on from a friendly conservative outlet to him.
You have to be able to hit the people you admire. And I do. You know, I've hit them all. Right before the election, I ripped on Trump's Madison Square Garden rally as too brotastic and got specific about why. You have to understand, like, if
Madison Square Garden rally too brotastic is what she had to say.
If you haven't sold your soul, you have to be willing to criticize the people, even you, that you admire on your, quote, side. And my owning my bias by going out there on stage with Donald Trump and saying, I'm voting for him and you should too.
Like, did she really just say, like, too, like, toxic masculinity? Isn't their whole thing that, like, the left is too PC cucked and doesn't like to celebrate men being men, guys being dudes? So what the fuck does too brotastic mean?
You that you admire on your, quote, side. And my owning my bias by going out there on stage with them.
Didn't she get sexually harassed at Fox by Roger Ailes? I read her statement. It's insane. Is it all just dollars and clout for ghouls like her? Yeah, that was the other thing, is that she was literally featured in a movie called Bombshell that was a fictionalized account of the harassment that Gretchen, what's her name? Is it Gretchen? Who does this movie feature? Gretchen Carlson. That's who it is. And then like this chick, but I think she's like a composite character.
Donald Trump and saying, I'm voting for him and you should too, is a bonus when it comes to my credibility. Now, everybody has zero doubt about.
She thought blackface was an okay thing and talked about it on the Today Show. We watched that. I don't think she would if that had only broken now, I don't think she'd apologize for it today, I'll be honest.
About where I stand, and they can filter everything I say through the appropriate lens. What typically happens in journalism is they say they have no bias, and then they just work it out in the printed word or on their shows without owning it. But the audience knows it, and it creates a distrust and a divide. When it comes to Trump and me, no, my own personal opinion is most of the allegations against him are much more complicated than the mainstream media would have you believe. And I don't think Donald Trump is a rapist or a sexual assaulter. I do think he's taken inappropriate liberties with women and gotten handsy with them in a way he's owned himself. Okay, years ago when he was a celebrity.
So if you own up to it, it's okay. If you justify it by saying it's just locker room talk and it's no big deal and this is totally normal, that constitutes owning up and taking accountability. And then from there, you can just be like, oh, well, you should be forgiven. Says I, the person who's not the victim.
And
I forgive you.
What it is. That's the past. But it's just about so much more than that. We are talking about how many people dying at the southern border because of the invasion that we've suffered.
They pants all the black people in the audience clapping for her. If only they had showed all these black people hugging Megyn Kelly after that moment of true vulnerability for apologizing, then she could be like Tucker Carlson, go back on her podcast and be like, how could I be racist? Black people hug me. They even clap for me sometimes.
Under Joe Biden. We're talking about Laken Riley, whose killer was let in under Biden. We put him on a taxpayer flight down to Georgia where he murdered her. I don't give a shit about Trump getting handsy with somebody 20 years ago. I want someone who will close the border, which he has. I want someone who will keep boys out of my daughter's sports, which he has. I want someone who will...
You don't even need to like justify any of the things that he's done in the past. You can literally just downplay it and move on, even from like a PR just being ruthlessly cynical and disgusting and trying to like downplay it and move it off. You don't actually have to justify it, Megyn. You can just say, you can just straight up lie and say he's taking accountability and move the fuck on and talk about what he's accomplishing now and how he's a unifying president or whatever. Like, even the way that they go about their propaganda, I'm like, are you sure you've been in journalism for like 30, 40 years? Because why would you ever think that this is a good thing to say?
will stand up to the insane DEI policies so that white kids will stop hearing in school that they're born with some original.
Like, she didn't even say he apologized or whatever. The most she said is that he acknowledges it. What all that means is that, again, he made a public statement about it. It could be neutral, it could be negative, it could be positive. She didn't say that he actually took responsibility for what he did. And I guess there's like a statute of limitations on sexual impropriety.
Original sin from which they cannot recover, which he has.
So, like, I wonder when she came out with her sexual allegations of like the workplace harassment that she faced at Fox. You know, do you think that she would have appreciated a fellow Fox employee being like, okay, I know he did that to you, but have you considered that Roger Ailes has been instrumental in amplifying conservative voices across the country? He's revolutionized conservative media forever. You know, you really should think twice before bringing forward these allegations, because I'm sure he didn't mean it. He just really, really handsy. What's the big deal? Calm down. Like, you didn't take it, but you expect other people to take it. Other women specifically.
Because I was very struck today by his little monologue he did about being a peacemaker. Because people seem to forget how unusual it is to see a Republican president in particular who constantly tries to forge peace rather than perhaps some of his predecessors who preferred to forge war. And you see it almost everywhere. This is a president who does not believe that warfare is anything other than a bad thing. Yes, sometimes you have to be...
Yeah, yes, let's just ignore the first administration, okay? Let's just ignore that when he was campaigning, he said that Israel would have permission to finish him in Gaza.
Strong and defend yourself. But ultimately, it is not a good thing for America to engage in endless foreign wars. They're expensive, both in human life cost, both in financial cost. And I look at what he's doing now with Putin. You know, I've said to people for a while, just watch him with Putin. Because if Putin keeps pushing...
It doesn't matter. He's already failed. He promised multiple times that war would be fucking over before the first 24 hours of his first day in office had elapsed. Guess what? It's not fucking over, and he couldn't get Putin to the fucking negotiating table. I'm so triggered by this. I'm going to play this video for Mehdi Hasan. Where is it? There's this video that he made where he is like, no, he is not the like anti-war president. Let me see if I can find it on another tab.
Him. And he keeps openly mocking him by having cordial conversations on the phone and then bombing the hell out of Kyiv that night. If he keeps doing that, he will tip Trump into a place where I think Trump now is, where forget the 50 days we were going to wait. You've got 10 to 12, and then I'm going to do something. I think this is a significant moment for Putin.
I think so, too. And it's funny because I think Democrats couldn't take Trump at his word on I'm not for forever wars or wars at all because they can't get it through their heads that Trump is really...
Okay, it was this. Also, this is like leaving out the fucking Iran strikes. We're just going to skip over that, apparently. That he started and ended a war that did not need to happen. The 12-day war. Trump is an anti-war. It's time to debunk this dangerous myth. This is from Mehdi Hasan's Zateo outlet 10 months ago. I could use a refresher on this as well. Because the thing that always comes to mind is how we increased bombing in Afghanistan to levels that we hadn't seen. Like, there was more bombs dropped in 2019, like in 2019 or something, like, than there had been in the previous, like, decade.
I keep meeting people in left-wing circles, in Muslim circles, in Arab American circles, who tell me that they're voting for Donald Trump because he isn't a hawk. He didn't start any new wars. He killed fewer Muslims than Democratic presidents do. This argument is doing my head in, because it just isn't true. It's total nonsense. So when it comes to Trump and war and killing Muslims in particular, it's time for a debunking. Number one, he didn't start any new wars, they say. Well, it's not like he didn't try. We just got lucky. In his first year in office, he picked a fight with nuclear-armed North Korea. He called Kim Jong-un Little Rocket Man, called him short and fat, and threatened him with fire and fury. Trump's own Homeland Security officials were so shit-scared.
He was instrumental in destabilizing Syria and tried to do a coup in Venezuela. So much for anti-war. Yeah, but those are, not gonna let these people get in the way of, like, not calling him the pro-peace candidate, the anti-war candidate, because again, it will just come back to, did it literally start a war? No, then he's anti-war.
That
it doesn't matter how many insane actions. It doesn't matter how many times he broke from foreign policy consensus. Doesn't matter how many crazy statements he made. It didn't actually materialize, so it's fine.
A major war with North Korea, that they had multiple meetings to prepare for a nuclear attack a North Korean nuclear strike on American soil. In his last year in office, Trump illegally assassinated Iran's top general, Qasem Soleimani, via a drone strike. And the only reason we didn't have a full-on war with Iran is because the Iranians chose to show restraint and not respond in kind. Had Iran, say, assassinated General Mark Milley, America's top general at that time, we would have been instantly in World War III as a result of Trump's actions. Let's be clear about that. In fact, Milley says Trump wanted to attack Iran after he lost the 2020 election. Trump also reportedly wanted to attack Venezuela. And now for his second term, he's considering airstrikes on Mexican soil. How's that for a new war? Not far away in the middle.
This says, Trump has been asking policy advisors for a range of military options aimed at taking on Mexican drug cartels, including strikes that are not sanctioned by Mexico's government.
Least, but on our own southern border. By the way, this
They don't make CIA agents the way they used to. I know, these fucking pussies have stuff like, oh, I have Havana syndrome, I have a fucking tummy ache and chronic fatigue.
very specific and annoying claim that he was the first president to start no new war. That's just not true. Former president and Nobel...
When compared to, like, the elite CIA agents that were, like, screwing over Kennedy and not telling him about the Bay of Pigs shit.
Peace laureate Jimmy Carter would like a word. And look, this whole not starting new wars thing is a distraction from the fact that Trump expanded and escalated pretty much every war that he inherited from Barack Obama. Remember, Obama famously didn't bomb the Assad government in Syria, but Trump did in 2017 and again in 2018. Obama didn't drop the single biggest bomb on...
Yeah, this was Trump launches attack on Syria with 59 Tomahawk missiles.
But Trump did in 2017 and again in 2018.
Trump announces strikes in Syria following suspected chemical weapons attack by Assad forces. And this is when Sean Spicer was like, even Hitler didn't do this. And they're like, well, what do you mean? Are you saying that, like, Assad is worse than Hitler or what? And then he was like, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Hitler didn't stoop to this level in the Holocaust centers. He meant concentration camps, but he said Holocaust centers.
Obama didn't drop the single biggest bomb on Afghanistan, the mother of all bombs, the Moab. But Trump did. In fact, the number of Afghan...
I wish we'd stop calling them wars. We haven't had a real declaration of war since 1943. Are you joking? Just because, you know, we didn't formally declare war, which is probably not going to happen anytime soon, that does not mean that you shouldn't call it a war. It's like de facto a war, even if de jure it's not a war.
And civilians killed by airstrikes on Trump's watch went up 330%. And as writer Ben Krause points out, quote, there were more civilian deaths from airstrikes in Somalia under Trump than under Bush and Obama combined. Trump's
foreign policy was a humanitarian disaster. Airstrikes under Trump increased sixfold in Yemen, and there were more civilian deaths from airstrikes in Somalia under Trump than under Bush and Obama combined. Trump also oversaw a 200% increase in airstrike deaths in Iraq and Syria.
Also oversaw a 200% increase in airstrike deaths in Iraq and Syria. Number two, well, at least he wasn't a drone president, they say, like Obama was. Look, Obama was indeed a drone president who killed a lot of innocent people with drone strikes. But you know who was a bigger drone president? Donald Trump. Yeah, you just haven't heard about it because much of our media is a joke and because both Muslims and the left, for some reason, have given Trump a pass on this issue. Here are the facts that you need to know. Donald Trump did more drone strikes in his first 2 years in office than Barack Obama carried out over 8 years in office. In fact, Trump didn't just do more drone strikes.
That's insane. There have been 2,243 drone strikes in the first 2 years of the Trump presidency, compared with 1,878 in Mr. Obama's 8 years.
He loosened all restrictions on drone strikes, making it even easier to kill innocent civilians. And it was Joe Biden, for all his sins on Gaza, who came along and almost ended the drone war without much fanfare and without much credit.
Yeah, I know, because if you're too old to talk to the American public about what you've done, you don't get credit. That's how it works.
Number three, well, at least Trump didn't do a genocide like Biden did in Gaza. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. In Yemen. How have we just forgotten the Yemen genocide with tens of thousands of deaths, thousands of kids killed, and a man-made...
Yeah, I was about to say, this was due to a man-made famine and a blockade, but we were arming the Saudis, the belligerent force at that time.
Famine. It started on Obama's watch, yes, but in 2018, it was President Trump who oversaw the Yemen war's deadliest and most violent year up until that point. It was Trump who was in charge when a US-made bomb was dropped on a school bus full of Yemeni kids. And it was Trump, like Biden with Israel, who bypassed Congress to get weapons and bombs to his pal MBS in Saudi Arabia, which were then used to kill even more innocent Yemenis en masse. So when you say Trump didn't do a genocide, didn't mass kill Muslims, you're erasing the people of Yemen, and you should really be ashamed of yourself. To be clear, Trump did try and start new wars, expanded old wars, increased drone strikes, and helped do a genocide in the Middle East. He also supported the invasion of Iraq, wanted America to steal Iraq's oil, and pardoned and praised American soldiers convicted of war crimes in Iraq. He's the president who ramped up the defense budget and surrounded himself with neocon hawks like Mike Pompeo, Mike Pence, Nikki Haley, and John Bloody Bolton. And he's the presidential candidate now who is surrounding himself again with hawks, China hawks, who would love nothing more than a new American war with the nuclear-armed People's Republic. So, Donald the Dove? No, that's ridiculous. It's perhaps the biggest, most annoying, and most demonstrable lie in American politics right now.
Yep.
Don't fall for it.
And then you have these two circle jerking over the fact that, wow, no new war is literally the talking point that he was trying to debunk. Because that's always how they frame the conversation, just being very specific. But you can't even say that at this point. Because, again, the 12-day war, he doesn't get credit for ending a war if you deny that there was ever a war in the first place.
Secretly a Democrat. I mean, like, he can't take
a moment for Putin.
I think so, too. And it's funny because I think Democrats couldn't take Trump at his word on I'm not for forever wars or wars at all because they can't get it through their heads that Trump is really secretly a Democrat. I mean, like, he grew up a Democrat. He was a Democrat for most of his adult voting life.
Okay, Trump's actually a Democrat, guys. I know you were really, really worried about the fascist takeover that's happening, but deep in his heart of hearts, he's actually a Democrat.
He wound up being more conservative in his older years and ran as a Republican, but let's face it. He's
the guy who propagated birtherism. That dude's actually a secret Democrat these days.
Been a Democrat far more of his life than he's been a Republican. And notwithstanding the fact that he shares a lot of Democratic ideals, they loathed him because he's not woke and the way he spoke about immigrants and women.
What are those Democratic ideals? For 2 seconds, he was pro-choice. That was it.
And you name it, right? That they just couldn't get it through their heads that he might actually be allied with them on some of their
the fact that he was a Democrat, this is Mr. Art of the Deal. I'll fucking schmooze and cozy up to anybody that I need to get a fucking tax break. Seems more to me the fact that, like, yeah, New York State and New York City in particular is run by Democrats. It would make sense that Trump, as a New York Democrat, was affiliated with that party so he could get favors for his buildings and shit. It's not actually because he was more ideologically aligned with them.
Ideals. And the war footing is the perfect example, right? Because it's like they, up until recently, styled themselves as more of the peacenik as between the Democrat and the Republican parties. And that's what Trump is, notwithstanding his lack of timidity when it comes to pinpoint strikes or showing military strength in the right circumstance, like the Iranian nuclear sites, like Soleimani, like Baghdadi. He's not afraid to unleash American power, but he gets in and he gets out. He has no desire to linger.
I mean, there wasn't nearly as much opposition to the strikes on Iran from Democrats as there needed to be vocally, given how unpopular they were with independents and their own fucking base that they're supposed to be representing. Are we just going to give Republicans a pass for cheering that, like, on the entire time? Only Massey signed on to the War Powers Resolution with Ro Khanna, AOC, and some other Democrats.
And I've jokingly called Trump like the Rodney King president when it comes to foreign policy, who's this man who...
What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean?
Was brutally beaten.
This woman's like lexicon is just like an enigma to me. Again, like I called him out for his rally being too brotastic. Now Trump is the Rodney King of what again? Of policy?
The Rodney King president when it comes to
Rodney
foreign
King
policy.
President of foreign policy.
Brutally beaten out in the LA riots. And he came out and said, can't we all just get along? That's kind of Trump. That's his approach to everybody. Can't we get along? Like he goes into the Middle East, into Gaza, the middle of Gaza and Israel and says...
Yeah, the man who is a victim of a hate crime that just so happened to be filmed and caused national uproar. That's basically like, I hear that story and I just cannot, help but think of Donald Trump and his foreign policy.
Let's just get along. We'll build Gaziera, the Mara Gaza of the sea. I'll take it over. Everyone can prosper. He goes to Saudi Arabia. I mean, most of the 9/11 hijackers were trained in Saudi Arabia and were Saudi.
We're trying to frame Trump saying that the Palestinians can be ethnically cleansed so that the U.S. can take over the Gaza Strip and establish a fucking Riviera as a humanitarian gesture and a guy who just wants to reach across the aisle to get deals done. Not a, patently and clearly self-interested move to enrich himself, his business interests, line his pockets, and appease Israel.
And what does he say? It's only 25 years later. It's not that much, later that he goes over there and says, let's make each other super rich. We can get along. The Democrats just can't see it clearly because they have TDS. It's very hard to get past the TDS. But to me, this is exactly how American power should be wielded. He's not afraid to drop it. And one other point on Putin. I completely agree with every word you just
Can't we all just get along 2 seconds later? The Democrats are pedophiles and Obama needs to be in jail.
Said. And the thing with Trump is, to his credit, he needed time to get there on his own. All these other swaggering so-called experts walked in there and tried to demand that he take a much more bellicose stance against Putin from the beginning. That's not how Trump operates. He's more of a negotiator.
Okay, then why did he say that he was going to end it on the first day? That was going to require him doing some, arm twisting.
He was,
even if that had happened,
approaching it with like kind of nasty to our friends and kind to our enemies as a tactic to try to get the enemies to put their guard down and strike deals and so on.
Yeah, surely Piers will push back on all of this, right? Debunk all of the lies that she's currently spinning.
And as the man who's actually going to have to provide the bombs that are going to kill a lot of people or inch, God forbid, the United States closer to a posture in which we're looking at a direct conflict with Russia, which literally no one over here wants other than like the Lindsey Grahams of the world. He had to be convinced himself that Putin was not a guy with whom he could make a deal. And you can see Trump now, after 6 months, which is not a lot of time, clearly getting there.
Again, it doesn't matter when he promised repeatedly he would end it in fucking 24 hours. If Biden had made a fucking stupid promise like that about, oh, we're going to withdraw from Afghanistan and within the first 24 hours of my presidency, he would have never lived it down. Never. You would be hearing about it to this day easily. If we're talking about fucking Obama in 2025 and his ties to the Russia gate.
You mentioned Gaza there. I was struck again by Trump today because I've had a position on this whole war from the start, that what happened on October the 7th was utterly horrific, that of course Israel had to defend it.
I do think Biden promised to cure cancer during his presidency. Yeah, I remember that. He also promised it. He was he talked about oh yeah, we're going to do the Equal Rights Amendment. Okay. Why are you saying that we're going to amend the Constitution, but you're not actually whipping votes or trying to get this passed because you wanted to pass the ERA? But those things, they can't even bring up as gotchas because that would be presupposing that their base even cares about those things. They don't really care if Trump or if Biden does or doesn't cure cancer. They don't really care if Biden actually passes the Equal Rights Amendment
itself with force, which they did. But I kept saying from the start, for a few months, I don't know what a proportionate response is. It seemed like the response was overwhelming. And at what point would that cease to be proportionate? And I've been really dismayed in the last few months by the way it seems to me that the Israeli...
I was okay with the first 30,000, but now that, then the other 30,000, once we got to 60, I was like, it's a bit much. Now at 100,000, I draw the line.
Government has moved from a position of self-defense to one of just obliterating Gaza, perhaps expelling all Palestinians.
Looks great for 54. I'll give her that. She would look a lot better if she hadn't gotten fucking buccal fat removal. She would actually look younger if she had just kept that in her face. And if you were as rich as she is, you too could look the same way at 54.
Like Smodrich and the government are now openly saying, and starving children. And I don't think the two things are incompatible. I think you can be supportive of Israel's right to defend.
Yeah. Brandon cured my cancer when he said, listen, you're fat, and scared it into remission. That's actually the treatment that he's undergoing right now for his colon cancer.
Itself. And you can support what Israel did with Hezbollah and what they did with Iran, as I have done, but also be incredibly concerned by these images coming out of Gaza now of starving people. Where do you sit with this, Megyn? Because it is complex. I don't for a moment suggest this is easy in any way, but where do you sit with what is going on now with Gaza?
Well, I'm always reluctant to put too much stock in the images coming out of Gaza, that phrase, because they're manipulated and they're masters of propaganda and they're fine having their own children starve just as long as they can put them on camera.
What the fuck are you talking about, lady? These are not coming out of Palestinian news outlets. This is not coming from Hamas. We're talking about The Guardian reporting on this shit. We're talking about the New York Times. You think you know something that the New York Times doesn't? Do you think the New York Times isn't dying to say that Hamas is actually the ones starving Palestinians and not actually Israel? New York Times, Gaza starvation. Even they had to admit it. Or there's no... 5 days ago, Gazans are dying of starvation. After 21 months of devastating conflict with Israel, Gaza's most vulnerable civilians, the young, the old, and the sick, are facing what aid groups say is an impending famine. These you're looking at Oscar award-winning performances here, you guys, from these Palestinians, because according to Megyn Kelly, this is not the images that you're seeing. They're not real. They're completely manufactured and directed. What you don't see is that after this, Hamas says cut, and then that's it. Then they give them food, and they're all fine. It's all just like a big charade. The New York Times just prints this for fun. Hamas. Let's see. Or this, 3 days ago. No proof Hamas routinely stole UN aid, Israeli military officials say. Is Israel been lied to by Hamas? Have they been duped? Israel has long restricted aid to Gaza on the argument that Hamas steals it to use as a weapon of control over the population. On Saturday, the Israeli military announced new airdrops of aid. This was reported July 26, 2025. So 2 days ago, definitely something that she could have known before she went on this program. And of course she does know. She's just lying. For nearly 2 years, Israel has accused Hamas of stealing aid provided by the UN and other international orgs. The government has used that claim as its main rationale for restricting food from entering Gaza. But the Israeli military never found proof on the Palestinian militant group that the Palestinian militant group had systematically stolen aid from the UN, the biggest supplier of emergency assistance to Gaza for most of the war, according to 2 senior Israeli military officials and 2 other Israelis involved in the matter. In fact, the Israeli military officials said the UN aid delivery system, which Israel derided and undermined, was largely effective in providing food to Gaza's desperate and hungry population. Now, with hunger at crisis levels in the territory, Israel is finally coming under pressure. Increased international pressure over its conduct of the war in Gaza and the humanitarian suffering it has brought. Doctors in the territory say that an increasing number of their patients are suffering from and dying of starvation. Can't be trusted. You know, fucking Hamas, man. And their just global network of sophisticated propaganda outlets where they have their tentacles or what? Like, what are we doing here?
And show them off to the world. That's
sit with what is going on now with Gaza.
Well, I'm always reluctant to put too much stock in the images coming out of Gaza, that phrase, because they're manipulated and they're masters of propaganda, and they're fine having their own children starve just as long as they can put them on camera and show them off to the world. That's
like, if the Holocaust were happening, Megyn Kelly would be one of those people to point to like a man in a concentration camp that is not emaciated and be like, see, they're fine.
Hamas. And frankly, it's a lot of
like, she's actually at the point where she's not even like, even Trump is not trying to claim this shit.
Palestinians. So I'm very skeptical of taking those images at face value and saying it's Israel's fault. Having said that, it's time. It's time now. Israel, whether it realizes it or not, has made itself the villain of the world in letting this thing go on so long. They have lost support amongst their dearest friends. And even the entire Democrat Party here in the United States has turned against them. And they're losing Republicans by the day here in America, which is their most important ally. So whether the fight continues to be just or not is almost irrelevant. As Trump said when he was running this time last year, not yet elected.
I mean, she doesn't realize it, but what she said is entirely true. This is not about a righteous mission or whatnot. This is just about eliminating a population of people that they find inconvenient and have dehumanized to the point that they can justify it.
Time to wrap it up. And that's how I feel, too. And I've given Israel a long berth. I fully understand as an American who was attacked.
I fully understand, again, the first 100,000 civilians. Past that, Megyn's not feeling so hot on that.
On 9/11 in my country was that, you know, when you attack the United States and you kill thousands of our citizens.
As somebody who also scapegoated people for an attack on the country, I totally relate to Israelis going absolutely fucking insane post October 7th.
Israel was in this position on 10/7. It's fine to respond, and it doesn't have to be proportionate. Whoever said it has to be proportionate? It can be overwhelming force to teach a lesson to any enemy.
I can't even like pearl clutch or pretend like, international law says it has to be proportionate. She doesn't give a fuck about that. She doesn't even care about the Constitution. How am I supposed to get her to care about international law?
Mess with us, it's going to be extremely painful, disproportionately painful for you. I have no problem with that. But what Israel's doing now is losing its standing with the rest of the world. And it can sit in its corner and claim that it's
like, this is just all about like Israel's image, the image of a state. She's not ever going to mention Palestinian suffering to the extent that she did in this conversation. It was to undermine it and say that Hamas does like Pallywood stuff. They're just directing all of that. It's fake. They're intentionally increasing civilian deaths, blah, blah, blah. Her only concern is not how many people die, not starvation. In fact, she all but pretty much openly endorsed that. She said, that's all fine. She said, but you have to keep in mind, this doesn't look very good. So maybe wrap it up.
Morally justified, and it has the, upper hand. And all, but it's too late. It's lost. It's starting to lose, too, even with its closest friends. Its moral reputation, its moral high ground.
It's starting to, it hasn't lost it entirely. It's just now starting to.
And as Trump said a year ago, time to wrap it up.
Yeah, completely agree. Let's talk quickly about Jeffrey Epstein. It seems to me the biggest problem with the Epstein scandal for Trump.
Let's see if she will ever mention Trump in this conversation when she's making criticisms of stuff related to Epstein? Or is it going to be Obama, Biden Democrats release this? They're actually the ones that are really afraid to let the American public see what went on there.
Which has obviously divided his entire base. A lot of people on the right in America just, squabbling with each other about this. It seems to me the problem is probably nothing to do with anything Trump ever did with Epstein. I don't think he's ever done anything criminal with Jeffrey Epstein. It's the way they've handled the scandal has been so bad, leading everybody up to the water's edge and then not giving anyone a drink. It's like rule one of how not to play out a scandal. What do you think?
Completely agree. This is self-inflicted. First of all, nobody told Pam Bondi she had to issue that memo in the middle of
okay, we're going to scapegoat Pam Bondi, maybe Cash Patel Bongino, but probably going to go for some girl-on-girl violence here.
Slow news summer, where people would, of course, predictably be digesting it and the Republican base be horrified by it for the entire summer. That's really how this has unfolded. And whoever told the Justice Department that this could somehow be buried and that people would move on and that the Trump administration could get away with that ridiculous 2-page summation of you're not getting any more information because there's no there should be fired. That person is an idiot and didn't understand the Republican base, certainly the core MAGA base. And by the way, of course, their hackles have been up and their interest in this story has been at a peak, in large part because of the two men Trump put in charge of his FBI. There were no bigger proponents of there being more to the Epstein story than Cash Patel and Dan Bongino. And it's actually one of the reasons why the Republicans were so thrilled to see them get put in charge of the FBI. So you reap what you sow. And if they had gotten in there and determined there actually is no there, oh my gosh, it's very different actually being.
Who used this phrase there? Because Krystal Ball kept saying this as well when she was talking to Michael Tracy.
In a governing position versus being a podcaster. And they worked with Bondi and said, my God, we're going to have some egg on our face because we were the ones who fanned this flame. There was a way of handling it by having a full-blown presser where we could have asked whatever questions we wanted to ask. And sure, the diehard.
It's Politico speak. I've never heard this until recently.
Quote unquote conspiracy theorists will never be satisfied because that's not how conspiracy theorists work. They're never satisfied ever, no matter how much information is disclosed. The vast majority of Epstein pushers, which I would say is 80% of the group, would have said, fine, we've gotten what we're going to get. It was mishandled from the start. And that's why there was a day on that Friday, early July, where Dan Bongino said behind the scenes, it's either Bondi or me, but one of us is going. And the only reason he stayed was because he received administrative assurances that she would release more, that the administration would do more to satisfy what Dan thought were his own detractors. In any event, now the president's very annoyed that it won't go away. It won't go away because of the way he's handled it. Everybody knows when you handle a scandal, the first thing to do is get out there early, get out there fully, answer all the questions, and then for the rest of the time say, oh, I've answered everything. Well, we know that's not true. So it's drip, drip, drip. The first move was, well, okay, we'll seek the grand jury transcripts in Epstein and Maxwell and their criminal proceedings, knowing that the judge was highly unlikely to release those. And indeed, that's what's happened. They've said no. Now we'll go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, fine, she's talking to them, but what really does she have? Wouldn't she have offered it up already? People are shocked. No one ever went to talk to her during the course of the criminal trials. Well, if she had...
And now Trump made a fucking deal with her. Hold on, Trump, immunity. Ghislaine Maxwell received limited immunity during meetings with Deputy Attorney General sources. She didn't hold anything back, Maxwell's attorney said earlier. Ghislaine Maxwell, who sources told ABC News initiated the meetings with the Department of Justice, answered questions for about 9 hours over 2 days after being granted a limited form of immunity, the sources said. The immunity allowed Maxwell to freely answer Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche's questions without fear that her responses could later be used against her, the sources said. The so-called proffer immunity is commonly granted to individuals prosecutors are seeking to make cooperators in a criminal case. Maxwell has already been tried, convicted, and sentenced for sex trafficking underage girls. And of course, as always, they never actually respond to any comments. DOJ did not immediately respond to requests for comment. A lawyer for Maxwell did not immediately respond. The second meeting between Maxwell and Blanche lasted for about 3 hours. Maxwell's attorney, David Marcus, told ABC News afterward, there have been no asks and no promises. Marcus said Maxwell was asked about maybe 100 different people during her interview with the Deputy Attorney General. He said she answered every question. She didn't hold anything back, Marcus said. He declined to be specific about who Maxwell was asked about or whether she provided information about others who might have allegedly committed crimes against victims, as Blanche said he was seeking. We haven't asked for anything. This is not a situation where we're asking for anything in return for testimony or anything like that, Marcus added on Friday. Of course, everybody knows Ms. Maxwell would welcome any relief. Blanche didn't speak to reporters upon his arrival at the federal courthouse in Tallahassee, Florida. On social media, Blanche said he would reveal what was learned from Maxwell at the appropriate time. The first meeting between Maxwell and Blanche on Thursday lasted 6 hours. Maxwell is currently appealing her 20-year prison sentence for child sex trafficking and other offenses in connection with Epstein, the deceased financier and convicted sex offender. And the reason why is because that sweetheart deal that was offered to him in Florida let other people off the hook for offering information, and in exchange, they were not going to be prosecuted. So her legal team was like, well, why is she the only one in prison for this and jail if everybody else got off, even though, you know, they were also implicated. We don't want to get into the substance of the questions, Marcus had said about Thursday's meeting. There were a lot of questions and we went all day and she answered every one of them. She said, I'm not going to answer. She never said, I'm not going to answer, never declined. It is almost unheard of for a convicted sex trafficker to meet with such a high-ranking Justice Department official, especially one who used to be the president's top criminal defense attorney. Weird. ABC News chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce asked President Donald Trump on Friday if clemency is on the table for Maxwell. I can't talk about that now because, you know, it's a very sensitive interview going on, Trump responded. He went on to call Blanche a great attorney and said, I don't know exactly what's happening, but I certainly can't talk about pardons. Trump was also pressed by ABC News' Bruce if he can trust what Maxwell is telling the DOJ during these interviews. Well, he's a professional lawyer. He's been through things like this before, Trump said, referring to Blanche. After Trump's comments on Friday about clemency, ABC News asked Maxwell's attorney whether that gave her an incentive to tell Blanche what he wanted to hear. No, Marcus answered. She wants to tell the truth. Useless. Of course, her lawyer is going to say that. Marcus said Maxwell's legal team has not approached Trump about a pardon, but suggested it could happen in the future. We haven't spoken to the president or anyone about a pardon just yet. And listen, the president this morning said he had the power to do so. We hope he exercises that power in the right and just way. Annie Farmer, who testified against Maxwell at trial, questioned why Maxwell was granted a meeting with the deputy attorney general in the first place. And she's not the only one who's wondering why the fuck are members of the government meeting with this bitch. It's very disappointing that these things are happening behind closed doors without any input from the people that the government have asked to come forward and speak against her in order to put her away, Farmer said. There were so many young girls and women that were harmed by her. Maxwell's attorney said on Friday that she's been treated poorly for the last 5 years and is grateful to be able to meet with Blanche as she appeals her sex trafficking conviction and seeks to leave prison. If you look up scapegoat in the dictionary, her picture would be next to the definition. She's actually a victim, you guys. Marcus said she's keeping her spirits up as best she can, but don't worry, Jelaine is gonna, keep on keeping on. She's not gonna let this get her down. Blanche has made, she has a lot to look forward to. She could potentially be granted clemency or a pardon from President Donald Trump, who wouldn't, every cloud has a silver lining. Blanche's meetings with Maxwell comes as the Justice Department has tried to quiet calls from Senate Republicans to release more info about Epstein and his interactions with high-profile figures. And it comes as questions swirl about Trump's connections to Epstein and reports that his name appeared in the Epstein files. The Wall Street Journal reports that Attorney General Pam Bondi told Trump in May that his name was mentioned in the Epstein file multiple times, along with other high-profile people. And that's really what the news is, because we knew that Trump was going to be named in the Epstein files because he and it wasn't a secret that he and Jeffrey Epstein were friends and associates. But this is the bigger bombshell that Pam Bondi had warned him. Trump has denied that account, and appearing in the files is not necessarily indicative of any wrongdoing. I want all the information out, said Republican Senator Josh Hawley. Just put everything out, make it as transparent as you can, echoed Republican Senator Lindsey Graham. The Justice Department said earlier this month that it planned to release no additional info despite an earlier commitment to do so. And this was reported by Axios 9 hours ago. Trump won't rule out pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell. President Trump won't rule out pardoning convicted sex trafficker Ghislaine Maxwell, he said on Monday. Trump's comments about Maxwell, who is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence, come amid growing bipartisan pressure over his administration's handling of info tied to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Trump told reporters Monday that he is allowed to pardon Maxwell. Well, I'm allowed to give her a pardon, but nobody's approached me with that. Nobody's asked me about it, Trump said. It's in the news about that aspect of it, but right now it would be inappropriate to talk about it, he said after talking about it. Trump also said on Friday, it's something I haven't thought about. I'm allowed to do it, but it's something I have not thought about. It's not even true. He had said, it's been brought to his attention multiple times, and according to Michael Wolff, who has lied, who's made lies, or who's lied about shit. The Daily Beast, if I put Trump, pardon, just lame. Now it just wants to show the new shit, but I should find it in my streaming document. Hold on. Pardon. Trump held talks on pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell, according to a biographer. The president agonized over what Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice would reveal upon her arrest, author Michael Wolff said. President Donald Trump weighed pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell for fear that she would spill secrets about his decade-long friendship with convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. After Maxwell, now 63, was arrested by the FBI in July 2020 for allegedly helping Epstein run a sex trafficking ring, luring and grooming young women into a web of abuse, Trump grew very wary and began asking, "What could she say? What could she say?" author Michael Wolff said on the Daily Beast podcast. Trump and Epstein had been friends since the 80s. Wolff described them as two guys joined at the hip for a good 15 years. They did everything together, the Trump biographer told host Joanna Coles, and this is from sharing, pursuing women, hunting women, sharing at least one girlfriend for at least a year, and this kind of rich guy relationship with each other's planes. He added, "I dare say they kind of loved each other. These two were brothers in arms for a long time." Their friendship reportedly unraveled in 2004, however, during a bidding war for a Palm Beach waterfront mansion. Then when Trump started to, Trump mulled using his executive powers to pardon her, according to Wolff. Trump's inner circle pushed back on the idea, however, warning him that it would blow up in his face. Everybody around him was kind of like, "God, we hope she won't say anything, but we really hope that he doesn't pardon her," said Wolff, who has published 4 tell-all books on the president. Trump, then in his first term, didn't go through with the pardon, but when asked about Maxwell's looming trial, he struck an oddly sympathetic tone. "I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach," Trump told reporters. "I wish her well, whatever it is." So again, what was that, Megyn? No, didn't mean to move this.
Something. She was highly. I've answered everything. Well, we know that's not true. So it's drip, drip, drip. The first move was, well, okay, we'll seek the grand jury transcripts in Epstein and Maxwell in their criminal proceedings, knowing that the judge was highly unlikely to release those. And indeed, that's what's happened. They've said no. Now it's, we'll go talk to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, fine, she's talking to them, but what really does she have? Wouldn't she have offered it up already? People are shocked. No one ever went to talk to her during the course of the criminal trials. Well, if she had something she was willing to give up that she thought could save her freedom, don't you think her people would have called the DOJ? So now, can we really trust anything this woman says when it's either this, give something up or someone up or spend 20 years in jail? So they've really created this own pickle for themselves, and we still haven't had a presser by Pam Bondi or even a long-form interview. So it's hard to have a lot of sympathy for the complaints of, why won't this go away?
How the hell does this guy keep getting interviews with the Trump admin? My understanding is that a lot of his books are based on not entirely like first-hand testimony or interviews with people. A lot of it's like hearsay.
It's brought to you by Scan the bar, 70%. Finally, I got to ask you quickly about Stephen Colbert, because Stephen Colbert got canned, it seemed to me, for very obvious reasons. One, his ratings sucked. Second, he'd been boring his viewers to tears with the constant anti-Trump diatribe.
And I don't know how much they only care about ratings when they have all of these different ways of distributing that show. I'm not surprised that the ratings suck, because ratings on a lot of television programs nowadays suck because most people are moving to like streaming platforms. But if the ratings suck and then the videos all get 20 million views or like millions and millions of views on the YouTube channel, doesn't that kind of make up for it? He was #1 in late night. Is it even true? Were Colbert's ratings bad before fired? Or I should put canceled. Colbert's ratings have been declining each season. For most recent September to May time period, Colbert averaged roughly 1.9 million viewers, with the majority of viewership coming in the age demographic of over 65, according to Nielsen, a telling data point about the state of TV viewership. Kimmel's viewership paints a similar picture, with viewership dropping from September to May time period in 2019 to 2020, but to the most recent in 2025, when the average was nearly 1.6 million viewers, according to Nielsen. When Paramount listed its slate of highly rated TV shows during its last earnings report, including Tracker, the top-rated TV series, and Matlock, the highest-rated new series, it also listed Colbert's The Late Show as the highest-rated broadcast late-night show. The Daily Show, also from Paramount, was the top late-night show on cable TV. Some industry experts have questioned whether CBS could have explored other ways to save money or save late night, besides outright canceling The Late Show. NBC cut costs by eliminating the ban on Meyer's Late Show and shifting Fallon to 4 nights instead of 5. CBS tried to bring a younger demographic into the hour with After Midnight, a late-night show that ran after Colbert. The show was hosted by comedian Taylor Tomlinson and was centered on viral internet phenomena. Though CBS intended to renew the show after its first 2 seasons, Tomlinson decided not to extend her contract, and the show was canceled.
He was costing $40 million a year.
So, like, ratings had dropped, but that's not the full picture if it still is, like, the number one in late-night TV.
Off the bottom line for CBS. I mean, any one of those would be enough to...
Aaron, who would you rather vote for, Hassan or Genghis Khan? I'm not doing that. I'm not touching that discourse.
Turf somebody out. But the idea that they're now all making him some kind of martyr, right, and that Donald Trump has cost him his job and forced him out. Well, in a way he has, not for the reasons the left are saying. He's done it because of Colbert's obsession with Trump bashing, which just got so hyper-partisan that in the end, the public went, I don't want to watch this anymore. And as Jay Leno said today, you know, actually the late night shows from him, you know, back to Johnny Carson and others, at their peak, they used to tease everybody. But what they didn't do was take obvious politically partisan positions. Well, what do you think quickly about Stephen Colbert?
I think he's the same as CNN. He killed his own career. Trump was Kevorkian. He was sitting right next to him with the suicide machine saying, this is how it works. If you want to do it, I'll show you. But it was
Colbert equals CNN.
CNN, and it was Colbert who said, yes, let me press the button and cause my own professional demise. That's really what's happened there. He decided to go for applause.
Yeah, they also never had a president like Donald fucking Trump.
Instead of laughs. And that's the beginning of the end for any comedian. And by the way, if this really were some Trump scheme to just take down Stephen Colbert because he told mean jokes about him in late night, or so-called jokes about him in late night, why wouldn't he have gone after Kimmel?
Jokes, if you could even call them that.
When ABC News was begging to settle with Trump over his lawsuit against ABC's George Stephanopoulos. Why, if it was a vendetta against people who say nasty things about Trump on CBS, does Gayle King still have her job? Why does Scott Pelley, So
because he hasn't fired everybody in media, therefore Trump, you should conclude that Trump has never attempted to assert, bully, or intimidate the press from not covering him negatively.
Is the headliner over at 60 Minutes still have his job? Why doesn't Margaret Brennan, who antagonizes Trump administration officials every Sunday, though she's incredibly stupid and actually very helpful to Trump net, but why does she still have her job? If he wanted to get rid of the people on CBS who are taking shots at him unfairly, you'd go up and down the line. You get Norah O'Donnell out of there, too. These 2 women who tried to tank the vice presidential debate against J.D. Vance. You know, you could do all day on the CBS.
Oh, my God. She actually who tried to tank the vice presidential debate against J.D. Vance.
Get rid of the people on CBS who are taking shots at him unfairly. You'd go up and down the line. You get Norah O'Donnell out of there, too. These 2 women who tried to tank the vice presidential debate against J.D. Vance. You know, you could do all day.
I feel like most people thought that J.D. Vance won that debate.
The CBS News people who are unfair to Trump. It was not some vendetta against Stephen.
But I guess she would say that's in spite of biased moderators.
His show was losing $40 million a year. It cost $100 million to make. He had 200 staffers. Piers, you and I used to be across from each other in prime time. When I was doing the Kelly File, you know how many staffers we had on the Kelly File? You know how many producers we had? And on a given moment, between 9 and 12. They have 200 to make that show. And guess how much money the Kelly File made when I was on it between 13 and 17? It netted $100 million back then. So that's how you keep your job. Stephen Colbert had 200 employees and was losing $40 million a year. That will get you fired all day, every day on any television show in America.
Yeah. Finally, you made a bit of news yourself as I walked in to do this today. You've just hired a good friend of mine who was brilliant in her previous role, Hope Hicks, the former Trump press secretary, is going to run your burgeoning global.
Oh, my God. No, she didn't. Hope Hicks. Megyn Kelly. This blonde woman. Oh, wait, this is not who I was thinking of. This is somebody else. I was thinking of Kate McEnany, I think. McEnany. I don't know. Like, it's not Kate McKinnon. Fuck. How do I spell it? McEnany Trump, if I put that. No, it just wants to give me SNL shit. I'm not talking about this. Kaylee, that's what it is, Kaylee. Jesus. Of course she spells it this way. Kaylee, Kayleigh, not any like it has to include the Lee spelled that way. I thought this was who she was talking about. Exclusive. New York Post. Former Trump aide Hope Hicks joins Megyn Kelly's media company. Hope Hicks, a former Trump aide, is joining forces with Kelly to help her podcasting star grow her burgeoning social media empire, the Post has learned. Hicks, 36, on Monday, was named Chief Operating Officer, or COO, of Kelly's Devil May Care Media, which includes the Megyn Kelly Show, the morning news show, AM Update with Megyn Kelly, as well as the newly launched MK Media, a network of shows from journalists and creators. Hope Hicks is exactly the kind of woman I want running my company with me. Strong, smart, strategic, and the embodiment of class and poise, Kelly said in a statement obtained exclusively by the Post. Is this not DEI? Do you want it to be able to brag that you have like a primarily female-run media company? She's at the top of a growing media conglomerate, and there's no limit to where she can take it. My best in the business staff and I are thrilled to have her on board. Hicks will report to Kelly and lead business development for Devil May Care, which was launched by the conservative media star in 2020. Megyn has used her talent, integrity, and unparalleled credibility to create content unlike anything else available today, Hicks told the Post. I'm incredibly humbled and thrilled to be joining Megyn and her team and continuing to build what is undoubtedly a flourishing business. This is like not the best picture of Megyn Kelly. She looks weird. Trying to slopify her name. Oh, Kaylee McEnany's? It's just like it's like such a wasp name. It's mostly the spelling. It's not the name. It's like the way that they're spelling it. It was launched as an audio-only podcast in September 2020 before partnering with SiriusXM in 2021 to become a live daily radio show and expansive video. It's now one of the most consumed independent shows in the nation, a top program on both Apple and Spotify podcast charts, and a YouTube channel that has over 3.7 million subscribers. Content from the show gets hundreds of millions of views per month across all platforms, with millions of followers on Instagram, TikTok, and X, among other social platforms, the company said. You know, when she was shitting on Colbert's, like, supposedly dropping ratings, I wonder, like, I really wish Piers Morgan would have said, like, what was the reason that they fired you again? Didn't she get fired for lower viewership? Megyn Kelly dismissed from Fox. Low viewership? Maybe they didn't. Let's see. This is according to, she was also fired. Megyn Kelly, how TV's $69 million star fell from the top. Oh my God, she's like a different person here. Look how fucking different she looks. The cancellation of the ex-Fox News host's glossy morning show is a reminder that networks need to be more stringent when addressing the politics of their hiring. Given the timing of the cancellation of Megyn Kelly's NBC show, just a few days after she defended blackface Halloween costumes on air, it will be easy for opponents of political correctness to rally against liberal media overreach, outrage culture, and corporate censure. Just as easy, perhaps, as it should have been for NBC to see how ill-fated hiring Kelly was in the first place. For $69 million over 3 years, the folks at 30 Rock believed that they could remake a former Fox News firebrand in their image, moving her from night to morning, from right to center, from hard news to soft. But Kelly's blackface comments... I mean, you can take the girl out of Fox News, but you can't take the Fox News out of the girl, okay? Like, she gets hired, moved to NBC. She's obviously expected to moderate, instantly fucking defends blackface. Instantly creates a scandal, instantly needs to be fired. Amazing. Kelly's blackface comments, which earned rebuke from colleagues and network chairman Andy Lack, were merely the last straw. About a year ago, Kelly was something of a coveted figure, having emerged from the 2016 election in a strange and almost singular position. Nestled somewhere between the liberal media and the carnival barkers of Fox News, Kelly was thought to have crossover appeal. The first crossover, from nightly news to easy breezy 9 a.m. comportment, seemed manageable. The second, from a devoted right-wing fan base to the center-left, was a dicier proposition, contingent in part on public willingness to forgive and forget. At the House of Murdoch, Kelly was often fiery, combative, and flat-out offensive, passionately insisting, for example, that Santa Claus and Jesus were white, most important causes of our time, and that the deaths of Michael Brown, Sandra Bland, and Eric Garner had nothing to do with race. But by going toe-to-toe with Donald Trump and publicly discussing her experience of sexual harassment at Fox, Kelly shored up her feminist bona fides and managed to position herself as a liaison for family values conservatives, which is hilarious given that she's like, I don't give a shit that who the fuck Trump raped. It happened 20 years ago. Can't people just move on already? Who found the president temperamentally distasteful. A contingent NBC hoped might find a champion in the 47-year-old former defense attorney. She was not, however, done with politics, as she announced on her show. Kelly was most natural and animated when talking about the hashtag #MeToo movement or John McCain. Also asked to evince interest and charisma when discussing fashion trends, human interest stories, or pop culture, she would struggle. Her morning show, she said, would deliver hope, optimism, and empowerment, but it only seemed to make headlines when its host had to apologize for something. Damn. Kelly's career was built off of an embrace of the culture wars, but her stint at NBC required an about-face and some collective amnesia. It didn't work. The network's 9 a.m. hour lost an average of 400,000 viewers. So the fact that it never came up once when she's like, it's obvious that why he got fired. He was a fucking loser who had dropping, like, his ratings sucked or whatever. Bitch, you defended blackface and then you tanked this show. And you're gonna, like, that is not, like, it's an understatement to say there's the pot calling the kettle black. All of which is to say that in such divisive times, it's a fallacy to think networks can profit off of a television personality without accounting for the personality itself. For NBC, Kelly was not a liability not only because it forked over an exorbitant amount to acquire her, but because she came with considerable baggage and taste for controversy. Notice how they're not saying that she, like, focuses too much on the wrong things. They're literally saying that even when they tried to ask her about, like, fashion trends or anything unrelated to, like, culture war and politics, she literally struggled and could not come up with anything else to say. Colbert has the ability to take jokes at everybody. He just chooses not to. In greenlighting the Roseanne revival, only to cancel it after Barr compared a Black Obama administration official to an ape, which she said she didn't know was racist, ABC made a similar miscalculation. What exactly did ABC expect from a woman who has regularly trafficked in right-wing conspiracy theories, Pizzagate and Spygate among them, and once warned that George Soros would overthrow the constitutional republic? I think they knew all of that. They were hoping that she would get clicks and views. No shit. What did NBC expect from Kelly, who was courted controversy consistently, though to a marginally less ignominious degree? They really like those $100 words. That TV networks can be hamstrung by their stars' political leanings is not exactly a new phenomenon. NBC's righteous response to Kelly's remarks rings of disingenuousness, seeing as the brass knew of Kelly's past before they hired her. Trump has branded NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, and MSNBC as enemies of the people while redirecting his supporters to Fox News, which he exempts from the mainstream, even though it's the country's most watched news network. For the president, such division is politically expedient, but conservatives in Hollywood and the news media like Kelly and Greta Van Susteren, whose 6-month stint at MSNBC also bombed, find themselves in limbo, forced to pull the wool over the eyes of the left and centrist audiences or return to right-wing media, where full-throated devotion to Trump has become a prerequisite. This is 6 years old, and it could have been written yesterday. Aged fucking perfectly. Hasn't really aged a day, actually, because it still holds up. This is entirely true. That's why she glazes Trump nonstop. And then this is from The New Yorker. Let's see if there's... Colbert also tried to issue politics when he started on The Late Show. His ratings weren't great. Then he started going after Trump. His numbers skyrocketed. And they tried to act like, oh, the reason why those numbers were dropping is because he doesn't get new material. It's like, no, Trump is the draw. These people, the people who watch SNL, the people who watch late night, they want to see the president dunked on. It's a bunch of liberals. Let's see. Is this open? Okay, cool. NBC's fire of Megyn Kelly is as cynical as her hiring was. This is somebody going over the fact that, like, again, this is not the first time that she made a racist comment or something insensitive related to a social issue, so they absolutely could have seen this coming. But what is racist? Megyn Kelly asked during the fateful blackface conversation. When deciding what rises to the level of unacceptable racism, the white arbiter is often just measuring what crosses a standard threshold of politeness. Rhetorical offenses are fixated upon because they're concrete and easily identified and don't require much high-level analysis. Meanwhile, evidence of more systemic racism, like, for instance, the cancellation of Melissa Harris Perry's popular show on MSNBC or the booting of Tamron Hall and Al Roker in favor of Kelly, receives little reflection. NBC denies that Harris Perry's show was canceled. A spokesperson for the company told The New Yorker that she quit. Kelly had also made much more damaging and more pernicious racial remarks in earlier episodes of her NBC show. It's like living in a war zone, Kelly said about Black Chicago on her debut episode. Stunning stuff. A nonchalance bordering on puerility colored her throwaway Halloween comment. What Lack characterized as cataclysmic seemed to me and some Black people I talked to as somewhat boringly idiotic. But Kelly is shrewd in plenty of other ways. In the next phase of her career, perhaps she will use her firing to fashion herself into a martyr for the so-called suppression of free speech. Prediction was wrong, because she just doesn't even fucking mention it while she's ragging on Colbert for getting canceled and being a liability to a network and shitty ratings, even though all of that applies to her and more. And I guess Piers didn't find it important to bring that up.
Empire. And it comes at a time, other than congratulations on a great hire, because I think Hope's fantastic. But other than that, there's a brilliant thing that's come out. Time magazine has released its list of the top 100 podcasters ever. These are the most innovative, influential, informative listens in the history of podcast medium. Do you know who they didn't include on there?
Haley Welsh of Talk to my queen, probably unrecognized yet again.
Megyn, out of 100, Joe Rogan, who's probably the most famous podcaster in the history of the medium.
The biggest.
Megyn Kelly, Ben Shapiro, Brett Cooper, Candace Owens, Theo Von, me. Nobody actually out there who does not toe the woke liberal line made the top 100 ever. And if a list...
Let's see. I'm curious who did if they didn't include those. Time Magazine's the 100 best podcasts of all time, the most innovative, influential, and informative listens in the history of the medium. These podcasts reflect the depth, breadth, and possibility of the medium at its best. The list contains a lot of the very best podcasts ever made, but is a bit US-centric, but I guess that's to be expected given that it's time. Provides a good list across all genres. Whoever wrote this has only been listening to podcasts for 6 months. That list sucks. Travis Kelce's podcast. I mean, in spirit, I agree that you shouldn't just default to like the top 100 should not just be which are the most important. You're like, or sorry, not important, which are the most popular, because that's not going to correspond to whether or not it's actually a good podcast. But it is pretty egregious to leave off. Like, fuck it, how do you leave off Joe Rogan and Theo Von? Whether you like them or not, they've obviously made an impact in the podcasting space. Fraud list without Cumtown. So true. So true. We got angry cum boys in the Reddits fighting for their king.
Ever laid bare the obvious problem with mainstream media. It's right there. It's there. The combination of Colbert and his left-leaning late-night hosts, and the fact that in a list by Time Magazine of 100 top podcasters, they leave us out, but they leave Joe Rogan out, the number one podcast in the world. What do you think of that? Finally.
No, and well, I think it's predictable. And it's funny because the left, when more honest, will lament how strong we all are and is constantly saying they've got to find their own version of Joe Rogan, of Megyn Kelly, of Piers Morgan. They got to find their own. So wait, if we're so important and relevant that they need in order to win more elections to find their own version of us, how did none of us make the list? And I actually did look at this the other day because I found
Chapo Trap House on the list. They had like a fucking podcast from NPR. So something tells me that Chapo did not make the list. But well, I'm actually curious about that now. Let's see. Got distracted by this. Like, there's like commentary on it. Time Magazine humiliates itself by excluding Joe Rogan from 100 greatest podcasts of all time. This is like criticizing a food critic for not including McDonald's as like the best restaurant. Just a little bit in spirit, okay? Even if the list is bad, it shouldn't be assumed that the most popular podcasts, again, are going to make it onto there. Let's see. Charlie Kirk made it on there. Logan Paul made it on there. Sean Ryan made it on there. Oh, wait, no. This is like a different list. I was like, they said that they left off conservatives, but then I saw Megyn Kelly. This was a different one. Time Magazine's 100 Best Podcasts, a masterclass in liberal elitism. I mean, probably it's time. Yeah, it's to generate controversy. So people like me click the article. Okay. Let's see. News and politics. Ezra Klein. We love Ezra Klein. We love abundance, you guys. Embedded and NPR joins The Daily, New York Times, long form, plain English with Derek Thompson. He's the co-author of fucking Abundance. The Prince, profiling an exclusive autocrat. I don't think so. No, I don't think they included that. Where's no Chapo to be found, shockingly.
It's so amusing. Do you sense any theme in the ones that they selected? The New York Times is The Daily. Here's one, Code Switch, Unpacking Race in America. Who hasn't listened to that one, Piers? The Ezra Klein Show, another New York Post. Okay, Fresh Air from NPR, Pivot with Kara Swisher, Slate's podcast about Audio Book Club, This American Life. All of them are far.
That one's good. Which one? Ezra Klein or Code Switch? I feel like I've listened to episodes of Code Switch, but like it is a very like dry like news podcast.
Far left, and the woman who was the correspondent for Time who made the selections focuses for her living on culture, society, and gender. She writes extensively on feminism, diversity, and the Me Too movement. Has written, for example, at length on the evolution of Barbie. That is how we did not make the list, and these other irrelevant people did.
I mean, what you do is like talk shit about those same subjects, right?
Wait, you know what, Megyn? I've got a new book coming out in the fall called Woke is Dead. I look forward to discussing that with you on your increasingly globally renowned podcast
Woke is
when it
Dead.
comes out.
Can't wait.
I'm joined now by the founder of Out.
Well, that was nauseating. Let's see if this one goes any better.
Clay Travis, and by Krystal Ball, the co-host of Breaking Points. Welcome to both of you. Krystal Ball, let me start with you. The Democrats have just crashed to a new 35-year low in popularity. Trump has just announced...
And this is true. This is according to the Wall Street Journal. Let's see. Exclusive. Democrats get lowest rating from voters in 35 years, Wall Street Journal poll finds. Republicans preferred on most issues that decide elections despite unease with Trump over the economy, tariffs, and foreign policy. The Democratic Party's image has eroded to its lowest point in more than 3 decades, according to a new Wall Street Journal poll, with voters seeing Republicans as better at handling most issues that decide elections. Then this is Politico reporting it, because I can't get access to that because it's never free. President Donald Trump's approval rating remains underwater, but Democrats are faring worse, according to a new poll from the Wall Street Journal released Saturday. The new survey, conducted by Democratic pollster John Anzalone and Republican pollster Tony Fabrizio, found Democrats' popularity at its lowest point in 3 decades of Wall Street Journal polling, with 63% of voters holding an unfavorable view of the party. Only 33% of voters hold a favorable view of Democrats, with a meager 8% holding a very favorable opinion, for a net negative favorability of 30 percentage points. While voters still have significant concerns over the president's and the Republican Party's handling of the economy, inflation, tariffs, and foreign policy, the majority of respondents nonetheless say they trust Republicans more to handle those issues in Congress. Amazing. Amazing. It couldn't get any better than that. Hate Trump. Hate how he's doing on everything. Despite all of that, I still like them more than Democrats. Oh my God. Did they all they would have to do is again just offer like a substantial alternative to this, and they could have these same types of numbers. But nope. While voters will still have significant concerns over the president's and the Republican Party's handling of the economy, inflation, tariffs, and foreign policy, the majority of respondents nonetheless say they trust Republicans more to handle those issues in Congress. Careful, Hutch is going to kick you out of the tent for that kind of comment. I need to be excised if I'm going to make observations like that. Despite criticism of the administration's handling of it, it really is their fault. They are the ones not capitalizing on this monumental unpopularity that Trump is facing right now with respect to every single issue. Because again, like they even reported, he is underwater on every single issue. That's not new. Newsweek was reporting that months ago. Despite criticism of the administration's handling of inflation, disapproval outweighed approval by 11 points in the poll. The Republican Party by 10 points is trusted more than Democrats to deal with inflation. That's the same case when it comes to thoughts on the president's drastic tariff policies. By 17 points, voters disapproved of Trump's handling of tariffs, while still trusting Republicans more on the issue to Democrats by 7 points. Healthcare and vaccine policy are the only 2 policy issues in which respondents favor Democrats to Republicans on. This doesn't mean these people will be voting Republican. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And I really wish that I could get access to the poll so I could see who it was that they surveyed, what the sample size was, what the age was, Were they explicitly partisan? Were they independents? Are they readers of the Wall Street Journal? If they're readers of the Wall Street Journal, they're probably more likely to be conservative. I don't really care that they had a conservative and a liberal do the polling together. There can still be like limitations, and I'd love to see the methodology. Both Trump and the Republican Party at large are also disliked by more Americans than liked, but by far lower margins than Democrats in the survey. The president has a negative 7-point net unfavorability, while the GOP is at negative 11 in the Wall Street Journal survey. The Journal poll found that Trump's favorability to be relatively stable through the beginning of the second term, but other recent surveys have found far lower approval ratings for Trump. The Democratic brand is so bad that they don't have the credibility to be a critic of Trump or the Republican Party, Anzalone told the newspaper. Until they reconnect with real voters and working people on who they're for and what their economic message is, they're going to have problems. I wonder how much of this is also resentment that, like, it's strange because they're still being, this poll is apparently finding that people trust Republicans more than Democrats to handle these issues. But I'm wondering, like, is the disapproval coming from the fact that they're mad that they're not doing enough to oppose Trump? Or that they let him win? Despite widespread irritation of Democrats, voters still said that if an election was held today, they would back a Democrat for Congress over a Republican by 3 points, 46 to 43%. It's still a drop from this time in 2017, 6 months into Trump's first term, when Democrats held an 8-point advantage in that category. The Journal polled, oh, here it is, okay. The Journal polled 1,500 registered voters conducted from July 16th, 20 by landline and cell phone. It has a margin of error of plus or minus 2.5 percentage points. Okay, but what percentage of them were by landline? Because if you have a landline, you're old. If you have a landline and you're a registered voter, you are old. That is who they polled. So that doesn't surprise me too much. So there's limitations to that. It has to be contextualized. You know, it's not. But there's no context that's going to make the Democrats look good. Their approval ratings are just consistently in the toilet.
Announced a new trade deal with the EU, which is more advantageous to America than the previous deal. Are you prepared to give Trump any credit today?
Are you prepared to give Trump any credit for putting out the fire that he started?
I will give him credit for humiliating the Europeans effectively. But in terms of delivering for the American people, I mean, remember what we were sold originally? 90 deals in 90 days? How did that work out? And now we're going to have tariffs put on especially key pharmaceuticals coming out of Europe, not to mention European cars. So what you're likely to see is prices go up for your average working class American. So no, for the American people, I think that this is not even close to a win.
Like, even my analogy is doing too much, because no, he did not even put out the fire that he started. He just kind of started a fire, and at the very least, it's contained.
Seeing the number of people coming in illegally on the southern border from 10 million in 4 years to, I think it was 6,000 last month. You give him credit for that?
No.
He certainly has cracked down on the border. No,
that trend, you were already seeing that trend under Biden. You were seeing a decrease in border droppings. I don't doubt that his draconian policies have gotten back to people like, oh, if you travel, just so you know, you could be deported. But that was already probably going to happen.
Doubt about it. But, you know, the cruelty of the...
Piers would demand credit for Trump wiping his own ass, to be honest.
This immigration system, we're learning more and more about the men who were sent to CCOT with no due process.
You can't tell me that that's not an achievement for a man who's, 79 years old? That he can still wipe his own ass. It is very impressive. Yeah, 79, commander-in-chief.
Were raped and tortured and abused. We're learning more about the conditions in Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, it's a horror show, which is exactly why the American people are revolting against all of his immigration policies across the board, even though that had previously been a strength for him.
All right, Clay Travis, one of the problems, it seems to me, for the Democrats is their unwillingness to give Trump credit when he gets things right.
Yeah, that's why Democratic approval is in the toilet. It's because Democrats don't praise Trump enough, and they don't praise Republicans enough.
The Trump dementia or derangement syndrome, as people call it, it is a real thing, isn't it? Because I think they would get so much better in terms of a relationship with Trump.
Nah, not really. No. If anything, I don't think that they are talking enough shit about Trump. The way that they campaigned, yes. But then when they're actually in office, they don't act like it.
With themselves. If they were just able to give him credit where he deserves it.
Well, first, the last time I was on with you, Piers, I think I said that I would dress as a full clown if the stock market in 18 months had not rebounded to where it was on Election Day. We are, as I speak to you right now, at an all-time high. I think you're right. And by the way, I don't know if anybody else on that show who disagreed with me is willing to put on the clown nose, but maybe they should. I hope they at least didn't sell their stocks, despite the fact they were telling everybody else to do it. But yeah, look, Trump ran primarily, Piers, on three things. He ran on the economy, he ran on border, he ran on crime. On the economy, we're at record highs.
He ran on border.
the stock market. Inflation is basically beaten down to about 2.5%. On the border, as you just mentioned, there are no illegals coming in at all. We are deporting violent illegal criminals at record rates. And on crime, it's not getting a ton of attention, but we are on pace in the United States potentially for the lowest murder rate, lowest violent crime rate in the 21st century if these numbers can hold for the remainder of this calendar year.
And apparently we can credit all of this to Donald J. Trump. It's definitely not, again, a continuation of trends and patterns you were already seeing that were happening primarily because of government regulation. Like, again, the drop in crime is usually, there's lots of different reasons why crime has steadily been dropping, but one of the most significant reasons is that there was regulation surrounding like building codes and lead.
I don't see how you could look at those three things and not say, hey, first 6 months of Trump, it's not a disaster. We've also started to lessen the amount of war. There are less people dying. He managed to destabilize the Iranian government and take back their chances of getting nuclear weapons without a single loss of life. I can't think, Piers, in my life, I'm 46, of a better 6 months presidency than what we've seen from Trump so far.
Where would you criticize him, Clay?
If I were going to criticize him, it would probably
He's just been too perfect.
Be that I think on the Epstein case, I think that they totally overpromised.
The safe criticism right now.
And underdelivered. And I think it has knocked them off their stride. I think Pam Bondi with phase 1 on the binders, whoever okayed that, it was a colossal misstep that has created a mess of their own creation that was unnecessary and that they could have addressed in a more succinct, honest way with the public. But if you take that off the calendar, I think you can say, look, the Senate has not moved as aggressively as they should have to confirm his judges. They're not moving at a very good pace there. I think you can address issues on that front. But I think in general, if I were giving him a letter grade, I'd give him an A, maybe not an A+, but an A. And again, I think it's the best.
He's a star student, according to this fucker.
For 6 months of any president in my life.
Well, Krystal, what grade would you give Donald Trump?
So let me just clear up
Z.
For your audience. I am not some liberal Democratic sycophant who capes for the Democratic Party and can never give Trump credit. In fact, in his first term, I actually supported the tariffs that he put in place because I thought they made some sort of sense. This term, there is virtually nothing, maybe changing like the pressure on the shower heads, that executive order, that I can get behind. And I'll tell you why, Piers. First of all, his major quote unquote accomplishment at this point is the big
beautiful bill, which again, cut a bunch of Medicare people, kicked a bunch of people off Medicare and Medicaid.
Beautiful bill, which will strip healthcare away from millions of people in order to fund a tax cut for the people who need it the least. Second of all, the level of fascistic cruelty with regard to the immigrant population here is more horrifying than I ever could have even anticipated. Deploying the military in America.
So are we really doing the pick me routine right now? I'm going to let it slide because he prefaced this by saying that, don't you think Democrats need to be able to give Trump credit where credit is due? Don't you think that you guys have Trump derangement syndrome? So she has to kind of like come out strong by saying like, hey, I'm not just a partisan hack. I've been willing to give Trump credit where I believe he deserves it, but I really just don't see it. And that was after he just let this guy like slobber all over Trump. No pushback or anything like that.
Streets, rounding up people at Home Depot, sending them off.
Because again, she doesn't need to reiterate this because to her own audience, because her own audience knows that she's not some like massive simp for the Democratic Party. But to Piers Morgan, Krystal Ball is like not that big. So people are going to assume that she's like a partisan hack if she doesn't say that.
Due process to a slave labor camp. Are you kidding me? The idea that this is a peace president. Hey, I thought he was going to solve the Ukraine-Russia crisis in a day before he even got into office. That's still ongoing. No changes there. We have backed and funded an absolute campaign of starvation and horror in Gaza, and we started a new war with Iran. So on every single level, this presidency has been a chaotic horror show and a disaster. And the people who will be hurt the most in this country are the very working class people that Trump claimed and lied to support. So I give him an F across the board. And again, I am not some Trump deranged. I've given him credit in the past. I said it was good when he went and talked to the leader of North Korea. I said it was good when he met with the Taliban to try to negotiate a deal. But he never actually had the stones to pull out of Afghanistan. But in any case, he's a disaster this time. I couldn't
see that. Like, that's a sneaky one from her, not mentioning that Biden was the one that actually did it. But it's smart because it's a landmine, because all they do is bring up, but he left weapons. He could have withdrawn better. They'll never say how he should have done it to actually withdraw better than what happens.
Wildest dreams have imagined how terrible this administration would be and how quickly here only 6 months in.
Do you know, out of interest, Krystal, how many people Barack Obama deported in 8 years?
Oh, why are we talking about Obama? Why are we talking about Obama? Why are we talking about President Obama? You asked her about Trump's record. Why are we talking about Obama? We're not even talking about Biden. Why are we going back to Obama?
I know he deported a lot, Piers. But here, do you realize this, though? Clay said something earlier. He said, oh.
Do you realize that I mean, this is not even getting into it, because maybe you should, I would fucking get into this. But that number includes people that were turned away at the border. They include that in the fucking deportations thing. So, yeah, I'm no fan of Obama's immigration policy or whatever, but I know that talking point is a little bit more, complicated and, than he's trying to present it as.
Oh, we're deporting record-breaking numbers of violent criminals. Look, I'm fine with deporting violent criminals. The reality is that's not what's happening. Actually, the proportion of violent criminals that we are deporting is far less. Why? Because ICE agents have been told, stop chasing after the gang members. Stop going after the criminals, because that takes time. That takes energy. Instead, Stephen Miller says, go to the Home Depot.
Yeah, this is literally true. Hold on. Cato. This is from an article from the Cato Institute, notable liberal bleeding heart think tank, right? From June 20th of this year, 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions, 93% no violent convictions. The reason why? They implemented these fucking quotas. The White House has ordered ICE to meet an unreasonable quota of 3,000 arrests per day, a target they were nowhere near achieving as of June 14th. Agents are complaining about how the quota is undermining public safety in interviews with conservative outlets like the New York Post and Washington Examiner. The White House is focused on, quote, quantity over quality, told one agent, told the New York Post. The agents told the Post that ICE's quota was forcing them to leave some dangerous criminal illegal migrants on the street. ICE shifted away from fugitive operations to focus on asylum seekers at courthouses, immigrants who regularly check in with ICE, and other non-threats. Reason being, again, they're trying not to get fired. They're prioritizing short-term gains and numbers over actually putting in the hard work that it takes to dismantle the actual criminal operations that exist, to the extent that they even exist within immigrant communities. ICE's deportation agenda is not what is being advertised to the American public. ICE is not interested in prioritizing public safety, yet it constantly pretends that anyone who objects to its tactics and priorities is defending violent criminals. But violent criminals are not ICE's primary focus. Indeed, it now has no focus altogether. That's the essence of mass deportation. It is indiscriminate, it is unfocused, it is chaotic. Congress should mandate more transparent reporting from ICE and require that it target only those who pose genuine threats to public safety. Yeah, well, I have a fucking different recommendation. Congress should abolish ICE, and we don't fucking need it in the first place. I don't need them to be transparent about how they're wrecking these people's lives. It's not going to make it any better.
The 7-Eleven, round up the mom, round up the grandma, round up the person who is going through the asylum process and actually doing the proper things and hasn't done anything wrong, and ship them off to CCOT.
Aaron Trump wants the criminal the most, he said, to even stop targeting farm workers. Oh, Male Rights USA, my favorite chatter. Another low IQ comment from you, as normal. Just because he said a thing, does that mean that he did a thing? Can you point to me where he actually put that policy into place or directed ICE, DHS, any agency to actually change the tack that they're pursuing now? No, they fucking didn't. Spoiler, I don't even need to wait for your response. They never did that because Trump isn't serious. You just said that.
It's disgusting. And that's why there's truly a revolt against it from the American public. I mean, the backlash against Trump's immigration policies is striking.
That wasn't actually my question.
Yeah, Trump wants world peace. Can you give him credit for that?
Yeah. Is truly a revolt against it from the American public. I mean, the backlash against Trump's immigration policies is striking.
My question was about the Obungler, a guy who is even less relevant than Joe Biden in this current moment.
That wasn't actually my question.
Yeah. What is your question?
Well, do you know how many people?
I mean, why she should have pivoted. Like, I know what your question is. It's a total deflection and distraction from what's going on right now. Yeah, Obama was supposedly the deporter in chief. She could have used that moment to debunk that fucking talking point and say it's way more complicated than you want to pretend, and you only want to get into the nuances when it suits Republicans, but when it suits Democrats, you get away from it.
Barack Obama deported in a
Bungler, have you been listening to Matt Christmas? I never stopped.
Yes.
He deported millions of people. I'm not here to simp for Barack Obama. I think he had a lot of cruelty in his immigration system as well, which I said at the time and have said afterwards.
Okay, did Obama do a child separation policy? She should put him on the back foot to fucking defend this. That was occurring in Trump's first administration. And now it looks like child's play compared to the shit that they're doing now by shipping off Americans residents, permanent residents or whatever, temporary residents of the United States to these fucking gulags in El Salvador.
Okay, that's fair enough. Clay, in this immigration policy that Trump is prosecuting, I completely think what he's done on the southern border is brilliant. It's great for America. It's great for security. He's completely stemmed the flow of people coming in there illegally, and everyone should agree to that. I also completely agree, and I think most Americans would completely agree, that the strategy that he set out to do of deporting people who are here in the United States undocumented and then commit a crime, I don't hear any Americans demurring about that. They're like, okay, fine. If you commit a crime and you're here and you're undocumented, you leave. Where the problem comes, and Krystal hit on this, I think, it feels something very un-American about ICE patrolling Home Depot to find people who may have been there 10 years, may have had kids in the United States, may be paying taxes, doing an honest day's work, who may be here undocumented, but who actually are contributing to American society. Do you not have a problem with those kind of people being rounded up in the way they are and shipped out of the country?
Tom Homan says there's 20 million illegals in this country right now. We know Joe Biden let in around 10 million in his 4 years, which is an unprecedented stem of illegal immigration. So the first thing Trump had to do was shut down that flow. Second thing he has to do is start to reverse it. And this year he is starting to reverse that process. I think it's unfortunate, but when you break the law, sometimes there are going to be stories that are important to get back. In the same way, when you were in Venezuela and somebody got on the phone and they said, hey, if you come to America right now, they'll put you up in a hotel. They'll feed you. They'll give you Wi-Fi.
Ask Piers if he can name something good that Barack Obama did. She should have done that. And if he couldn't, she should have said, oh, you have Obama derangement syndrome.
You get to stay in Manhattan and you're living in squalor in Venezuela. Do you think that encouraged millions of people all over Latin America, those kind of phone calls to make the trip to America? I think it did. And at some point, American generosity was being taken advantage of, and actual American citizens don't have the resources that they
It's generous to allow people to put in a plea to immigrate to this country, a thing that every other country in the world is supposed to do anyway.
need. So sometimes daddy has to take control and you have to sometimes be mean.
Daddy.
And I think that's the way that the Trump immigration policy has to go, because the phone calls have to shift.
It's like giving me like flashbacks to Tucker Carlson's like, daddy's come home and he needs to spank all of you guys.
Hey, you can stay in a 4-star Manhattan hotel and get taken care of on American taxpayer dime, to, hey, they're looking for people who are here illegally, don't come, and maybe even consider going back. And historically, the way that immigration worked in this country when illegals came in was they came in seasonally and then they walked back, basically traveled back to Mexico and still had lives there. What's happened is people have stopped going back to their countries of origin at all. And we can't be. I would ask to Krystal or anybody else, okay, you think it's being too mean. What's a number of illegal immigrants in this country that would be too many for you? For Krystal, for anybody else out there? For me, 20 million is too many.
Yeah, but the majority of those illegal immigrants are like overstayed visas. How many immigrants in the United States are illegal? Like, yeah, where's he even getting 20 million? This is according to U.S. undocumented population increased to 11.7 million in July 2023. Provisional CMS estimates derived from CPS data. Maybe there's another figure that he's seeing. There's this one, Federation for American Immigration Reforms, probably a conservative-leaning one. I guess this is closer to where he's getting it. As of March 2025, FAIR estimates that approximately 18.6 million illegal aliens reside in the United States. This is 11% higher than our June 2023 illegal alien population estimate of 16.8 million. Since our December 2020 estimate, the illegal alien population in the U.S. has grown by 4.1 million, or 28.2%, reflecting an unprecedented wave of illegal immigration during the Biden administration. I would love to know how they actually, like, conduct this. Migrants, students, temporary migrants, permanent immigrants, foreign-born immigration, adjudicated foreign-born immigration, unadjusted. This is how they like get their methodology. To estimate the total number of illegal aliens living in the United States, we began by estimating the total by establishing the total number of native-born and foreign-born residents. This estimate accounts for the Census Bureau's December 2024 announcement of methodology revisions, unlike virtually every other publicly available estimate. As of the end of 2024, the total U.S. population was 341.1 million in the 50 states and the District of Columbia, several million higher than previously projected because the foreign-born population had been so significantly undercounted by reporting bodies. We calculated a base estimate of the illegal alien population from that total by eliminating other groups as captured by the most recent ACS and CPS surveys and other publicly available data. After excluding citizens at birth, naturalized citizens, permanent residents, and valid visa holders, we obtained a raw total of illegal aliens in the U.S. However, as previously discussed, these raw numbers still routinely miss a significant portion of the illegal alien population through undercounting. The degree to which undercount occurs varies between demographic groups, with one of the most important factors being length of time in the U.S. Even among illegal aliens, recent arrivals are much less likely to be properly counted than long-settled individuals with stable addresses. Biden let in too many illegals. That's why we have to deport old people who've been here for 70 years. I know in this estimate, we're talking about people that, again, settled individuals with stable addresses, and you're calling them like illegals. Like, sure, by like a technical sense, they're illegal or whatever, but they're assimilated, they're integrated, they're functionally U.S. citizens. So why not just make them legal at that point? Thus, to produce the most accurate possible estimate of undercounting, we chose to split that raw total of the illegal alien population into two groups. Those who came in during the Biden administration and those who came in before. Interesting. Pull factors. They got details, man, like a fucking, like all of these blueprints on how you can get rid of all these fucking people. They put in the work.
For a lot of Democrats, I think 100 million wouldn't be enough. So where do you draw the line? If you're breaking the law, sooner or later, there have to be consequences.
So can I just?
Well, that is a good question. And Krystal,
about that.
Yeah, Krystal, answer that.
I want to address a couple of things about that. So first of all, I'm probably more permissive of immigration than your average Democratic Party member. You know, I know there's this idea that Democrats are open borders. That's obviously preposterous. But I believe, and I think this is borne out by the data, that immigrants overall are good for the country. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a limit to the number of people that you can reasonably absorb. Exactly what that number is, you'd have to get an expert to study and to be able to say. But there's something honest about what Play is saying here, which is basically like the cruelty is the point. We need to make an example of people. It needs to be a horror show. That's exactly why you have these grotesque ASMR videos of deportations, all this like fascist theater of marching everybody through the park, the intentional cruelty at
the Studio Ghibli thing, whatever. Hold on. ICE tweets out Studio Ghibli image, AI image. I misspelled image. I just want to get to the tweet. White House faces backlash for Ghibli-inspired image of convicted fentanyl dealer. This was tweeted out by the official White House Twitter account.
Alcatraz, the shipping of people to CCOD, where again we now know that there were reports of rape and torture and abuse. Yeah, that is all an intentional.
Too many words. Just call him a stupid cock. Yeah, for real. Don't whip out. You don't have to call him. I mean, you can call him a fascist or whatever, but just call him a fucking moron.
Part of the policy. So I appreciate the
honesty.
They
called Biden like a senile dipshit. So
about that, the dishonest part is there's always this rhetoric about, oh, well, we've got to take care of our people first. Oh, we've got to make sure that American citizens are taken care of. Bullshit. This president just took healthcare away from 17 million people.
Yep.
He's cutting food assistance to millions of people.
That's actually sweaty. He didn't take it away from anybody. They're just implementing work requirements and adding unnecessary bureaucracy, a thing that the party of small government is ostensibly supposed to be against, to be able to kick these people off because they know it's going to have the effect of making it more difficult for people to access the service.
You expect me to believe he cares about your average American citizen? This trade deal that you guys are so hot on is going to jack up the prices on pharmaceuticals, on medicine for your average American people. So, you know, where is the care and concern for the American citizen here? It's all just about scapegoating an immigrant population and saying they're the reason for your pain and your problems, when in reality, it's the very oligarchic class that Trump himself represents and serves and protects with all of its actions, including the protection of the Epstein files, by the way.
Yep.
Okay, well,
Even that guy can't disagree with that. This is one fucking criticism for Trump. Other than that, remember?
Just pivot if we can to Gaza. Megyn Kelly
Literally
earlier
pivoting.
was saying enough is enough. Whether you supported Israel at the start of this, as she did and I did, this has gone on too long. It's too painful. The disproportionate scale of what is happening now is turning Israel into a global pariah. And I completely agree with that. I just feel like someone like me who has always supported Israel, has a lot of Israeli friends, Jewish friends. Every day this continues with all these images coming out of Gaza now, starving children, and the endless civilian deaths.
At least Piers Morgan doesn't even pretend like he has a Palestinian friend.
Are being recorded every day. The worse this gets for Israel, and I think for the security of Jews around the world. And it shouldn't do, but it is. Do you agree, Clay, that the time has come that this is brought to an end?
Well, I think Hamas is a suicide cult. And the problem is they're not.
Awesome, dude. Fucking perfect. Do you have any criticisms for the starvation campaign that Israel is currently aiming at all Palestinians in the Gaza Strip? Well, I really don't like Hamas. Love it, dude.
Not behaving in a rational fashion, which I think is what President Trump has kind of just thrown up his hands about, is they see the destruction of Gaza and the suffering of their people as good for them politically because of what you just laid out. There is no rationality associated with their decision making. So how do you negotiate?
I mean, he may as well just say they're human animals, right?
Peace with a suicidal cult? I think that's the challenge that Israel has found itself in the midst of. And I think there is.
Well, they were able to do ceasefires a couple of times, not permanent ones, but temporary ones. So I think even the state that you're uncritically defending, able to reach agreements. And that last one who violated the ceasefire, because it wasn't the irrational suicide bomber fucking Hamas, dude. It was Israel.
There's no good solution at this point in the wake of what they did on October 7th, which basically created the seeds of their own destruction. And I think the analogy here is you can either go to Pearl Harbor or you can go to 9/11, where you had a sneak attack that initially appeared that it was going to be profoundly successful, that actually led to the utter destruction of the people who engaged in the sneak attack. And if you go back and look at what happened to Japan, or you go back and look at what happened to everyone.
So if we're justifying current atrocities by pointing to previous atrocities, this is all justified because of October 7th, then October 7th is justified because they had a never-ending blockade and occupation on these people that was completely illegal. You think he's going to like that logic when it's applied to Israel? No? Then shut the fuck up and stop making excuses for it, dude.
Associated with Al-Qaeda in the wake of 9/11. It's been an unmitigated disaster. And I think ultimately, Piers, the challenge is, I think everybody wants there to be less kids dying. I think everybody wants there to be peace in the Middle East of rational, good, sound mind. The problem is Hamas is not a rational, sound actor, and they are, in fact, a suicide cult.
Why is Pisco breaking bread with Michael Tracy? George, I don't know, because you were in my channel. I am not Pisco. You're going to have to go to his channel to ask him that.
So how do you negotiate with them?
I know it's confusing. I know we look so much alike.
Truly believe they see this as politically beneficial to them. They're restricting the distribution of aid to the people who need it. They're sometimes killing people when they're trying to take it. So I think we're in a position whether it's the United States or it's Israel.
The problem, Clay, with that is, as the New York Times reported at the weekend, there is no actual proof that it's Hamas that has been preventing this UNA getting through to the
I believe
Gazans.
the evidence is pretty clear that Hamas is not acting in the best interests of the people that are living in Gaza, and it's profoundly unfortunate.
Well, that is indisputable.
The political will.
That is indisputable. I'm talking about the issue of the aid. And the truth is, nearly 1,000, or maybe more than 1,000 now, Gazans have been killed in these lines, waiting for aid. And the reality is that the vast majority have been killed by the IDF. And the IDF says, well, we're firing warning shots, or people were moving towards us in a threatening way, or whatever it is. There's always some excuse. We're going to launch an investigation. We're going to do this.
They don't even claim that. They don't even claim that. Hold on. It's a killing field, maybe. If I put, it's Haaretz. He's actually going further than they do. It's a killing field, one soldier said, where I was stationed. Between 1 and 5 people were killed every day. They're treated like a hostile force, no crowd control measures, no tear gas, just live fire with everything imaginable. Heavy machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars. Then once the center opens, the shooting stops, and they know they can approach. Our form of communication is gunfire. The soldier added, "We open fire early in the morning if someone tries to get in line from a few hundred meters away, and sometimes we just charge at them from close range. But there's no danger to the forces," according to him. "I'm not aware of a single instance of return fire. There's no enemy, no weapons." He also said that the activity in his area of expertise is referred to as Operation Salted Fish, the name of the Israeli version of the children's game Red Light, Green Light. So, what was that again, Piers?
And nothing ever killed, maybe more than 1,000 now. Gazans have been killed in these lines, waiting for aid. And the reality is that the vast majority have been killed by the IDF. And the IDF says, well, we're firing warning shots, or people were moving towards us in a threatening way, or whatever it is. There's always some excuse.
Like, they don't even, I guess he's technically correct that, like, the IDF still maintains that line, but we already have reason to not even repeat that because there's contradictory accounts from soldiers that are on the ground there.
We're going to launch an investigation. We're going to do this, do that, and nothing ever happens. And
this is not even talking about like the deaths of from starvation, which are starting to explode.
This is why Israel's reputation is plummeting around the world, because people see thousands of starving Gazans, population of 2 million, where half are under 18. They're starving hungry. We're seeing emaciated, we've got the 40th anniversary of Live Aid. These are scenes reminiscent now of what we saw in Ethiopia when Bob Geldof rallied the world. And I just don't see how any of this is a win for Israel. It just every day Israel's reputation is damaged.
I think the challenge is, how do you end it? And I think the challenge is, if you don't have a rational political actor on the other side to negotiate.
This is so ridiculous. Because
okay, she should turn his question back on him. He was saying, how many immigrants would you really be okay with deporting? Because he wants to call her bluff and think there's really no amount that you'd ever be comfortable with because you want them all to fucking stay. Well, similarly, how many Palestinians in Gaza can Israel kill in the name of self-defense, dude? They could probably fucking kill all 2 million, and he would say it's self-defense. Like, there is no number. If you have justified 100,000, you will never stop. You're not going to stop at 200,000. You're not stopping at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 million, 2 million. You're not ever stopping. It's always going to be justified. You're always going to say it's Hamas's fault. You'll already just morally discharge it to somebody else. It's never going to be Israel's fault.
Hold on. They don't give a shit about the hostages.
Okay, Israel doesn't give a shit about those hostages, dude. They have had the ability. They are using them as bargaining chips just as much as Hamas uses them as bargaining chips by refusing to just accept them and constantly trying to extract more and more concessions for them.
They're starving the hostages. They're bombing the hostages. The hostages have been emotional blackmail. It's a lie. They admit they don't give a shit about the hostages. Ask the hostage families. Ask the hostage families about how much Netanyahu cares about the hostages.
I've been to Israel and talked to the hostage families.
You ask, how do you negotiate with Hamas? Guess what? The Trump administration can answer that question
because they negotiate with Hamas.
They negotiated a ceasefire, and guess who blew that ceasefire up? Guess who blew that ceasefire up? Guess who blew that ceasefire up? It wasn't Hamas. It was Israel, and greenlit by the Trump administration, which has allowed Bibi Netanyahu and his psycho far-right ministers who are openly announcing that their plan is complete starvation and ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip. That is their plan.
And that's not just them. That's the Trump plan. They love the Trump plan. The Trump plan is to get all of the Palestinians to leave, quote unquote.
It's not some mystery what's going on here. They had to engineer over months,
all they can fall back on is just like smug smiling and nodding because they know that they're wrong.
Years at this point, a complete famine. Over the past 24 hours, 14 more people have starved to death. Do you know how hard it is to starve an entire population?
Yeah, your butt
Hamas bullshit is so tired. Israel they could never be in the wrong. It could never be that they intentionally want to have a final solution here and cleanse as they do.
And they have no interest in the people of Gaza. Hamas does not.
Smotrich, who is an Israeli minister, just announced there should be no aid sent into Gaza, just shells. That's it. They have openly announced their plans to ethnically cleanse the entire Gaza Strip. Is that okay with you? Are you okay with innocent women and children who are not Hamas? Babies who are starving before they even say their first word?
No one wants innocent people.
I mean, you'll justify everything though, right? You'll say that you don't, but then you go on to justify it all.
People to die of
then why are you running cover for them?
I'm not running
cover. Then why are you running cover for them? Yes, you are. Obviously, you are. You just lied about Hamas stealing the aid and trying to kill people who are getting aid. What a bunch of lies and bullshit.
This is the idea that
there is no Israeli military.
I really wish he would ask him questions. There's multiple points where Krystal has been doing like a phenomenal job on this. But The only thing that could have brought it home better is you have to put these people on the defensive. You have to make them answer questions, they're the ones making claims. She's doing all the work of fucking rebutting it, and that's good, but she shouldn't have to be fucking doing that. Call them out for the claims that they're making, make them cite shit. What are you talking about? Because nobody claims except Israel, so you're just taking the state at their word, that Hamas is stealing all of this. And then even then, if you take Israel at their word in that respect, why are you ignoring all of these other statements that Israeli leaders and officials have made that are genocidal?
Said that's not true.
Evil. The ability
The
to call
Israeli military.
Hamas is
the Israeli
evil.
military said that's not true.
Do you think Hamas is evil?
I think killing innocent civilians is evil. And I'm willing to say it when it's Hamas who did it on October 7th, and I'm willing to say it when it's our government funding the genocide in the Gaza Strip.
There's intentional terroristic killing, which is what Hamas did, and trying to negotiate peace with terrorists, which is what Israeli leaders are doing.
What makes you think that...
Okay, what's the difference between intentionally killing people versus intentionally starving an entire captive population, dude? That's intentionally killing people.
The Israelis are intentionally negotiating peace.
Israel controls everything that goes in. They control everything that goes out. They control the movement of these people. They're currently fucking bombing them. What part of Palestinian life do they not control? So how are they not responsible for this?
There is no sign of that whatsoever.
There is
none
ample
at all.
time. Only safe place in the Middle East where you have basic human rights is Israel.
Clay, do you think
not every Palestinian
that just all of the Gaza Strip being turned into rubble, churches,
they
mosques,
hit all
hospitals,
of their terrorists.
Hey, you have to understand, it was Hamas that was praying in that Catholic church.
Being destroyed. Oh, it's just an accident. It's just an accident.
Places as they can. Hamas is to blame for all of it.
Please.
In my opinion.
Oh.
Why does no one talk about the ongoing atrocities of ethnic cleansing, mass rape, starvation, and massacres of civilians by the RSF? It's like 150,000 people in Sudan. One, people do talk about those things. Two, this is a current genocide that the American government is responsible for funding, aiding, and abetting. So that's why there's more moral urgency for this than for what's going on in the Sudan.
Oh, please. This is so tired. No one believes this
let me jump in.
There's also far less contention surrounding who people view as the adversary and the victim in those instances or whatever. So every time people do this whataboutism with, what about these? What about this? What about that? What about this? It's like, okay, most people in America don't support Uyghurs and don't like China. Most people in America support Ukraine. They don't support Russia. Most people in America are not okay with how many people are dying in Sudan. You cannot say the same thing when it comes to Israel-Palestine. That's a far more contentious issue.
One party doesn't believe
Let me jump in. I would make the point, Clay, that I totally agree with everything you say about Hamas. But the problem is, Israel should be better than Hamas.
But
Israel
who can they
should show
negotiate
more humanity.
with? This is the challenge.
Well, here's my point.
Here's
my point. Israel, as the only democracy in the Middle East, should be showing the world what humanity actually looks like. They shouldn't be replicating the lack of humanity that Hamas show. Everybody knows Hamas are.
And also, it's like, do you really want to say, like, he's there saying, like, hey, it's hard for my Israeli friends, it's hard for my Jewish friends. This is starting to, like, splash back onto them or whatever. It's actually in your interest to be honest about the fact that Israel is an apartheid state. It's not a democracy. There's two tiers of citizenship, and at the top you have Israeli Jews. Everybody else comes after, because if that's the case, then they democratically elected that government and they're responsible for all of this. Like, you could make those types of arguments if you wanted to as well. Because even though they don't like Bibi, there is broad support, according to polling data internally from Israel, conducted in Hebrew, conducted in English, to show that they are completely fine with what is going on. They support it.
Inhumane
terrorist
organization.
challenge that Israel
for Israel to behave in a way that appears to be as inhumane towards starving children, innocent women being killed in huge numbers, all of this happening, this is inhumane. And I don't think it suits Israel's purposes, either in getting rid of Hamas, which they can't appear to do, getting the hostages released, which they can't appear to do, or in enhancing their reputation around the world. It's having the opposite effect. And so I say, this as a friend of Israel, enough. You've got to stop this. I messaged Netanyahu today on X and said, you've got to start starving children. You have to. Otherwise, the end result for Israel will be catastrophic.
I think the challenge they have is the minute they step out of controlling and patrolling Gaza and trying to in some way keep Hamas from coming back into power, the people who live there are going to allow Hamas to return to power. And
You don't know anything about this, dude. Hamas, if they held an election today, it's not even clear that Hamas would win. There are currently protests that were going on. I don't know if they're still ongoing, but recently there were protests against Hamas because Hamas has lost favorability with Palestinians. They've never had higher than like 40% approval ratings.
so there needs to be, in my opinion, a
You can find like support for some of their actions or whatever, but their approval ratings has like never been more than like a plurality.
solution that removes Hamas from leadership in Gaza for all time. If that means that you have to bring in other Arab countries that are also opposed to Hamas, which is many of them now, and thanks to a weakened Iran, there is no supplement that is going to continue to uplift Hamas in Gaza. That to me feels like the long-term solution.
Can I say something that's
Yeah, Hamas is 37% approval according to Palestinian surveys.
In that.
Okay, I want to just
really
hang on,
important.
Krystal.
Just one thing.
I want to just do.
Piers, this is important.
Yeah,
This is
very
really
quickly. 'cause I want to move on to something else.
In the last peace negotiations, Hamas agreed to step down from political leadership. They agreed to that in the peace negotiations. You can check Jeremy Scahill, Drop Sites reporting on all of this. And the Israelis said, we don't want that.
Yeah.
Bibi Netanyahu has loved having Hamas there. He flew to Qatar to make sure that they were still getting their money because he always wants to be able to say there is no partner for peace. So let's deal in facts and reality here. The Israelis just have decided they want to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. That is the plan they're putting into place. They're announcing it, Clay. You don't have to believe me.
I was gonna say, I don't give a fuck what you believe, dude. Either you accept reality and you live on Earth, or you live on Earth too and you don't.
Listen to them.
This is not an opinion.
Starvation plan.
If they were, they could have killed the
Hold
2
on.
million people immediately.
The
They could have
head
bombed
of-
If I had killed that person, I would have skinned them. I wouldn't have shot them. That's how you know I didn't do it. I'm a normal person, by the way.
The head of Mossad.
Always the same fucking talking points from these people, man.
You know what? I actually think if I can jump in, Krystal, if I can jump in, I actually think, Clay, when you listen to what Smodrich said 3 weeks ago on camera, he made it absolutely clear what he wants, which is to, in his words, cleanse Gaza of Palestinians. I now watch them pushing the Palestinian population into a smaller and smaller part of the Gaza Strip. They've demolished 70% of it, making it uninhabitable. I think it is crystal clear now that there is a movement in the Israeli government to...
Clay is what happens when you don't have a materialist worldview. No, Clay is what happens when you don't have a brain with wrinkles on it. Clay is what happens when you're paid money to spread lies.
Get rid of
this is like not really even for like lack of intelligence or whatever. He just like, this is lack of intellectual curiosity. He doesn't care to know. You know, if he's not lying, it's because he has buried his head in the sand and he doesn't want to know.
Palestinians from Gaza and move them into neighboring Arab countries. And some of them are saying it openly. And the actions on the ground suggest that is exactly what they want to do. And I say that as somebody who, when people said this was the real plan all along, I used to...
Wiping out everyone immediately.
We have a first-time chatter asking me a question in super good faith. Do you care about the genocides in Darfur or Tigray, or are you mainly just anti-Israel? Why don't you keep watching and you can decide that for yourself, or you can fuck off.
I think they want to get the Palestinians out of Gaza now. And if they do that, it is a war crime and it's ethnic cleansing. Anyway, we've debated Gaza. Let's just move on quickly to something a lot lighter, I hope, but they may be contentious in its own way. Are you a golfer, Clay?
A poor one, but yes, I love to golf.
Well, let's take a look at Donald Trump golfing in Scotland and see if he's spotting anything untoward.
Why are we doing this? Does President Trump cheat at golf? Whatever, man.
Now, what you actually saw there was the second caddy dropping a ball out of his pocket. Let's have a look at it again now that we know that. You see him there. He's the guy in the red there. Now watch.
Not my president. He would never.
And down it drops. So Trump then plays the ball dropped by the caddy. Now, a lot of people have said, well, clear evidence that President Trump cheats at golf. I have a different perspective on this. When he's not playing competitive golf, i.e. at his club or whatever, he tends to go around in about 2 hours. As a golfer for many years, you can only do that if you're basically doing what Trump is doing there. And I'm told that what he does when he's playing for fun with friends or his kids or whatever is that the caddies carry the balls. If he's in
Do you imagine if this were any other president, especially a Democratic one, all he would do is whine about how they're constantly fucking playing golf and not working.
Bad position in the rough, in a bunker, whatever, to save time, they just drop a ball nearby and he plays on, which I don't have a problem with if that's what he's doing. What do you think?
I Look, I love when I'm out on the golf course. There has never been a time where I've been on the 11th or 12th hole and not thought, I wish this round was over. 18 holes of golf takes an interminable amount of time. If you're playing every ball where it lies, if you're recording every shot. Look, if it's the Open in Britain, if it's the U.S. Open, if it's the Masters, yes, assiduously.
I'm sorry. It is like really just nauseating. This like hell of a fucking gear shift to go from this guy justifying the starvation and torture of a bunch of a captive population in Gaza to like talking about golf. It just like is nauseating.
Record every shot. That rough, if you hit it in the rough, you could spend, you know this, 30 minutes looking for your ball, or you can just say, well, it rough went in here. Let's just play one here and we'll go ahead and hit it. Everybody has played with a guy that refuses to just drop. And it's miserable because you all have to go look for his ball. And then it's like,
I'll shut this off. The only reason why, in a little bit, the only reason why is because there's an ad break going on right now in a minute and a half. And then we will go back to PBD Laura Loomer. Or actually, no, I'll end with that. I'll do Tim Pool versus Matan next.
Titleist 3. Oh, that's a Titleist 1. That's not
takes out that beanie.
It's not the U.S. Open. Let's go ahead and keep this train moving. And Trump plays fast. He plays rapid. I think that's the best way to play golf.
I wonder if Krystal points that I don't know. Like, I don't know what the right move to make. Like, that's, I mean, I feel like it's good to be honest. But if you're like trying to tailor your message, like, will you come off just like ass mad or like sour grapes to point out that like it's very disturbing to watch you do that?
Frankly, 18 holes is too long. Everybody should just play 9 or 12 and call it a day. So I got no issues here.
Krystal, I would imagine you would be delighted that the President of the United States, as he approaches 80, is getting 2 hours of healthy living and fresh air, but isn't taking the usual 4 hours for a round of golf, which would mean he would spend too long not working for the American people. You must be thrilled by this.
I am old enough to remember when Trump himself would criticize Obama for being away from the office on the golf course at all. I haven't looked at the stats, but the number of days that Trump is. Although, to be honest with you, you know what? I would rather Trump be away and not like locking people up in CCOT. So go ahead, play some golf. And I just will say I'm also a golfer and a bad one. And I also cheat all the time because I'm not hitting it out of some horrible situation.
I like mini golf.
He has time for all of that. But we ought to look at his record and how he somehow always wins his own club championships, but not on other courses. It's a little suspicious, Piers. That's all I'm saying.
Allegations.
Well, I know a few golfers, Rory McIlroy, amongst others, who played with Trump and said he was very good.
Okay, imagine knowing golfers. Okay, enough of that. All right, but before we move on, if you are watching on Twitch and you are not following me yet, you should be following me. That way you can know when I go live, which is every single day practically, at varying times, because I'm never consistent with that. But you can also subscribe to me if you want to get access to cute emotes and an ad-free experience. All you have to do is either use your Amazon Prime sub to unlock that, or pay whatever it costs, because I don't even know the prices for my own subs. You can also give subs throughout the chat to give viewers, such as yourself and others watching, the same lovely experience. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, and subscribe to me. If you're subscribed to me, you can also know when I go live on YouTube, because I dual stream. I also have my VODs that are easily accessible on YouTube, which I have been timestamping. So if you want to go through my past VODs and see what my other commentary is on any other subject, if it's trending, I've probably covered it. Yeah, I can go ahead and check that out. If you want to support me, the donation link is pinned in my Twitch chat, as well as in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade on everything. And right now we are finally doing Tim Pool versus Matan. And some people were asking me who this kid is. Big channel, Matan Evan. He's known for like trolling people. He's hit or miss to me. I watched him talk to Matt Gaetz. I thought that was funny. His other stuff, not really my thing, but we'll see.
I can't.
Matan confronts Tim Pool for promoting Russian propaganda. This was a day ago. And Pisco apparently was on a debate stage with him. And he kept asking Pisco if he'd have sex with a dog, apparently, and Pisco said he just wouldn't engage. I'm getting YouTube Premium soon, you guys. Chill.
Hey, welcome back to the podcast. With today's guest, we have Team Russia. Please welcome in.
Hell yeah.
For today's co-host, please welcome in Mike. And then Mr. Russia, if you could just pull that mic a little bit close to
yourself. Been described as a younger Eric Andre. Eric Andre is funnier, though.
Me? Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, hi, I'm Tim.
Yeah.
Let's see if Tim Pool is able to play this off or if he tries to be funny and lean into the bit and ends up being horrifyingly awkward and cringe.
Introduce yourself, please.
Oh, sorry. I'm Tim Pool. I'm the host of Timcast IRL, and I'm just a guy on the internet complains
Ad
about
blockers work well. I have an ad blocker. It's called uBlock Origin or whatever, but YouTube has found a way to make sure it doesn't work on here.
Yes, complains a lot. People pay me money for it.
I don't think I'll be able to handle Tim Pool for long. Yeah, well, he's going to take his beanie off, so reconsider.
Why did you decide to bring some of the KGB here with you?
Okay.
Timcast IRL, and I'm just a guy on the internet complains about things, I guess. Complains a lot. People pay me money for it.
Why did you decide to bring some of the KGB here with you today?
Because of the death threats,
I didn't threaten to kill you.
Well, but you never know. I mean, I heard you try to kill somebody.
I only pulled a knife on one guy, but I didn't hit him. I just threatened to.
Oh.
So it was just honestly an accident, if anything.
They said that you're a shady type. You're a shady type.
Just to be careful?
Just to be careful, yeah. They said that you're dangerous.
Well,
thank you, Tim Pool, for supporting Russia.
Oh, free money.
It's not free.
$1.
But it's money. Do you believe in the conspiracy theory that Tim Pool was paid to promote Russian propaganda?
I don't believe that conspiracy theory.
You don't believe in it?
No, I don't believe in it.
How does that work?
That I don't believe in it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a story that parents make up to scare kids, like the Boogeyman or Michael Jackson.
It didn't scare me. It was just like a story like, yeah, I went to the store yesterday and I grabbed a bag of milk.
A bag of milk?
Yeah.
Who sells bags of milk?
They sell that stuff in the Middle East. They sell it in bags.
Canada. Doesn't Canada have bagged milk also?
I've seen them sell bags of water, though.
They do both, I'm telling you. But anyways, go ahead with the last one.
Which one?
The one about Tim Pool. That guy, I don't know, he's like an online creator, was paid to promote Russian propaganda.
This is just fake.
You were not paid?
I was paid a lot of money by a lot of people.
I heard that there was that guy, he was paid $100,000 per episode to do it. Is that not true?
It's not true.
So why did people come up and go with that story then?
How much were you paid then? It was that he was getting paid like $400,000 a month by Tenet Media for a licensing agreement, not even for like a sponsorship that was non-exclusive. So he was able to host the same media and same show on his own channel while they were broadcasting it on a channel that never got any traction.
Political reasons. There's, the show that we do.
Erin will sign up for YouTube Premium. She puts a down payment on 30 of the rarest Labubus. I have not used that money for Labubus. I fucking wish.
It was fairly anti-establishment. It's
actually, you could say it's pro-establishment if you think about it.
Today it is, 100%.
No, I'm saying pro-Russian establishment.
No, I called Vladimir Putin a scumbag. I said
really?
he shouldn't invade Ukraine. He was wrong to do it. He lost. The West was winning.
You said that...
I'm not a Russian shill. One time I said the president was mean and stinky.
Ukraine is the...
I also said, no, bad Russia when they invaded Ukraine.
Of the people.
How could I possibly be a shill?
I did. The enemy of the United States.
Okay, and then let me ask you this. I saw that list came out where it said the different subscriber counts per person who were paid to promote Russian propaganda. And one of them was, dug up a little bit, and it was your channel.
Yeah, in the indictments, the U.S. government alleged that RT, Russia Today, Russian state media, had funneled money to a Tennessee company called Tenet.
Right.
And the company Tenet was licensing shows from a series of individuals in the United States that had typically right-wing views.
So it was just an accident that you got paid $100,000 to promote Russia?
Never promoted Russia.
I'm just saying, it was just that whole thing where you got paid to run the show from Tenet.
No, I never promoted Russia. It was just that this Russian oligarch who I never met and whose identity I didn't actually really know paid me a suspiciously high amount of money for a non-exclusive licensing agreement, and I didn't ask any questions. And also, apparently, my political worldview and my punditry aligns really, really well with Russian talking points and propaganda.
The one in Tennessee was just a joke, just an accident. You didn't know that they were being funded.
They weren't being funded.
You just said that they were funneling money.
No, I didn't. I said
or something like that.
The DOJ made an allegation and abandoned the case, and there's no evidence.
Okay.
Maybe. I don't know. All I know is...
Why is this filmed like a hostage video? I think that's kind of a shtick. I'm pretty sure like almost all of them are filmed this way. If I click any other one. Like
imagine being
Dax Flame or whatever. I'll come back to that.
The DOJ came out right before the election with this indictment of two people no one ever heard of.
What was the dude's name? It was the fakest name ever. Something Gregorian, right? They all look like this.
A month later, they dropped out right before the election with this indictment of two people no one ever heard of. And then a month later, they dropped it.
Well, I'll tell you this, just so, I mean, you know my view. If I was offered $100,000 per episode, I would do the same thing. So I don't have any...
I'll give you $100,000 an episode right now.
To do what?
To do this show.
To do this show?
Yeah, but I get to be your boss.
Anybody, listen, for $100,000 a show, $400,000 a month, I'll limit...
Yeah, Edward Gregorian, that's what it was. One time Sam Cedar said something Depardieu or something like that. He's like a French actor, and I accidentally... And I like repeated it as like a name. I was like, what is, I couldn't remember the name either. And I said that, and one of my chatters was like, you're watching too much Sam Cedar. I don't even know how he got that wrong or why he said that.
Whatever I say, I'll be a shill. I don't give a shit.
All right. What would you do right now for $100?
For $100?
Yeah.
I'll promote Russian propaganda. I'll say...
No, I don't want Russian propaganda.
Well, yeah, I know that you do.
I'll give you $100 right now if you say... Casper...
I really don't know what the fuck their crews have on these people, because I don't know why they he was making a joke about fake sounding names. Oh, okay. Because like Matt Gaetz came on and he like probed him on everything related to like the Venmo shit.
Coffee is the best coffee you've ever had.
Okay.
Say it.
I have to get the money first. I don't trust you.
We pay net, net afterwards. $100. There it is.
Now, you didn't say that I couldn't bleep it.
Scam. He just got fucking scammed in 4K.
Is that okay
well, you'd
with
be in
you?
breach of contract.
There's no contract.
It's a verbal contract.
No, I didn't agree to not bleep it.
That's not how contracts and arrangements work.
Yeah,
That's like a movie.
I disagree completely.
Script.
Oh God! Unfortunately, Tim Pool is technically right, but even more fortunately, nobody gives a shit about fucking contract law, bro. You got scammed, and it's funny as fuck.
I don't agree with that at all. Can somebody please explain to me what's so bad about a 40-year-old dating a 12-year-old woman?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't understand.
Very bad.
What's bad about that?
We call it rape. Children aren't developed; their brains are not able to process this. Not to mention their bodies aren't processed.
It's not a child; it's a 12-year-old woman.
There's no such thing as a 12-year-old woman.
Yes, there is, and birds do it all the time.
But I just gave
Russia.
I just gave him. I'm going to give him this.
You're going to give it to me?
Well, I mean, I just gave you 100. Let's make 102.
Oh, so you're promoting that, and I get the money for it? That sounds like a hell of a deal.
You've been promoting coffee.
That's not what I meant. I said, well, you've been promoting. Go ahead with that, because I think it's just the circle of life. You know what I mean?
Which one that you think you
think about the 40-year-old and the 12-year-old?
You want 40-year-olds with 12-year-olds?
I don't want it. I just asked, what's the problem?
They're children and they can't consent.
No, a 12-year-old woman.
Their brains don't work. They're not women.
12-year-old woman with an IQ of 140, so you know their brain works. How about that?
No.
What do you mean no?
It's not okay.
Why not? Well, you're not explaining what's bad. You keep saying that it's a child, but I already clarified.
Their bodies and brains aren't developed. So
okay, so fully developed 12-year-old woman with a 140 IQ.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is a really stupid way that he's explaining this, because all you have to do is say you found an edge case of a fucking minor that has these characteristics. Now, is it okay? No, it's almost like it's not entirely about that. Like he'll just like nuance bro his way into it.
It's youthful neuroplasticity and it can cause damage in the long-term development of their brain and body.
No, their brain is fully developed.
It's not.
Okay, in this case it is.
That's not correct.
You're denying that a 12-year-old brain can be developed fully?
They cannot, yes.
I don't agree with that.
Yeah, 12-year-old brains are not developed.
Not often, but it can happen.
No.
See, that's why I didn't say 12-year-old. Because I know the difference between a woman and a child.
Here a little bit.
Huh?
I think you're telling on yourself a little bit.
I'm not telling on myself. I've never slept with anybody.
So hard to hook up with 12-year-olds?
I refuse to. I'm waiting till marriage. As a matter of fact,
are you trying to argue you want to marry a 12-year-old?
No, I don't want to marry anybody right now. I'm focused solely on business. I just see people getting shit online. Like, hey, why did you...
Oh, on the back foot by Tim Pool. Devastating.
Like,
Devastating.
Why did they? They're a woman? Yeah, that's a bad look for me. Let's move on.
I think it's a bad look for you.
Why do you think...
140 IQ doesn't mean your brain is developed? Of course not, but he never said that.
Ben Shapiro disliked the new Superman movie.
Or like he didn't refute it with that.
Oh, is that true?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
He said it wasn't good, that it's,
he'll play dumb with anything related to Israel. He always does this, or does like both sides bad, or stop too many people are talking about it. I'm tired of it.
No bias or anything. But in the movie I watched it, Superman destroyed Israel. Is that why?
No, it was an Eastern European country. Oh, he didn't destroy it.
It was an Eastern European country where the president was just like Netanyahu?
It was an Eastern European country. It was.
The president sounded like Bibi, but it was almost like a hybrid between like Russia, Ukraine, as well as like Israel, Gaza, if you're going to say like draw parallels between that and like real world conflicts.
They spoke a Slavic language.
Yeah, well, they didn't want to be too on the nose, right? That's why.
I agree. Yeah. Like some people were saying that it was called like Jaminpur or something was like the weaker.
But like, yeah, the president was clearly supposed to be more like Slavic or something.
Country, but it looked like they were Pakistani. And
no, they looked like they were Arab. If anything, they didn't have like the brown color. They had like the light brown. No, they had like the light brown oil color of the Arabs.
Oil color? I don't know. Maybe you're right. I don't know. I wasn't really thinking about.
Is that why Ben Shapiro didn't like the movie? Maybe
it's possible. Yeah,
he might have a little bit of bias.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, for obvious reasons.
Yeah, like Ben Shapiro was like, it's not even political whatsoever. That was his cope with it.
Was Israel?
Why? What are the obvious reasons?
He's Jewish.
He's the devil.
He's Jewish.
We're saying the same thing here. You're just it's semantical at this point. How do you say black in Spanish?
How do you say it?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Speak Spanish.
Well,
I can say "por qué no los dos."
You don't know how to say it. You know how to say it. Come on.
I don't.
I even know how to say it a little bit. I just don't want to say it.
I don't know how to say it. I honestly don't know how to say it.
It's not a bad word to say, negro.
Okay, fine.
I don't know why. Like, why wouldn't he just answer that?
What do Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson have in common?
Russia.
Yup, and I wasn't even going to tell you. And when you say Russia, that's like not super specific.
What do you mean?
Like if I said, what does Matan Evan, Tim Pool, and Mike have in common, you wouldn't say Russia. So can you give a little detail on that?
What do Dave Rubin, Benny Johnson, and Tim Pool have in common?
Related to Russia.
They're whinging online grifters.
Correct.
And they complain for money.
That doesn't have to do with Russia yet, but I could see where you're going.
Grifting.
How many rubles do you have?
I don't have any rubles.
You don't? So they paid you in cash?
Who paid me in cash?
You know who?
Russia.
I actually don't get paid from anybody.
You don't get paid from anybody? You're not being paid? Are you homeless?
No.
So how are you, you know what I mean? How you here we choose these guys actually are covered probably by the KGB themselves.
Oh, we got the Pepto. Can we bring the Pepto in?
Having throw it to you?
Yeah, can we bring the Pepto-Bismol? I'm going to throw up.
You're gonna throw up?
It's not a bit. I actually am going to throw up.
You're going to throw up because I'm hitting you with such hard questions?
It's true.
How do people with nausea consume Pepto-Bismol? How does that actually, does it really settle your stomach? Anytime that I've been nauseous, I've never been able to, it's never occurred to me to take Pepto to soothe it. It seems like it would make it worse. It looks so unappetizing and disgusting.
Oh, yeah. I think it's because I ate a bunch of bacon.
A bunch of bacon?
You want me to drink straight from the thing? He wants me to throw up.
Drink from it, yeah, that would be nice.
This is disgusting.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode.
Even Matan's got the Ground News sponsorship, the Ground News plug.
For sponsoring today's episode, and it's designed for people who are on the App Store. Should they make a documentary about when Mark Wahlberg reaped that?
Russia.
I can't because my hands are full.
Russia.
Should they make a documentary about when Mark Wahlberg reaped that Asian guy's eye out?
A documentary?
Yeah, a documentary about it.
Did he do that?
He reaped an Asian guy's eye out.
Shut up.
He did.
Whoa.
That's not a joke, by the way. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm serious.
I believe you.
No, I knew this. He was involved in a violent, hate, almost like a hate crime. No, wasn't Mark Wahlberg involved in a hate crime? I don't know that he tore someone's eye out, but. Mark Wahlberg in SAG Awards criticized for actor presenting award to Asian cast after committing hate crimes. This was reported on February 27th, 2023. At the Screen Actors Guild Awards on Sunday night, the film Everything Everywhere All at Once took home a record number of awards, but when Mark Wahlberg presented the mainly Asian cast with the award for outstanding performance by a cast in motion pictures, he could hardly contain himself from saying anti-Asian slurs. Many questioned the choice of presenter. Wahlberg, 51, went to jail for committing hate crimes against 2 Asian men when he was 16 years old. Wahlberg has said he apologized for the crimes many times, according to the AP. Still, many people questioned on social media why he was chosen to deliver the award after committing several hate crimes. I gotta say, having Mark Wahlberg, who literally went to jail as a teen for committing a hate crime against a Vietnamese man, present an award to the cast of Everything Everywhere All at Once was certainly a choice, tweeted Bonnie Styrenberg, managing editor at Inside Hook. Some found it hypocritical that Will Smith suffered consequences after slapping Chris Rock at last year's Academy Awards and was banned from the Oscars, but Wahlberg was invited to present at this award show. This is not hypocritical whatsoever. This is I can see superficial similarities or whatever, but yeah, what's the difference between a recent controversy involving 2 celebrities versus a controversy, a crime committed by one of the actors decades earlier when they were still a minor? Can't seem to find any significant differences between these two things. Smith was under disciplinary review from SAG, but the union did not comment further. Will Smith ostracized while Mark Wahlberg gets to present an award to an Asian cast, tweeted Terrain Walker, founder of production company Context Media Group. Wahlberg has been nominated in the Outstanding Performance by a cast in a motion picture category at the SAG Awards, but has never won. He is not up for any film awards this season. He doesn't seem bothered by it. Everything Everywhere, whatever. CBS News has reached out to the SAG Awards for comments about Wahlberg presenting. Some Twitter users defended Wahlberg presenting the award, saying he has paid the price and that the crime happened decades ago. I'm sure it was brutal. The thing that is like, but the thing is, justice was served. No? Didn't he go to jail? Legal issues. Let's see. I don't even know if I can show that on here. In April 1988, Wahlberg, then 16, assaulted a middle-aged Vietnamese American man on the street, calling him an expletive and knocking him unconscious with a large wooden stick. Later that same day, he attacked Johnny Trin, another Vietnamese American, punching him in the eye. When Wahlberg was arrested and returned to the scene of the first assault, he told police officers, "I'll tell you now that's the motherfucker whose head I split open." Later, Wahlberg would explain he was on PCP at the time. What is this? Angel dust? Can cause hallucinations, psychotic behavior or whatever. Investigators also noted that Wahlberg made numerous unsolicited racial statements about an expletive and another expletive. He was initially arrested for attempted murder. He was charged with 2 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, 1 count of marijuana possession, and criminal contempt for violating prior civil rights injunction he received in 1986. He pleaded guilty to felony assault and was sentenced to 3 months in jail, but only served 45 days of his sentence. Damn, Jesus Christ. Wahlberg believes he had left the second victim permanently blind in one eye, though Trin later said he had actually lost his eye during the Vietnam War while serving in the Army of the Republic of Vietnam. In August 1992, Wahlberg fractured the jaw of his neighbor, Robert Crehan, in an attack. Court documents state that in 1992, Wahlberg, quote, without provocation or cause, viciously and repeatedly kicked Crehan in the face, while another man, Derek McCall, held the victim on the ground. Wahlberg's attorney claimed that Wahlberg and McCall, who is black, were provoked after McCall was called a racial slur by Crehan. The lawsuit was settled between the two parties, avoiding a criminal trial. In 2006, Wahlberg said the right thing for him to do would be to meet with Trin and make amends. In 2014, Wahlberg applied for a pardon from the state of Massachusetts for his conviction. Why? You've barely served any of it, dude. Which engendered controversy. According to the BBC, the debate about his suitability for a pardon raised difficult issues, with the arguments on both sides being far-reaching and complex. So a nothing statement from the BBC. Wahlberg later said he regretted the attempt to obtain a pardon, and his petition was closed after he failed to answer a request from the pardon board as to whether he wanted it to remain open. In 2016, Wahlberg said he had met with Trin and apologized for those horrific acts. Trin released a public statement forgiving Wahlberg. So he did not tear his eye out. In 1988, so he assaulted a Vietnamese man named Tan Lam, who was trying to steal a beer in Dorchester, Massachusetts. He hit Lam with a 5-foot wooden stick, and Lam was hospitalized. Wahlberg then went up to another Vietnamese man, Hoa Trin, asked for help, but punched Trin in the eye. He also used explicit language and made crude remarks against Asians. Wahlberg, a teen at the time, was convicted as an adult of 2 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon and marijuana possession. He was also charged with criminal contempt for violating the prior civil rights injunction that he and 2 friends were issued in '86 after throwing rocks at a group of mostly black 4th graders on a beach. The civil rights injunction was a warning that if the teens committed another hate crime, they would be sent to jail, which he just could not help himself do. But again, he was 16. For the 1988 attacks, he served 45 days of a 3-month sentence, and in 2015, he asked for a pardon for the crimes. Kristen Atwood, one of the children involved in the 1986 attack on the beach, told CBS News in 2015 that the actor should not be pardoned for the '88 attack on Lam and Trin. It was a hate crime, and that's exactly what should be on his record forever, said Atwood, who says she still has a rock from a scar being hit by a rock. It was opposed. He drops the pardon request. He told The Wrap that he apologized in person to a victim of the 1988 crime and he didn't need the pardon. I spent 28 years righting the wrong. I didn't need a piece of paper to acknowledge it. I was kind of pushed into doing it. I certainly didn't need or want to relive that stuff over again. Wahlberg told the publication. Bizarre. That is a bizarre PR move to do. I don't know like who would have pushed him into that. All it did was generate negative controversy and anybody could have seen that. But yeah.
I feel like
Today's episode, Russia.
I can't because my hands are full.
Russia.
Russia.
Should they make a documentary about when Mark Wahlberg ripped that Asian guy's eye out?
A documentary?
Yeah, a documentary about it.
Did he do that?
He ripped an Asian guy's eye out.
Shut up.
He did.
Whoa.
He did not, as we just learned.
That's not a joke.
That guy lost it in the Vietnam War, but he did other horrific acts, so there is no need to exaggerate any of the details of these cases or whatever, because on their own, as read, they're horrifyingly, they're disturbing.
I know that sounds ridiculous, but I'm serious.
I believe you. Because I feel like the setup for the joke is actually that it really happened and it's a shocking piece
It's
of
not a
information.
joke. It's really, I swear it's serious. He did
No,
that.
I mean like for the humor for the show is that he actually did it.
This is a serious
You know what I mean?
podcast, business. This isn't a joking show.
Yeah.
Mark Wahlberg could even play himself in the movie. How can... Oh, by the way, I should have said this earlier. Please stand up. We usually do a segment every episode for the Americans and, you know, the army and stuff. Can you stand up
For
please
me.
with us and put
The
your hand on your
Americans like
chest?
me.
No.
You can't do that for the army?
No.
Why? You know where I'm going with
Because
it, huh?
you're going to say something about Israel.
No, I was going to say, everybody, please stand up, put your hand on your chest, and please remove all your hats. So can you do that?
Nope.
And can you tell me why?
Did you see the Nick Mullen Matan episode? No, I didn't. I bet that's funny, though.
Nope.
I've only ever seen the Matt Gaetz one. I'd never watched anything else from him.
You can't tell me why?
I can't.
I don't believe that. I think you can tell me why.
Why what?
You claimed you wear the hat so these motherfuckers can't recognize you on the street. You're not on the street right now, so can you please take your hat off?
Nope.
Why is that?
Because no reason.
I don't want to.
I mean, what does that mean?
Means no reason.
I can't find anything of you online without the hat. And then you said...
That's not true. I have a Facebook profile picture. Everybody posted on my
How is he going to end up doing it?
timeline.
Besides that one, because that one's not fair. I mean, it's a
picture, a selfie picture.
Deceptive.
The one where I'm in front of the whiteboard with my head off.
Yeah, but that's deceptive because you're giving them one image that you like.
That's not the image that I like. It's a Facebook profile.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying? I'm saying it's like when if lefties paid a Republican who was an idiot to do something, they're in control.
What if I have like a hideous scar on my head?
I think you just don't have any hair.
I don't have any hair.
Yeah, so let them see.
But there's
I'll make you an offer.
I have a pentagram.
I'll give you $100.
Oh shit, are you for real?
I'll give you $100 if you take your beanie off and let everybody see.
You'll give me $100 if I do that?
I'll give you $100.
For real?
I swear, I'll give you $103.
$103?
The offer is there.
200.
I'll give you back the money.
Right now. Show me. This guy's got $100.
He has $47 left in his pocket.
No, he
I'll give you $150 total right now and another $50 at the end of it.
He's got $100 in his pocket right now. Tell him. He's got $100.
I'll give you all of this money.
Let me see it.
Plus the other $3 in my pocket if you can.
He's got $100 in his pocket right here, bro.
Where is it?
It's right here.
Take it out of his pocket if you think he has more money.
You see this?
Holding men need to seek salvation from finasteride. You can save yourself from a male pattern. It's possible. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Tim Pool could just like get a toupee. I don't know why he doesn't.
Okay. Oh yeah.
Like Ryan Grimm clearly has a fucking toupee, but almost no one ever brings it up.
Put it there. Awesome. I'll give you $200.
All right, give me.
No, I have to see first, and I want to see for myself.
You give me the money and I'll do it.
I don't believe you.
I think you promise.
No, you made me say the coffee.
You can go to Turkey, yeah, like fresh and fit, and get that hair transplant. Hair transplants are actually improving, like the results.
You're gonna give me the money.
Is that the move? Really? I thought he just had a bad. You guys, you have to know that Ryan Grimm clearly wears a toupee. Me thinks this is not Ryan Grimm's hair. Something tells me that is, yeah, not his hair. I could be wrong though. Why'd you say fresh and fit? Because they have Myron got a hair transplant. Myron Gaines hair transplant. Like, this is how, like, Myron Gaines bald, maybe? I don't even know what to search so you can, like, see what he looked like before. But his hairline was receding, and he, like, got... That's from, like, a hair transplant.
I swear on my life, I'll give you this money if you remove your
You swear
hat.
on your life?
I swear on my life. Hold me to that verbal agreement.
The $200 is actually mine, though.
No, but it's mine now because I had to do a sponsorship for it.
All right, he's got to give me my Pepto thing back.
You'll give you the Pepto thing.
Give me the
back.
Pepto thing first. All right, take the Pepto thing. I'm gonna do some Pepto.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna throw up. This is not a joke.
Okay, so do that. And then when you take off your hat, I might throw up too. So
You know what? I don't want this.
Is it time?
Whatever, don't watch him for his hair. Feel like his hairline would be better with the toupee. Grim as that thinning around the temples thing.
Do it?
Yeah.
They're like, I can't think of them off the top of my head or anything like that, but I've seen like some really, really good toupees from on TikTok. I think Ryan Grimm just has a bad hairstylist.
Pointing my hand.
I don't know.
I won't close my hand.
Now you guys are making me doubt myself. It seems so obvious to me. And from that picture, it does seem obvious to me, but now with everybody saying like, no, I don't think so.
All right, I don't know. No, I won't pull. I'm gonna go like this. Wait. I'm gonna hold.
I'm not trying to defame Ryan Grimm, so I'll just say allegedly he has a toupee.
Hold at the same time.
I don't trust you. You have two bigger security guards here, so I'm not gonna win that battle.
I'm not gonna rip the money away from you.
Okay, I have an idea here. Mike, can you stand right there for a second, please?
The breaking points people do not do good hair and makeup, so we might just have fucked up hair from them. That's also very possible. Because Krystal Ball, very beautiful woman, does not always have the most flattering makeup on, I've noticed.
You hold the hey, see?
No.
I'll hold your beanie and he holds my money. Let's make it even.
Put the money on the table right there. No. Put it close. Put it close. Move it closer.
No, I'm not retarded. I'll give
Just put the money right there.
Take your hat off.
I will. Put the money right there.
Do you give me a verbal agreement?
I'll give you a verbal agreement. If you put the money in mine, I'll take my hat off.
Yeah?
Yep, contract. Sworn. Pinky.
You're gonna take a different hat off. You're gonna tell me you didn't tell me when you took the hat off. I know these games. There's no way you're gonna do
I will take my hat off in this chair right now within 10 seconds if you put that money in my hand.
Wow. I can't believe that happened. Hold on. You have to. Can you leave it off?
For a little bit.
Okay, that's cool. I got like a special.
I'm greasy right now too, though.
You do actually have more hair than I thought you would.
Do I?
Can I have the Pepto-Bismol?
He does instantly look a lot older, but it's because he has not gotten rid of what is left, given his age. Like, if he would just, again, like shave the whole thing, he would look fine.
Why?
I have a sudden stomach ache.
Like him at his age, again, having just that, it instantly ages him more than him if he were just bald, which would be a choice. Come on, like fire before it quits, dude. This is very dumb slob content. Yep, that's what I'm serving up always. Why would he not shave the rest? It looks worse with the horseshoe because he always wears that beanie and it shows through to the bottom. He looks like Lennon if he were as a child. Don't insult Lennon like that, and I can't. I'm not gonna be able to unsee that.
You know what? That was for you, Matan. I'll tell you the truth. You did my show.
Yeah.
He has started to be more relaxed about like joking about like making bald jokes at his own expense.
Were very good. You were very funny. Everybody really enjoyed it, and so
that's my reward.
That was for you. I'm gonna give you your money back.
I'm gonna get the money back.
Yeah. I'm gonna keep the $200 that I actually gave you, and stuffed in his pocket, but you can keep your money, and then you can make the thumbnail me with no hat on or whatever you want to do.
To be fair, 3 of these are for you for Russia.
Oh, okay.
So you can have the rest.
All right.
The next question doesn't work. I was going to ask you, how can anybody take you serious when you're afraid to remove your hat? But you know what? You did it, so good on you. You get to skip that one.
I wouldn't have thought he would have removed it either.
You know, if it is true, like if I'm not wearing the hat, my people don't recognize me.
If you're not wearing the hat,
because people.
So that's the exact.
He's definitely rich enough to get a hair transplant or something, right? Is that not how it works? Bezos is a fucking billionaire, and he doesn't have a hair transplant, so not everybody wants it.
Opposite of what you said back in the day.
No, that's what I said.
No, you said that you wear the hat so these motherfuckers don't recognize you on the street.
No, that's backwards.
I wrote down verbatim what you said, word for word.
Oh, you're backwards.
No, I'm not.
So there was a protest in Boston where this guy pulled my head off.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about.
I got super triggered.
That dude was a neo-Nazi. And then later that dude had his own hat pulled off, or like his own beanie, and he tried to claim it was assault, even though he had denied it being assault when he did it to Tim Pool.
Yeah.
But it wasn't because he pulled my hat off. It was because this Antifa guy took a swing at me. And so I actually was on Tucker Carlson's show where he was interviewing me about this Antifa guy who tried swing. He was making me flinch by swinging at my camera.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in this high intense situation, and then this dude comes up from behind me and pulls my head off.
Assuming all of that's true, which I didn't watch that far into the thing, I understand why you were angry and, heat of the moment, why you were mad he took your hat off.
Yeah.
I'm just saying you also don't take it off any other time. Besides this, to be fair.
It's true.
Maybe you're coming around, you're maturing.
Well, it's like Tim Pool's the beanie guy. Everybody wants me to sell beanies. And it comes from skateboarding. If you go to a really good example is you go to the Lower East Side skate park in New York, and you're going to see dudes wearing beanies and sweaters. So when I was 14...
Well, you look way more conspicuous and recognizable walking around in a jacket and a beanie in the summer, right?
That's my point.
So you want to be recognized with the beanie on?
Well, I do that when I'm doing events where I want to be recognized.
So when you're in your house with your wife, does she make you wear the hat or something because it will gross her out?
She makes me wear a MAGA hat.
Do you think he wears the hat when he fucks? I don't want to think about that.
A Mar-a-Lago hat.
Mar-a-Lago hat?
Yeah.
How are you related to Pop Bob?
Who?
Pop Bob?
Who's it?
Yeah, you're I don't know, is he your cousin or your brother or something?
Pop Bob?
Don't you just miss Gorbachev?
Who?
Gorbachev?
Who's that?
The Russian?
I never. What's Russia?
I was just testing you.
I've never heard of this place.
I was just, well, it's not a place, but I was just testing it out.
It's a place.
Hey guys, sorry for the interruption. I have to let you know that today's episode is sponsored.
Factor Meals. Get your shit.
Today's episode, and they did not send me that, but it would be cool if they did. Are left-handed people the work of the devil?
Oh man, that's a good question.
Yeah, I thought that's some shit you would believe.
No, they're not.
They're not?
No.
How can we be sure?
I don't know.
Are gay people the work of the devil?
What is this? Hold on. So that millennial Mac guy, who again is like a neo-Nazi, said like, I'm gonna take your hat off when I see you, and you are not getting it back. This was April 2017. Are you being serious, or is that a joke?
I'm looking for Tim Pool. Have you seen him? I don't even know who that is.
Is Tim Pool around here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna steal his hat.
We'll find Cantaloupe.
It's a moment of truth.
Billboards all across the arbiters of what is definition of the word bigot. And you!
And notice it. Bald!
All right. Have a good day.
Bro, you come near me ever again, you won't have any teeth. You understand that?
I understand.
Don't fucking touch me. Do you realize?
What the fuck?
No one cared who I was till I put on beanie.
Oh my God. Okay.
No, they're not.
So what are they the work of? Satan?
I wonder if when he was like, do you realize this? He was going to talk about like Antifa is trying to get me.
That's the devil, isn't it?
I know. I'm just trying that game where I'm just using different terminology.
Huh. No, I don't know. I'm fairly libertarian-esque. I don't care. People can, bang whoever they want.
I'm not asking if they should be allowed to have sex with men, or I'm not asking if they should be allowed to write with their left hand. I'm just asking where they were sent from.
I don't know.
Holy shit, how is this kid so relevant? Because he keeps getting guests like Tim Pool and getting them to take their beanies off.
God
sent them?
Yeah, I guess. He made everything, didn't he?
He needs to get out of here. Out. What did the 1-year-old say to the 9-year-old?
I don't know.
Ba, 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 ba.
Zoomers love this dude. I am a Zoomer and I don't love this guy. His stuff is very hit or miss to me.
Ba, 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 ba. What did the 1-year-old say to the 10-year-old?
Younger than Zoomer, whatever they're called. Gen Alpha. Is Gen Alpha who's sustaining his career.
What did they say?
Ba, 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 ba.
This is like, somehow we've like warped our way back into like millennial cringe humor.
ba, 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 and so on and so forth.
I like it.
What are you doing on your phone?
I'm turning it into a song.
You're turning that into a song?
Yeah, what kind of music do you like?
You're going to have to give me a cut of that.
You can have it. I'll give it to you. What kind of music do you like?
I honestly don't really listen to music, but the type of music I like is that black gangster stuff because it keeps them uncivilized.
Gangster rap. Your choice. Let's roll. I have just uploaded your babas into the AI, and it is now making it into a song.
Do your political sentiments come from the dreams you have while sick with pneumonia?
Some of them.
Some of them?
It was a long time ago.
Such as which ones?
Decentralization. I was very sick.
Decentralization? Tell me a little bit about that.
It means that we're better off without... There's a mix between if you have no...
Tim Pool's going to do a cover of it with his band, yeah.
Central
After
leadership,
paying royalties.
everything's fucked up. But if you have one person ruling everything, it's even worse.
No, it's not. Not if it's the great white hope Donald Trump.
That's the exception.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying, but that's who we have right now. So wouldn't you want it actually more centralized? That's not a rap song. That's just me doing that.
I was just showing you. That's the recording I got, and I'm gonna play the song for you guys.
That was a good song.
It was a good song.
Holy shit, are you Tim Pool? My
Deep fake? No, this isn't a deep fake.
Great grandfather. He's a huge fan.
Is he?
He is.
He's dead.
No, he's not. I thought that was like your typical fan base. Am I wrong?
You were, yeah.
I am wrong?
Yeah, it's mostly like 16-year-olds because they like hearing complaining.
There's no way.
Yeah, just a bunch of 16.
I was at your show. And
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it's like a lot of 16-year-olds and then a bunch of 40-year-olds.
Everybody
like
who came up.
31 to 40. 45.
They also had no hair, but they were loud and proud about it.
Some of them were. One guy got kicked out.
The bald guy.
The bald guy got kicked out. I don't know how to fucking get this shit. Oh, wait, there it is. Baba.
I don't hear anything good so far.
Yeah, where's the lyrics?
Yeah, that you're just playing. And by the way, this is like a ripped off song. I've heard
It's
this
just AI
before.
music. Where's the Baba?
That's some dog shit, whatever you have.
You're right. Maybe if I skip forward. It doesn't even sound like gangster rap. That sucked.
Yeah, turn that off.
Yeah, that was terrible.
It's because he didn't actually give it enough to work with. There are ways that these AI things can generate like decent songs or whatever. Decent as in not that they're pleasing to the ear, but that they're more sophisticated than just that. But it's because you just reported like him saying the same sound over and over.
I'll wait for you.
No, you're good. I tried. I'm sorry.
Why is it that when a girl insults me, the police do nothing, but when I shoot a bitch in the face and bury her in the forest, I go to jail forever?
That's murder. That's actually one of the worst crimes.
Yeah, but then when they say, hey, you're a fucking loser, it's like they don't go to jail. Well, what's this double standard all of a sudden?
It's because you killed somebody.
What do you mean I killed somebody? They insulted me first.
Yeah, that's murder.
I know. That's what I'm asking about.
Yeah, you should go to jail for murder.
Well, why did they get to insult me first and I don't get to respond?
You can respond. Just not with murder.
But don't you agree that when somebody's attacking you, you don't have to, it shouldn't be on that person to decide subsequent force in that moment?
So you're saying if someone is attacking you with words?
First answer my question, then we'll move on and I'll try to spin it that way.
All right, ask it.
I just did.
But there was like two parts to it, so I just want to make sure I get it right.
Okay, I'll just word it all into one and you'll just give me a yes or no. So like, do you, like, how much money were you paid by the Russian government?
$0.
Not true. I had a lie detector guy in one of the episodes. I should have brought him here.
That'd be cool.
It would have
$0.
Oh, and about, okay, sorry, I just got sidetracked by that thing. I just, well, whatever. But what I was saying is, do you think it's on somebody getting attacked in that moment to decide what a good amount of force is, or they're under a lot of pressure, so it's not fair?
If a person is being attacked, if there's something called imperfect defense, where they believe their life is threatened, but
it's like he's trying between two friend style stuff, but it's forced, not good, and annoying. He's very polarizing tonight.
May not actually be, and that actually.
Last time I watched him, everybody, like the people that were watching me, thought he was hilarious. But the Matt Gaetz one was better.
Sometimes be a defense depending on the state.
My life was being threatened. They said you're a bitch and you should die.
Actually, yeah, that could be a death threat.
They said you're a bitch and you should die, but forget that whole thing about the dying thing.
Then no, you can't kill them.
I don't know.
But actually, it depends on what their body was doing, right? Was he like reaching into his jacket?
You're a bitch. Well, it's a woman. It's a girl. You're a bitch and fuck you. You're a loser.
Did they say it to you a lot?
That's what I hear, and then I go, oh, yeah? Yeah. Oh, she's reaching.
Well, if she was running right for you, I mean,
or whoever.
He's got talent, but not enough for an hour. Luckily, this is not an hour. It's 46 minutes. We'll see.
coming right for you. Just make sure you yell, "Oh God, she's coming right for me."
That's usually what I do.
Yeah, and then nobody can, that's a perfect crime,
When will the police find the 3 bodies I hid in the forest?
To be honest, premeditated murder is almost never solved.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it
true.
wasn't premeditated, to be fair.
Even then, I think the success rate for solving any murder is around like 30 to 40%. So you got a pretty good chance of getting away with
No,
whatever
because it
you do.
happened 3 times. So
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but then it's like I really only.
He has no talent, LMAO. You mean Matan? I mean, he's just he's gotten popular just for like these like shock humor moments or whatever. So for him to like sustain it for 50 minutes is definitely taxing.
They have like a 10% chance or so of succeeding.
So when you ask how long will it take, you might get away with it.
Yes. Hey guys, sorry for the interruption.
Nonetheless, again, Patreon and like 2 sponsored bits in this.
Why did Tarantino kill all of the good guys at the end of Inglourious Bastards?
Who were the good guys?
He burned down that whole theater with all the good guys in it.
Who was it?
What do you mean, who was it? What's that question?
I didn't see the movie.
You didn't see Inglourious Bastards?
I've seen some of it.
Okay, well, at the end of the movie, there's a theater with all of the good guys in it, and they're watching a movie. And then it turns out this stupid
did
bullshit.
Did it upset you?
What happened?
Did it upset you?
Did they kill the protagonists?
At the end of the movie?
What?
The end of Inglourious Bastards, did it upset you?
Well,
I mean, Shoshana dies, so
it was kind of wasteful.
good, like technically, like he could, if Tim Pool, I'm sure he's seen Inglourious Bastards. He's just playing dumb to bait him or whatever. But you could also do kind of like a reverse Uno and be like, oh yeah, because like all the bastards die as well because they get trapped in there.
They were gonna end up. It's like you just kill all the good guys in the end, and that's the movie. It's like, oh, we went.
I haven't seen it, but like I don't like Star Wars, so I can relate to bad movies.
Yeah, but in Star Wars, the good guy wins.
I don't like Star Wars, but I relate to bad. What?
Who yeah. I don't.
Spoilers. Sorry, that is spoilers for Inglourious Bastards, a movie that came out in what, like 2007, 2009. Sorry.
I like it. I mean,
I'm not saying
actually,
the good
I think
guy
the Jedi
wins.
are the bad guys.
The Jedi are the bad guys?
They're the bad guys.
Yeah, but that argument is like almost a conspiracy theory. It's not widely accepted, like the Inglourious
Because
Bastards.
people are wrong. Mace Windu tried to assassinate the duly elected chancellor because of his religion.
Because
He
of his
literally says to
religion?
Anakin, he has an evil religion and must die. And Anakin's like, what?
That was Tim's lame attempt at a joke. I guess it's happening now, but now he's having to explain it, and it's getting more painful.
It's not so bad if the guy's right.
Well, he's the bad guy.
No, he's the good guy. Well, actually, he wasn't. He was
Why do you guys keep calling him Ryan for the... is BJ Novak really not like a... I don't expect him to be a household name, but I would have thought somebody would know his name.
Doc.
Well, he tried to kill the duly elected chancellor, so... I think the good guys won in Revenge of the Sith.
The good guys won?
Yeah, the Sith. They stopped a coup.
They didn't really win at the end. Well, they kind of did. It was like...
Darth Vader won.
No, he didn't win, but the
Well, yeah,
Sith
he
in
got
general
mutilated.
won.
Yeah, and they were the good guys.
Do you
It's just Jedi propaganda.
Imagine being named BJ.
correct the way people spell your in the comment sections on Instagram?
And hyperaggressive, you're coming from Matan's humor. Give me a break.
Instagram?
No.
Really?
I like it when they misspell it.
Yeah, so you can correct them.
No, I want them to misspell it.
Why is that?
It's flavor.
Flavor?
It makes the internet fun,
People misspelling your. You get like a chuckle out of that?
I do.
This guy talks about the internet being fun when yesterday he was bitching about the South Park parody of Trump.
Why? Why would
Yesterday I was watching him do it. A few days ago he did it.
Why would that be relevant?
It's just like when you're watching bunnies hop around in the field eating flowers,
I don't know if he knows how to work it. He's taking a little while.
He's trying.
He's struggling.
What is this? Like a Nerf gun?
Are you fucking retarded or something, buddy?
Jesus. Even though it's foam, wouldn't that still really hurt?
No, just Team Russian.
Yeah.
I'll continue with the interview.
Those are impressive.
They hurt?
Yeah, you take the shots for me.
Good deal.
You got. That's where you go. You got presidential protection over here.
What is it? Was he trying to get it shot up his ass?
He is.
Well, anyways, I guess, Mike, just try to get around that. Maybe lean the gun over or something. Are you vaccinated?
I am.
You are vaccinated?
Yeah, I got a lot.
Really? Which ones?
Yellow fever, Hep A, typhus, tetanus.
You have polio and hepatitis and
everything but COVID, right?
Virus.
All of them, yeah.
What weighs more? 1 pound of half of donut or 1 pound of steel?
They weigh the same. They both weigh a pound.
The answer is steel because the donut eats only half, remember?
Oh, right.
Yeah. I got you. You thought you were clever because
stupid.
You flipped it.
What weighs more? 1 ounce of, would you say steel or 1 ounce of gold?
Yeah, well, they measure gold in a different system. I'm not
correct.
dumb. So you
You're
couldn't
smart
trick
guy.
me, but I tricked you. But my thing was actually intelligence. Yours, even if you got me, wouldn't have been. Because yours was just a thing about knowledge. This is aiming it at me now, this idiot.
I'll give you $200 to shoot Matan with it.
Has a lot more on the line than money did with me. I'll rip his tongue out.
I'll give you $1,000.
Have you ever ate 300 chickens in 5 minutes? It's a 300 chicken in 5 minute challenge.
I haven't done it. I tried once.
You tried?
I didn't do it, yeah. It was rough. But I think I could do it. I could probably eat like 50 chicken wings in one sitting.
I guess this would be a good
Well, he
challenge.
said chicken. Did he say chicken wings or I just heard him say chickens?
You tried drinking a bunch of that shit?
Nah, I'll throw up.
You're already going to throw up. So that might actually help.
That might kill you, actually.
Kill you?
Actually, my stomach feels a lot better.
Yeah, so have some more. It'll feel even better. It'll feel like $1 million.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you'd like chug Pepto-Bismol, you were going to get you'd probably have to call poison control. You're probably not supposed to drink that much.
Bismuth subsalicylate.
Yeah, good for you. It'll be happy for you.
It also cures diarrhea.
That cures, well, yeah, drink some more.
I don't need
Can
it.
you pass it to me?
No.
Why not?
This is mine.
Yo, I don't know how to work this thing either.
Tim is probably on Ozempic. I don't think so. I think he'd look a lot more gaunt. People that are on Ozempic very, very quickly lose a lot of weight, and you'll see it in their face. He still has some shape to it. He had been like heavier a couple of years ago. So he has lost weight, but I think he probably just lost it on his own. Like, this is a guy who wears like the same 3 outfits. I don't think he has like money, but I don't think he like is balling out with it really. Is this humanizing Tim Pool too much?
We have like 300 of these back in our studio.
Don't worry, I'm not going to shoot it at your client.
Maybe with good editing, this could be less painful. It would take a ruthless editor to be able to make this a lot more funny than it is. After, like, I was clearly... They should have waited to the end to put the beanie reveal. Wonder how many people, like, dipped out after that.
I'm not aiming for you.
It's, like, weird to see Tim Pool in, like, a semi-natural environment.
What is it, a dinosaur?
Okay, let's calm down, guys. Let's calm down. Let's calm down, guys. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Oh, they broke it. You ripped it off. God damn it.
Ozempic face is, what this is... Ozempic face is from muscle loss. People are on too high of a dose and they end up losing more than 1 pound per week, which is the maximum recommended rate for weight loss. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. We have reservoir dogs at home.
I'll pay you back for it.
Oh, you really broke it. Fuck you. I was gonna want to return that shit to Target.
Okay, hold on. I can't take more of the gun shit. Airplane jokes, security, farmers. Okay, wait.
Person you would trust in your room? No, they're not.
Hey, chicken farmers.
Describe the color of person you would trust in your room, and then describe the color of person you wouldn't.
A person I would trust in my room?
The color of them.
A person I would trust in my room, a color? Yellow.
Yellow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And now the next one is the more important question.
The one I wouldn't trust.
Yeah.
White
Yellow.
people.
White people?
Yeah, like you.
I'm not, well, you know what? I am white. And go ahead and explain that.
White people, I was told, by Mike.com and Vox and the Huffington Post.
See, you're being bad though. You're doing bad faith.
Bad faith?
Yeah.
Well, I just thought you were joking.
No, I'm serious. I want to know the color of someone you wouldn't trust in your room.
It's an honest question.
Honest question.
Anyone in my room that I didn't know of any color, I don't know.
Yeah. I guess it would be ideal to not have anybody you don't know in your room, but assuming they have to be in your room. You're on a character creator in like Elder Scrolls, and you're just picking the color option. The rest will be randomized. What color will you make them?
Yellow.
Okay, and what color will you make them to not want to be in there?
I don't know that you do character creation for bad guys that like that.
Is like Tim Pool answering yellow and then white is the equivalence of somebody trying to do like a fucking like attack helicopter joke.
Red.
No.
Red's demons.
No, it's not a demon. It's it's a human character.
Excuse me.
I feel like your audience is fine if you say black.
But no, I like black people.
I like them too. They're funny, but like, I don't trust them. If Stephen Hawking was so smart, why couldn't he move his legs?
He had, what did he have? Lou Gehrig's disease? No, what did he have?
But regardless of what he had, if he was smart, he figured out how to move his legs then, or a solution.
I guess he wasn't smart.
Einstein could move his legs.
That's true.
That's what I'm saying. Not even a loser, he's just an idiot. He's regarded as one of the top guys, but even in death, he's now getting exposed for being on that island.
Is he? Well, let me ask you this. What was Stephen Hawking famous for?
Being a creepo.
I'm scared to get canceled, LMAO. The sole right winger in my chat thinks that this Tim Pool being this unfunny is him attempting to not get canceled.
To be honest.
But if he could just be himself, then he would be cracking us all up.
Correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Because when you ask people about Einstein, they'll say special relativity and general relativity. When you ask people about Stephen Hawking, they'll be like, I don't know.
Yeah, with Einstein, they'll be like the nuclear bombs and whatever that is. I don't even know.
Even Werner von Braun, people can be like rockets. And then Stephen Hawking, it's like, he wrote a book about space, I think.
Even if you ask somebody about me, they'll know that I'm like a serious podcast guy. With Stephen Hawking, it's like almost an insult what he's famous for.
The moment you bring up Stephen Hawking, people go, he was the guy who's in the wheelchair.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And when they do shows about him, it's always the robot voice, even though he didn't have to have the robot voice.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein will be on the Tim Pool list?
On my list?
Yeah, I guess so.
List of like enemies?
List of sex pests that you had a company with?
I feel like Tim is just a normal guy. Any regular person that see would be uncomfortable. Do normal people get paid $400,000 by Russian billionaires?
I think if there was a list, Trump.
I wish I was normal.
Trump would be on it.
On my list. If I had a list, I would put Trump on it.
Why would you do that to him?
Because like I want to be associated with him. You know what I mean? Like people can be like, Tim worked with Trump. It was bad, but he did.
That's not working with him. It's
but also it's
more
like
with him.
No, I mean, when Trump said that when you're famous, women let you do it.
Weird.
Yeah, well, I didn't know he said that. I'm gonna believe he didn't, because that's real suspicious sounding. That couldn't sound worse.
It does sound bad.
This is the like grab him by the pussy shit.
He's like, when you're famous, they let you do it. Grab him by the pussy.
Oh, that was the same quote?
Yeah.
I heard the last part.
Yeah.
That's what the fake news gave me. They only let me listen to that last part. They didn't give me the full context.
That's true.
What a bunch of idiots, actually.
The full context doesn't make it any better. The full context makes it worse.
Part sounds much worse.
Yeah.
But he actually was sent here by the Lord to save the country. Did you know that?
Great White Hope. This is what,
you know what his
Jesse Lee Peterson also says.
Name means?
Donald Trump?
You know what it means?
I've seen this before. It's like the savior or something. Or like the chosen.
Donald means ruler of the world. It's a Scottish name that means world ruler or king.
Yeah.
And Trump means the herald of. So like the trumpet sound of the world king. Here he comes,
Yeah, that's
crazy,
what it is.
right?
You see what I'm saying?
And then his son is named Baron.
What does Baron mean?
Baron means ruler.
Oh, really? Same thing?
Yeah.
So he's trying to set a success line down the road too.
Maybe. Or maybe he's the herald of the world ruler.
See, that's why he knew not to name Eric Trump Baron, because Eric's an idiot. He knew which one to give the name to.
Well, he did. There's Trump.
None of the Trump boys are particularly bright. It's a toss-up between Don Jr. and Eric Trump as far as like who's the dumbest or whatever, but neither of them are very, very smart.
Trump Jr.
Trump Jr.?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like Junior is like kind of like a little dog thing, you know what I mean? So it's like, so it actually is accurate. It's like the son, the little dog of the ruler. So he started all the way through.
Yeah. He's a smart guy.
No. Your show averages a couple 100,000 views and you were paid $100,000 per episode to promote Russian propaganda. Longneck doesn't have a show and he has no real fans. He has a lot of bots. How much money would Russia pay him?
I don't know.
Come on, you know better than anybody else does besides Benny Johnson.
All right, let's go.
And that other guy.
Joe Rogan did, I think it was a 3-year.
This is why I stuck around to see if they got back to the Russia shit.
Deal for $250 million. Recently, I think he did a 2-year open platform deal for $250. Call Her Daddy did a 2-year deal for $100 million. So, and Travis Kelce, I think, was a 3-year deal at $100 million. So, if you are if you are averaging a couple 100,000 views per episode,
that's my market value.
I think around 400,000 to 500,000 per week.
Here's my question. Where's my money?
How many episodes do you do per month?
Well, 4.
So you do one a week?
One a week.
How many views do they get?
Maybe on average, like 300,000 or so.
Per 300,000 at a $20 CPM. And if you're doing like 4 or 5 ads, you should be doing 100,000 per episode.
I thought you said from like I was gonna get paid by Russia. I don't forget the ads. I already have ads.
Does he have to like make up these bullshit like market rates so he can try to make it sound like what he got from Tenet Media was completely normal or industry standard? Because it's fucking not.
Yeah, but you should.
I want you know where the real money's at.
You should be able to get. I think it's easy if you just do a couple ad reads, you get $60K per episode on this show. But here's the deal: what you want to do is you want to leverage the direction of the audience. So when you look at these big companies like Westwood One, you've also got iHeartRadio, you've got Spotify, for instance. There's also Libsyn. You go to those companies and say, you control the ads and pay me a guaranteed rate at $300,000 an episode once a week. They might give you a couple $1 million.
Okay, here's my question. 1, I don't make even close to that, so I need to start figuring out how to make money.
Yeah.
And 2, how much would Longneck get? Because if he started a podcast, he could get like 300 views a month.
300?
But he wouldn't even really be able to sustain it because he's like sickly. He's a sick individual. So I don't think he'd be able to film weekly. Maybe like bi-monthly.
He can maybe get donations.
Yeah, but I'm saying from Russia.
Sad.
Because he'll sit there and go,
I guess you got to reach out to Russia.
Can you help me with that?
No. I don't know anybody.
You have to keep it for yourself. You're like a Jewish.
He definitely could have gone harder on the Russia shit for sure. Wasted opportunity.
Anybody.
Although the beanie thing is funny.
Can't help you.
But that's not true. But thanks for coming on. That's where we ended because I have to film with Longneck now.
Who's Longneck?
He's the next one coming into the studio.
Oh, you're talking about Alex Stein?
Not Alex Stein. Longneck.
Oh. All right.
Okay, that was not very fun. Sorry, I don't really like that. Like, it's so hit or miss. This shit is so hit or miss. But I'm at least happy that I saw the fuck. Like, I wanted to see him press him on Russia a lot more, and the beanie thing was funny. Fine. But if you're watching on Twitch, you should follow me if you aren't already, or subscribe to me. That way you can get access to an ad-free experience as well as cute emotes. You can also gift subs throughout the chat so you can share the experience with other people that are also watching. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and subscribe if you haven't already, or like the stream. You can also support me by following the donation link pinned to my Twitch chat and in my YouTube description at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And I'm going to finish the night by getting right back into the PBD Laura Loomer podcast. Oh, he is talking to Michael Tracy. Piss boy. Half his jokes are just racism, and so he panders to right wing and children. Yeah, but even that sometimes like edgy shit can be funny or whatever, but it has to have like a point. If it's just all edge, no point, it's not very funny to me.
I'm sitting there with my wife, and I'm wanting my kids to watch.
Just one more.
It's punishing me because I left it open too long. So Trump built their career. Laura Loomer slams Epstein cover-up. Questions about Trump's team and rips DOJ. This came out a couple of days ago, and she was like, what is it? She was claiming that 4 different times she had the opportunity to work at the White House, and it was always blocked, and that Trump has tried to hire her personally for 4 different things. She said like he tried to get her a position at the RNC, it never happened. Tried to get her a position as like an advisor for Panama politics, and then like 2 opposition research positions that never came to fruition. Yep.
And
so that's where we're at.
When he typed that.
So I just watched the Roger Stone's documentary for the second time. I'm sitting there with my wife, and I'm wanting my kids to watch this documentary, so I put it in. Get me Roger Stone.
I've seen this documentary. There's so much like great manism surrounding Roger Stone, and he's like so overhyped. Same with Steve Bannon.
And
I love Roger.
yeah, and I know you guys had something. That's actually not where I'm going. My question with you is when I'm watching everything you're saying.
He's just been around a long time. That's it.
Remember the time that in the documentary, Trump fired Roger? Roger's like, no one fired me. I quit. That whole back. I don't know if you've seen the documentary.
Oh, yeah, no, I've watched it a million times. Yeah, great documentary.
Seems like Matan wants to keep a relationship with Tim going because he went way harder on George Santos. I haven't seen the George Santos one, but that probably is funny.
Almost feel
But you can go harder on George Santos because he will go on anyone's podcast or whatever. He had more to gain by going on Matan's than Matan had to gain by having him on.
You know, I don't know if you've seen the documentary.
Oh, yeah, no, I've watched it a million times. Yeah, great documentary.
I almost feel like, you know,
Why have they seen this documentary more than once? It's not something that demands a second viewing. There are documentaries like that, but Get Me Roger Stone is definitely not one of them.
Your trajectory, well, you weren't a lobbyist, but your trajectory is like,
She wasn't a lobbyist. She was a paid propagandist for Project Veritas, James O'Keefe's joint.
You're creating enemies outside of Trump, that Trump trusts you, but in order for you to get a job on the inside that's publicly announced, that's an official job, you got to kind of win some people over. If you don't, you're never going to have that happen to you. And, you know, so that's kind of what happened with Roger. Trump probably liked getting his insight and feedback that he gives on different angles because of who he is. People like you, Roger, are wired in a very different way. There's an element of fearlessness in there.
Yeah, and I will say, a lot of my skills and a lot of what I know today is because of Roger. He's one of my closest friends, and he's a mentor of mine. I've known Roger since I was 18 years old, and I'm now 32.
That's what she also kept doing throughout the first half of this, is that like she loves name dropping. I have all these stories, all this dirt on all of these people, but consistently she didn't have anything to show for it. Like, she's been in the same rooms as people, but she didn't actually talk to them. There were different times where she did like undercover like infiltration ops, but it's still, the most that it got her is like, oh, okay, you talked to like a campaign staffer, or you went to an event with 1,000 other aides and volunteers, and you were able to get a picture with these people. She didn't actually talk to them. She didn't get some exclusives. She didn't get dirt on them. She didn't expose anything. Her career is just like trying to turn nothing burgers into like viral stories and conspiracy theories.
So would you say you're kind of following that?
Yeah, I mean, Roger is somebody who has, you know, been with me from the beginning, and like I said, I call my two mentors are Roger Stone and James O'Keefe.
So 14
Roger
years
Stone also has a Nixon tattoo on his back.
will be what, 2011? What was happening in 2011? Why?
Roger Stone, Nixon tattoo. This. It looks even weirder in like color, actually.
How were you involved? Because 2011, Obama's president. So how did you get into
I had
the
just
Roger?
moved to Florida. I was 18, and I had moved to Florida for college after I originally did a semester at Mount Holyoke, which is a women's college.
Wow.
And I just, it was a great school, but I couldn't handle all of, the liberal indoctrination. So I left. I mean, Mount Holyoke was basically considered Harvard for women when Harvard was all men. So great school. I had a 4.0 GPA. It's not like I couldn't.
Okay, did she actually go? Laura Loomer. Mount Holyoke. Yeah, Laura Loomer was born in Tucson, Arizona on May 21st, 1993. She and her brothers were raised in Arizona. She attended Mount Holyoke College in Massachusetts, leaving after one semester. She said she felt targeted for being conservative. So she got her conservative victimhood start very, very early. Although there's no reason to believe she was doing well academically.
Keep up with it. It was very expensive, and I just didn't want to pay all that money to be indoctrinated. So I moved to Miami and started working full-time, took over the College Republican Club, and Roger used to go and speak to different Republican clubs, and Fort Lauderdale is not too far from Miami, so I would drive up and I would go to his talks. He used to host these, like cigar nights and different events at different Italian restaurants and whatnot, where he would speak to different, it was like meetups, right? And he was always very accessible. You could see Roger walking around in Fort Lauderdale all the time. It's not like he was hard to reach. And we started following each other on Instagram and just started messaging each other, and we became friends. And I started going to his events. And then
who slid into whose DMs there?
When I started working for James O'Keefe, sometimes Roger would stop by the office too in Project Veritas. But yeah, no, a lot of I'd say that a lot of the dark arts tricks that I've learned over the years are from Roger Stone.
The stuff he did is just epic. What things he did, and some of it backfired on him, and they did it on him, but.
Yeah, he's an icon.
He's an icon when it comes onto the space and what he did.
It was so epic when he had to go to jail because he lied about statements related to the Mueller report and obstructed justice and intimidated witnesses. He was so awesome, man.
We wouldn't have President Trump today if it weren't for Roger Stone.
I don't think
really,
so. Yeah.
Roger Stone is the person. I mean, there's a lot of people that love to say, "Oh, I was there from Trump since the beginning. Trump's president because of me."
No.
If there's one person that can say Trump is president And really not, I'm not even talking 2015, 2016. I'm talking the 80s. The first time that President Trump first started talking about running for president is Roger Stone. So Roger deserves a lot more respect and credit than I think he gets.
I don't think he's going to get it, though, because he does what you do. It's tough to me, he has mine, because I respect the game that he's got. It's tough to be Roger, because you're going to be backstabbed many times, and you kind of, Roger's the one you want to call and talk to, but you want to make sure nobody else wants to know if
it's backstabbed a bunch of times because he'll fucking snake.
Like, who'd you talk to? Nobody. This is my intel. No. You called Roger because Roger's going to look at the world in a different way. And it sounds like that's kind of you. But you're the social media era of Roger. But let me go to a question. So what happened between...
You're the social media of Roger Stone. Again, this is like, in right-wing spheres, this is a compliment.
Besson and Musk. If you got your intel, you got people on the inside. We were 50 different stories, right? The black eye where Elon saying, well, it was my kid X that really punched me in the head, punched me in the eye. And Trump's like, oh, yeah, you should know really X. He's really this. And then stories comes out afterwards, and Besson's being asked. He doesn't really fully answer, but he does kind of talk about he'll stand up. So what do you think really happened there? If you know what happened there, maybe you don't know what happened there.
I honestly don't know. I mean, I know that Elon and Besson, I can say they would fight a lot from my understanding. I know for a fact that they would get into screaming matches and they don't like each other. And I think there's probably personality clashes. I think that whenever you have very successful, wealthy men all in the same room.
But I thought men were hyper logical and super rational, never get into petty emotional arguments and disagreements with one another. I thought that was female behavior.
Competing for the president's attention, competing to be number one.
Competing for a man's attention? I don't know about this, guys.
You're going to have clashes, right? You're going to have fights because you can't really have too many alphas, I guess, right? Too many alphas in the same room or the same space at one time without people fighting.
When I think alpha, I think Roger Stone.
That being said, I think that both of them have legitimate criticisms of each other. I don't agree with what Elon did, trying to blow up Trump on the way out. I don't agree with him.
Her whole thing is like, she's super big into loyalty, and she allegedly convinced Trump to fire different people in his administration or cabinet or something, like people that were going to be in his cabinet or something like that.
Falsely accusing the president of being on the Epstein list. But at
for
the
lack
same
of
time,
loyalty.
I do think that a lot of Scott Besson's background is fair game and fair for criticisms. I mean, he has an association with George Soros and some of the people who Scott Besson has brought in to the Treasury Department and who he's affiliated with even after the election. Trump haters, people who were very anti-Trump in the closing days leading up to the presidential election. So I would just say that I think that there's legitimate criticisms of both of them.
Do you think there was a fight? Do you think there was a punch? Do you think there is
I know for a fact that there was a screaming match, like a verbal fight, a verbal fight. I don't know if it got physical, and I don't want
anger doesn't count as an emotion. Oh, I forgot the cope line. That's right.
I don't want to speculate. I have no idea how Elon got his black eye. I do know that they had a screaming match, though.
Do you know over what?
Elon's such a drama queen for not attempting to cover it up, though.
Do you know what the topic was?
Well, there were several screaming matches, but one of the screaming matches had to do with the fact that Scott Bessent fired, but didn't really fire because nobody really gets fired in the Trump administration, right? Relocated or reassigned Doge's pick, Elon's pick for one of the IRS positions, and he did so without consulting with him a day after he was appointed. And that's, I believe, one of the things that really set Elon off and led to them having a screaming match with each other. It was one of the Doge appointed officials at the IRS.
Got it.
And Bessent decided that he didn't want him in that position and reassigned him.
Did Bessent feel...
And I think this was actually reported a few days after the fact. I mean, I knew about it. I was asked not to say anything about it. And, part of getting intel is having people trust that they can give you information and not
and now you're broadcasting it on this podcast.
Say anything about it. But now it's out there, right?
But still, even if it's out there or whatever, I don't know that it's the best thing to do if you're to be outing that you knew about it beforehand. So
it's not like it's proprietary anymore. It's not like I'm leaking it. It's already been reported, right? But you asked me one of the ways that I'm able to get intel. Well, I talk to some of the most powerful, richest people in the world, right? In corporate America.
Take a shot every time she fucking claims this.
In politics, people all around the world. And you have to show that you can keep a secret, right?
Yeah.
You have to show that you can keep a secret.
Do you think there is a chance that...
By bragging about the fact that you knew about this beforehand.
I don't know what fellow said this
That's how you demonstrate that you are trustworthy.
Hey, Republicans, 2026 is around the corner. One of the things we got to figure out ways to unite Trump and Musk together. Do you think there's a likelihood that the two of them will unite?
Probably not. I think that there's been so much gasoline poured on the fire since, Elon's last day and just all of the, the bickering back and forth, whether it be the allegations that he's on the Epstein.
I mean, if you want to talk about loyalty, though, Elon Musk, and just like analyzing it through a fucked up perspective, Elon Musk put tons of money into Trump's campaign. But since he already used the money and he is now the president, Trump didn't honor some agreement that they had. Like, who's really being disloyal here?
List and, the threats about revoking and canceling the government contracts. I don't really see there being any type of unification. I mean, look, Elon himself has his own independent political operation now, right? The America Party, he has his own political consultant. So it's...
Okay, but has he run a fucking candidate? Has he named a platform? Does he have a policy? Like, does he have any policy prescriptions for that? Why everyone keeps talking about this fucking party like it's going anywhere and it's not just a massive PR stunt in the meantime?
He said that he wants to fund people that didn't vote against the big beautiful bill. Who knows? I mean, I don't know how political he's going to continue being. He doesn't really seem to be talking politics much these days since he left the White House. He's more focused on his companies. But I don't know, as we get closer to 2026, I don't really think that his threats carried much.
Based on my experience with people struggling with addiction, I believe Elon likely became inebriated or high, lost consciousness, fell face first into a wall. I know, but after you regain, that is possible, but after you regain consciousness, how come you didn't think to put on makeup or try to obscure what happened? It's like, again, it's so dramatic. It's like the fucking equivalent of a teenage girl at your high school posting a photo of her hospital band on Snapchat and then not elaborating.
Influence. I mean, he's certainly an influential person, but even threatening to primary every single person who voted for the big, beautiful bill didn't change anybody's votes. If you look at the people who actually voted for the big, beautiful bill. So, it makes you wonder, like, how heavy is his political influence? Obviously, he has money. He can certainly influence things financially. But in terms of his word against President Trump's, it's pretty obvious that people value President Trump's word more, politically speaking, that is, right? Than Elon.
Certainly not. Politically speaking, people value Trump's word more. Like, not as a matter of like, oh, he's a good source of truth, he's reliable for information. No, just like, you have to care about it because he's politically relevant because he's the fucking president of the United States with a cult.
It's pretty obvious that people value President Trump's word more, politically speaking, that is, right, than Elon Musk's. Because if Elon's word was more powerful than President Trump's, you would have seen the entire Congress vote against the big, beautiful bill.
And they didn't. So that's one way of saying, I don't think you can.
Well, I mean, Elon Musk's, like, it doesn't just come down to one person, right? Like, they also have their donors to answer to and their constituents.
At least not now. But again, keep in mind, a lot of times people change because there were a lot of Republicans when the president lost in 2020. I was in different fundraisers and I would watch people who were diehard Trump guys in 2016 through 2020. And they started saying, well, you know what are you going to do to distance yourself from the president? Because he's becoming very, he needs to stop talking about and he needs to do this and what he's talking about. And are you more Team DeSantis? And you kind of watched certain communities turn on the president very quickly and they were no longer worried about his threats. There was a midterm that they thought it was going to be a red wave, didn't happen. Like, well, the president's endorsement is no longer as heavy as it was before. So who knows? These politicians sometimes won't show the fear unless if that person gets more and more powerful. So maybe they're not afraid of Trump, afraid of Musk right now, but in the next 2 to 3 years, 4 years, if they see Musk is more serious about what he wants to do, maybe they'll flip. Who knows?
Look, I don't think that any of these people are loyal to Trump. Most of them didn't even come out and support him when he first vowed to run for the second time, right after the stolen election. They sat on the sidelines. I mean, a lot of them were kind of waiting, especially here in Florida. Everyone was like, oh, well, DeSantis is going to run. It was already, an open secret. I'm the one that forced it out of DeSantis when I almost got arrested at his book signing. And that's the first time that
He's always there at the most important moments. How fucking convenient is that? Every single major thing that's happened in the last several years related to Republican stories, controversies, Laura Loomer was always there, the woman behind the man every single time, reliably.
Met President Trump before, but that's when my closeness, right, in terms of my access to Trump and the campaign really began. And that was in the aftermath of President Trump announcing the second time around. If you recall, Ron DeSantis was doing a shadow book. It was a shadow presidential campaign.
But it's so funny that YouTube the captions always generates Rhonda DeSantis for Ron.
Campaign via his book tour. And I showed up. I organized no, that's a Comey. I think if you just go type in Trump supporters threatened with arrest at DeSantis book signing. You could type it in on Google or whatever browser you use. So I knew that Ron DeSantis was going to be running. I had just finished a 2022 congressional campaign. And I had known, right? I had known that DeSantis, I've known since 2021, actually, that Ron DeSantis was going to run.
I actually knew before Ron DeSantis knew that he was going to be running for president. I'm just going to say that right now.
Because some of my donors for my campaign, right? These like Palm Beach millionaires, billionaires. I had lunch with one of them one day, and he's like an older guy, right? I won't say his name just to protect his privacy, but very well-off individual, lives on Palm Beach Island, mega donor, right? Who lives in Florida on Palm Beach Island. And he wanted to.
Who is she hinting at? Palm Beach Island, mega donor, older guy, wealthy, wanted to have dinner with her. I can't tell if this is like a subtle flex, if this is a dig, if this is like you've name dropped everybody else. Who the fuck is this?
Catch up and have lunch and just, just talk about things. And we're having lunch one day, and
Epstein, immediately, two people, Epstein.
Chit chat. Oh, how's everything going? Oh, it's great. What are you up to? Oh, I just, left this fundraiser for Ron DeSantis.
This Trump side piece. Allegedly, people were speculating that they had something. I have no clue. When she says things like this, like, oh, I'm close with Roger Stone. We DM on Instagram. Oh, I'm talking to this mega donor, this 70-year-old or whatever. I'm like, she like older men. Is that her thing?
Last night, and mind you, this was 2021. This was about a week after January 6th. Okay, week after January 6th or so, like 2 weeks after January 6th. And he's like, oh, I just left this fundraiser hosted by, another big donor. I won't say their name for the sake of privacy. And, oh, we raised $2 million for Ron DeSantis. And he asked me to be on his presidential finance committee. Mind you, the guy who I'm having lunch with in 2021, right after J6, he's like almost 80, right, at this time. So I figured he's having like a senior moment. Oh, presidential, because we were not even into 2022 yet, right? Which is when Governor Ron DeSantis.
Do you think she'd refer to Trump as like a senior because he's fucking 79 or whatever? I feel like she'd never talk about Trump's age like that.
His re-election campaign. So I gently correct him, right? Trying not to embarrass him at lunch. Oh, you mean gubernatorial? And he's like, no. He doubles down. He goes, no, it's presidential finance. And I said, no, you're talking about his gubernatorial, right? And then I'm like starting to get frustrated because
what is she yapping about? Holy shit. This is apparently going to tie back to how she knew that Ron DeSantis was going to run for president before anybody else. And it's because of a conversation she had with a mega donor who like spilled the beans.
He goes, no, his presidential. I'm like, what are you talking about? I said, 2022 hasn't even happened yet. He's running for governor. What are you talking about? And he goes, oh, I wasn't supposed to mention that. Don't talk about it.
This is in 2021.
Yeah, 2021. So he was already forming his presidential finance committee in the aftermath of J6. Mind you, it was like literally 2 weeks after January 6th. Because I remember I was out of the country. I was in El Salvador for January 6th. And I came back, I think, on the 15th. And so this was like 2 or 3 weeks after J6. And I remember sitting there like, holy,
he travels a lot.
Shit, like he's running for president. This is crazy. And so I knew all throughout my entire second congressional campaign when I ran in the villages in Central Florida that Ron DeSantis was going to run against Trump. And so naturally, I just really developed this animosity towards Ron DeSantis. And I knew that his book tour.
So did the majority of Republican voters. But that's because he's one of those people that they like the idea of him. But when he actually starts talking, the more he starts talking to the public, the more appearances that he makes, the lower his favorability gets because he's very, very awkward.
Was going to just be a shadow presidential campaign because it was Rupert Murdoch who hates Trump, and Rupert Murdoch gave him a book deal through HarperCollins Publishing, which was his book, his publishing company. So I staged the idea. I said, all right, let's force it out of him. Nobody wants to take the first.
Well, we mentioned this before. One of the most satisfying things I've ever done was cancel thousands of dollars worth of badges and kick Project Veritas out of all South by Southwest venues. I didn't know that you did that. What was the reason? Did you see Laura Loomer?
First shot at Ron, and he's denying the fact that he's running for president. So I had this idea. I said, why don't I organize a rally? It's not going to be a protest. It's going to be a rally in support of Trump outside of Ron DeSantis' book signing for the first ever book appearance for his new book, right? The Blueprint for Florida, whatever it was called. And he did it in my district. It happened to be in the district where I ran for Congress. And I showed up.
Forgot this crazy bitch ran for Congress, man. She could probably win.
There was
nothing
keep trying. DeSantis about it. We were all wearing Trump shirts that said Trump won. And all of a sudden, the video's online, I think you can play it. The security guard comes out from Books A Million and goes, you need to leave. And I was like, why? We're Trump supporters. Isn't this Ron DeSantis? Like, I thought he supports Trump, right? Obviously, I'm being tongue in cheek because I know what's going on. I know what's going on, which is why I did what I did. And then eventually the guy goes, I'm going to have you guys arrested. I'm calling the cops if you don't leave. And I said, why would you arrest us? We're Trump supporters. I thought Ron DeSantis was a MAGA governor. What's going on? And he goes, I was just told by DeSantis and his staff that I have to make every Trump person leave. And that's what he said in the video. You can play the video. And this video must have been seen like 27 million times. I mean, it was the video that finally made it safe. It broke the ice for people to finally say, all right, Ron DeSantis is running for president. Because nobody had the balls to do it. Or nobody had the balls to do it.
Play the clip.
Yeah, media often sits on secrets. That's what they want to do. They definitely don't want to rush to publish stuff. Certainly not. There's tabloid articles or tabloid institutions that are dedicated to speculating about stuff like that. What the fuck are you talking about? That they're too scared to speculate that Ron DeSantis might be running for president or confirm it if you have people that are willing to go on record?
Yes, why? Because of what you're wearing? They told me to say anybody running Trump has to go right now. I'm sorry, guys. I have to call up PD now.
Wow. So the security screwed it up for him.
Well, he's being honest.
No, he is. But they flat out. So here's a guy that becomes a governor because, okay, so did this cause him to not want to promote the book more because he was worried people like you were going to show up?
He was using the book to get away with violating campaign finance laws. So you have to announce, right? You have to officially.
But she only knows about because she's tried to bait Hillary Clinton's campaign in 2016 into or like 2015 probably into violating campaign finance laws by like trying to get them to like take cash donations, like random individual volunteers.
Announce your campaign within, a certain period if you're already like discussing, fundraising and hiring staff, and you have like an actual set date, right? There's rules about exploratory committees and when you have to file. And so I was making the argument that Ron DeSantis was in violation of FEC rules and FEC laws because he had
already... And who the fuck is she? She's not a lawyer or anything. So when she says she was making the argument, she was just pulling it out of her ass.
Been formulating his presidential campaign because people were telling me they were having meetings, and he was using the governor's mansion in Tallahassee to host all these meetings with campaign officials. Now everybody knows this, right? It's like the biggest open secret of 2024. Everybody's come clean about it, but and books have been written about it. But at the time, people were in denial. They're like, This is not the case. And so I had called out the fact that this was Rupert Murdoch's way to flush DeSantis with money because he didn't own a home, he didn't own a car, he doesn't own anything. He doesn't have anything. Even now, he doesn't have anything. He doesn't own any assets. And so if you look at his financial disclosure forms, how is he going to go up against President Trump, who is an accomplished author, a businessman, a billionaire? And so this was their strategy to have Ron DeSantis have a couple $1 million in his bank account before he officially announced his run for president so that he didn't look pathetic running against Donald Trump, who's a billionaire. I mean, this is true. Ron DeSantis doesn't own a car. He does not own a home. So when he and his wife...
Doesn't mean he's not wealthy, though. Does Ron DeSantis own a house? Well, I know he fucking lives in the governor's mansion, but does he own a house?
Casey
Actually,
Jill.
like, what is his net worth? What is Ron DeSantis's net worth? She went to one semester of college. How dare you question her about her legal things? I know, right? Politico reporting this year, DeSantis tops $2 million net worth. Governor Ron DeSantis is now worth nearly $2.1 million, thanks in large part to a $625,000 payment from his book publisher. The seven-figure bottom line was listed in his financial disclosure posted on Tuesday on the state's Ethics Commission website. Among the other revelations, the governor still doesn't own any property or stocks, and he has continued to pay off his student loans with more than just $15,000 left to go. He still has fucking student loan debt? Jesus Christ. Last year, he still owed $17,000 from his Ivy League education at Yale University and Harvard Law School. The governor's finances are far more straightforward than many other elected officials, and he comes from a family of modest means. Many members of the legislature, for instance, tend to hold down full-time jobs in addition to their public service and list inheritances, businesses, or properties that they have stakes in. Some also list credit card debt, car payments, crypto, or gambling winnings. DeSantis has stated for years that he thinks it's improper for elected officials to own stocks because the public might think it influences their decision-making. I cannot believe he actually believes this. Oh. I mean, he'll take out their corporate money or whatever, but it's like funny that he like draws the line at stocks. The Courage to Be Free, the book DeSantis wrote about his life and his policy accomplishments ahead of launching his presidential campaign, made him a good deal richer than he used to be. And the latest financial disclosure shows he continued to earn cash from it last year, though it doesn't specify whether the payment was from royalties, part of a split advance from publisher HarperCollins, or both. He received a $1.25 million advance from the company in 2022. Yeah, but an advance is a loan, so that wouldn't mean anything. The disclosure reflects the amount of money DeSantis had at the end of 2024, as it is required under state law. That means if he had purchased property in 2025, it wouldn't show up until he posts his final disclosure in 2026. He will be term limited out of office after the 2026 election, and it's not clear where his political career will take him next. Even at a higher net worth, Florida has become a great deal more expensive since DeSantis moved into the governor's mansion in 2019 due to higher property insurance rates, a flood of people moving into the state, inflation that includes higher building costs, and higher property taxes that come from increasing property values, something DeSantis is pushing the legislature to fix and voters to fix. But if Florida's First Lady Casey DeSantis were to run for governor and win, then the DeSantises would not need to move out of the governor's mansion until come January 2027. Personal financial disclosure laws don't require elected officials to post their spouse's earnings and net worth, but the federal disclosure DeSantis had to submit in August 2023 when he was running for president required it, and showed Florida's First Lady didn't have any income or stock holdings. Stay-at-home mother. Aaron, are you actually a communist? Many people are saying this. Yeah, I am. I call myself a communist. Some DeSantis allies hopes he still has a future in the Trump admin, especially after a friendly event the president held with him Tuesday in Florida, where the president told DeSantis the two of them have blood that seems to match pretty well. Weird. It is kind of surprising, though, that he doesn't own, like, a house and shit. But, I mean, he still has student loan debt, so, like, what the fuck are you spending your money on, dude?
The governor's mansion after 2026, who knows where they're going to go? They don't even have a residence.
Ron DeSantis doesn't own a home?
No, he doesn't own a home.
Okay, maybe they'll buy a home, lady.
You're right. I just looked it up. Ron DeSantis doesn't own a home. So,
and he doesn't own a car.
I wonder if this is, like, changing his view of DeSantis in real time.
It may have changed, but he got caught using
the like, pettier shit.
DLE vehicles outside of their designated purpose, right? So this is the kind of stuff I was calling him out for. He doesn't own anything. You can see he doesn't own a car. He was using a campaign event, and this is how he got caught not owning a car, is because he was using an FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement vehicle, and they got in a car accident. The car got in an accident, and they had to report it, and then a reporter found out about it. And Ron DeSantis
he was driving it, then he got the car?
He was traveling in the car to a campaign fundraiser, which is a violation because you're not allowed to use taxpayer funds. Those are taxpayer funded vehicles for the sake of campaigning. And so that's how people found out about it.
So you're saying what?
So,
you're saying the book was a way of getting some kind of money.
The book was a way of helping him because they were promoting it nonstop. He was getting, selling.
Could that mean he is a materialistic? No. I mean, it could technically mean that, but in this case, I do not think that's the reason why. It could be that he's just being frugal. Why have like a mortgage payment or whatever when you could just live there for free?
They bought all these advanced copies. The Republican Governors Association, RGA, bought thousands of copies of the book that they were
giving. You can use Air Force One too. Never mind. Hey, it's Trump Force One.
Giving as, gifts to donors. So creating this facade, right? This astroturfed
image. It's like she'll go back and forth between like, this is like corrupt what he's doing. He's breaking campaign finance laws. No mention to the fact that Trump took $100 million from Miriam Adelson. Again, that's like totally legal. Or how much money he took from Elon Musk, or the fact that he's a literal fucking billionaire with all of these different financial conflicts of interests. The fact that in his first term, he put like his family in positions in the White House and his cabinet. No, let's just focus on the fact that Ron DeSantis doesn't own a home. She's like simultaneously taking a dig at him for being kind of like broke, is what she's implying. But then also like, almost wants him to be more corrupt or whatever, to be like flexing his money, because I guess that would be impressive. It's like, I can't even tell where she's coming from with this, other than like, I guess, yeah, like hashtag broke boy.
Wow,
Brokies, Dusties.
He must be so popular. Wow, he got a book deal. Wow, it's Rupert Murdoch's publishing company. Wow, he's all over the New York Post and Wall Street Journal, not disclosing the fact that Rupert Murdoch, who's being sued by Trump, by the way, rightfully so, owns Fox News. He owns the Wall Street Journal. He owns the New York Post. And so this is how they were able to gaslight everybody and astroturf a campaign and make everybody think that he was more popular than Donald Trump. So I was like the main person calling this out and like really taking aggressive shots.
I mean, I don't think anybody was under that impression for very long. Once he started campaigning and you saw his polling or whatever, it was clear he didn't have the mass appeal with the base that he needed to be able to capture the nomination away from Trump.
At people, political operatives exposing people for taking money on the side, going to these private influencer dinners with DeSantis. And that's when I got a phone call from Trump. I don't usually answer unknown numbers. And after I was threatened with arrest at that event, I got a phone call, and it was and something just compelled me. You ever like feel compelled to do something that you don't usually do? Something compelled me to answer this unknown call, and so I answered the phone. It's like 7:30, 8 o'clock at night after I almost just got arrested, and I'm like, "Hello," and it's like,
"It's not. That's not 7:30, 8 p.m. is like not late." What? I was expecting her to be like, "It's like 2 a.m. or whatever." It's 7 p.m. at night.
"Hi, Laura. This is your favorite president." And I thought it was a prank call. Like, honestly, I thought that somebody was prank calling me. I said, "No, really, honestly, don't waste my time. Who is this?" I said that on the phone. And they're like, "Oh, it's your favorite president. I loved what you did to the sanctimonious today." And Trump and I had about a 15, 20-minute phone call. And
did this really happen? Is there any way to confirm it? Did Donald Trump, this woman lies so much, man, call Laura Loomer? Like, Trump lies a lot, so it's like hard to even know what the fuck is like fact or fiction. Like, Trump fires 6 NSC officials after Oval Office meeting with Laura Loomer. During the 30-minute meeting, the far-right activists excoriated National Security Council officials in front of the president and Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor. So it was April 3rd of this year. President Trump fired 6 National Security Council officials after an extraordinary meeting in the Oval Office with far-right activist Laura Loomer, who laid out a list of people she believed were disloyal to the president, U.S. officials said on Thursday. But did, like, I said, like, called her a great patriot. Last month, she started her own research and betting firm called Loomer Strategies that she said would provide high-level opposition research for hire. The team refers to what she and others call getting loomered, which is when she targets someone either in ambush-style interviews or online. So she all but assaults somebody, the classic, the loomer. She has also tried to dig up dirt on officials from outside the administration, either because they've gotten in Mr. Trump's way or because she questions their loyalty, or because she's insane. She's like an insane woman who's not on her meds. So there's like no evidence of this. Just like take her word for it.
Ron DeSantis was such a snake for running against him, that he owes his entire political career, and that the video finally basically allowed the campaign to get more aggressive against Ron DeSantis. And he said, "I think you're great. I really think you're great. I want you to come and meet with me at Mar-a-Lago." And he put me in touch with his staff and a scheduler. And about 2 weeks later, I drove down from at the time I was living in Central Florida, the Villages. I drove down from the Villages to Mar-a-Lago, and I met with the president. And it was in his office that he started asking me all these questions about people, and I was just able to rattle off all this intel and tell him things that his own advisors and his staff hadn't told him.
Do you trust Ron DeSantis today?
I mean,
because him and President Trump are now closer. There's pictures of, his wife golfing with the president, and the
She's
president.
like more paranoid than Trump about disloyalty.
Has Ron come in and they're looking all like everything is good now. There was even a meeting, I think about 6 weeks ago, in a video where,
We're just saying something because Trump fires everyone or fucking falls out with all of them.
Ron is saying he's being complimentary of the president.
Well, that was Alligator. That was the opening of Alligator Alcatraz,
Right.
and the president came down. Look, I think that Ron DeSantis is trying to rehabilitate his political career because he lost so much good faith. Mind you, DeSantis doesn't have a base, okay? It's the MAGA base on lease from President Trump, who was graciously renting him his own base.
I mean, in Florida, he has a base. Nationally, he does not. He is one of the most popular governors that has ever taken office in Florida. Hold on. DeSantis was first elected to Congress in 2012 and was re-elected in 2014 and 16. During his tenure, he became a founding member of the Freedom Caucus and was an ally of President Donald Trump. He briefly ran for U.S. Senate in 2016, but withdrew when incumbent Senator Marco Rubio sought re-election. After winning the Republican nomination in the 2018 gubernatorial election, DeSantis defeated Tallahassee Mayor and Democratic nominee Andrew Gillum by 0.4%. DeSantis was governor during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as during Hurricane Ian and Hurricane Nicole. He encouraged the passage of the Parental Rights and Education Act, Heartbeat Protection Act. In the 2022 gubernatorial election, he defeated former Governor Charlie Crist by 19.4 percentage points, the state's largest margin of victory for a governor's election in 40 years. So for her to be like, oh, he doesn't have a base or whatever, like, Florida's big for him.
so that he could develop his own political career. He was a no-name congressman. He was a no-name congressman in 2017, 2018. He wasn't even going to get the endorsement. Adam Putnam had all the endorsements. And then it wasn't until Matt Gaetz went into Mar-a-Lago and said, oh, you know, there's this guy. He's my friend. You have to endorse him. And it shocked everybody. Everybody was so pissed about it because they thought, you know, there was so much money, hundreds of millions of dollars behind Adam Putnam. And all of a sudden, Trump endorsed this no-name congressman, Ron DeSantis.
Oh, God, Andrew Gillum. Didn't he turn out to be like really, really corrupt?
And he was able to beat Adam.
Okay, well, okay. He got caught having gay sex and doing meth. Okay, that's not what I remembered, but maybe that was what happened.
Putnam. And then he barely won his election against Andrew Gillum. And he would not. It was about 34,000 votes, and they had to, you know, have a. It was very contentious.
I
At a
remember that. I
recount.
don't want to take anything away. He crushed it as a governor. I'm not sitting here saying that. And I also think he made a mistake.
Yeah.
And I've openly said it when I had him on. I'm not. My position hasn't changed. But
oh God, when he had him on, that was so fucking awkward. Like, he can't take a gift, and he's like trying to give him a gift, and he's like, I can't do that. Hold on. PBD, Ron DeSantis. I think he asked him like why he's wearing heels. Yeah, I'm 5'11". PBD questions DeSantis how tall he is and why he wears boots. This was a year ago. Patrick Bet David questions Ron DeSantis on his height and why he wears his boots. Why do you wear heels? Let's see.
Are you the type of person, like I have people around me that love to say, hey, Pat, you got something between your teeth. These are the annoying people in your life, right? Hey, Pat, pull your zipper up. You know, hey, Pat, do this. Hey, pull one of your socks is lower than the other one. I'm sure your marketing team points out how they're trying to troll you in the marketplace. Okay, I'm sure they're doing that. Can you bring this one clip? I know you were on, what do you call it? On, what was it? Bill Maher, and Bill Maher talked about the boots. I've seen you walk with these boots. Go ahead and play this clip. This on TikTok went viral. It doesn't have 1 million views. It doesn't have, 10 million views. This thing's got 1.2 million likes. And some people are wondering.
The wedges.
What are they?
I mean, he's worn lifts.
I haven't seen that.
They've not shown this to you. Okay,
No.
What they're trying to say with this is that in your boots, you have heels.
No.
That's what they're trying to say.
Those are just standard off the rack Lucchese.
How tall are you?
Like Ron DeSantis heels. Politico with the fucking tea. 3 expert shoemakers say Ron DeSantis is probably wearing height boosters. The internet has questions about governor's boots. I asked the experts. The last few weeks this was reported by Derek Guy. This is the fashion dude on Twitter. He has a big Twitter account. On October 31st, on Halloween of 2023. The last few weeks, posts mocking Florida Governor Ron DeSantis' strangely shaped cowboy boots have racked up millions of views on Twitter and TikTok, with online sleuths trying to determine whether he's wearing height-boosting insoles to pump himself up against 6'3", primary frontrunner, with a penchant for nicknames who reportedly considered calling DeSantis Tiny D. If the 2001 Yale baseball team rosters to be believed, DeSantis stands at 5'11". Posters have stretched over photos of the boots, showing where they think DeSantis' feet sit inside. Slay Queen captioned one of the TikTok users. Oh, interesting. Yeah, we just saw this one. Hashtags like Paris Fashion Week and Mall Goth Fashion abound, and former President Donald Trump himself even shared one of the posts on Truth Social. The T... Wait, his name is actually Derek Guy? Yes, Mr. Guy. This is his surname. Sounds vain to fret over height in a political race, but DeSantis has reason to worry. Over the last century or so, taller candidates have tended to have an advantage in general elections. Aha, there's merit to this instead of it just being like a frivolous, silly article. With the notable exceptions of former President Barack Obama, who is shorter than Mitt Romney, and President Joe Biden, who is shorter than Trump. President Brandon mogging Trump yet again, despite being technically shorter. 3 top experts in the field say the cowboy boots truthers might be onto something. I've dealt with these politicians many times, says Stephon Parker, the bespoke bootmaker behind Houston's popular Parker Boot Company, which he says has made height-increasing cowboy boots for a number of Texan politicians. No, he won't reveal any names. I've helped them with their lifts. DeSantis is wearing lifts, there's no doubt. That's funny. They definitely do look like they have lifts, though.
How tall are you, Governor? How tall?
5'11".
5'11". Okay. Why don't you?
I'm 5'11". He's like sitting up all of a sudden.
Shoes.
I do wear tennis shoes when I work out. Yeah, 100%.
You do?
Yep.
Okay. I got a gift for you. I'd love for you to wear, okay, I shop at Ferragamo, okay, and
I don't accept gifts. I can't accept it.
I totally get it.
I'm sorry.
So if you like
Oh my God, it's so awkward. Just cuts off there. I mean, he can't accept gifts. It's so fucking terrible.
But now, when I'm watching this on how the president is comfortable being next to him, and it's so you're saying this is Ron's
Tiny D is a good nickname for him, though.
way of trying to get back in the good graces of the president.
Yeah, I don't trust Ron. I mean, look, I don't personally trust Ron DeSantis. I think that he's playing a political game and he's trying to rehabilitate his career. I think that had he not run against the president, maybe Trump would have endorsed Casey over Byron. But I think that so much bad blood was created, and especially after Casey then tried to run for governor of Florida, and then her whole prospective campaign got blown up with the whole Florida scandal. I think that he realizes, crap, I don't own a home, I don't own a car, people hate me, I'm now viewed as a traitor. I don't know how I'm going to recover my image, and so maybe he's hoping for some kind of political appointments, because where is he going to go? What's he going to do? Unless he gets hired to go work as some contractor at some defense company, or they fire someone from the Trump administration and they make Ron DeSantis a political appointee.
Maybe he's going to go buy a car and a house. Maybe it's time to buy a car and a house and kind of go do what many Americans do.
PBD is very, very disgruntled to learn that he does not own any property. He doesn't own like a car or anything like that. It clearly bothers him.
If he doesn't own a car and a house, it's time to buy a car and a house.
Hey everybody, Laura Loomer here. I'm so excited to finally announce that I've joined Minect. So please be—
She looks so much better here than she does in that terrible fucking photo that she put as her fucking profile for this thing.
Contact me today.
Next question for you is,
I wonder if they paid her to do that.
with Epstein. Okay,
I didn't want to bookmark that.
Curious to know what position you're going to take with this, because on one end, we've been following the story closely. I know you have as well. Pam Bondi, Florida, you said vetting. A lot of people said they're not being vetted. I don't know if you were referring Pam Bondi as one of the people that wasn't vetted. I don't know how you feel about Cash. I don't know how you feel about Bongino. These are, Bongino is a very trusted guy by many people.
Yeah.
Big podcast, big following, respected, trusted. Even his enemies trust the guy. But when it comes onto the Epstein and the way it was announced, the way it was released, O'Keefe, was it O'Keefe Media Group came in, got Pam Bondi saying what she said, and then she came up and said, well, we found thousands of hours of footage and all this other stuff, and then all of a sudden it was kid porn. How are you processing the entire Epstein debacle?
Well, I've been at the forefront of exposing a lot of this, and I will say, the first mention of those videotapes, even as much as I love O'Keefe, it wasn't O'Keefe. The video caught Pam Bondi at a breakfast admitting that the tapes had child pornography on them. But the first mention of it was actually Roger Stone over a decade ago in his book, The Clintons' War on Women, when he was mentioning, all the flights, Lolita Express, going to Epstein Island, all that stuff, right? And he said that the files have it's in his book. He says the files have likely been destroyed, and a lot of it is child porn that will never be released to the public. I've known that for a while too, because I read Roger's book years ago. That being said, I think that it's been handled horribly. I am the reporter who broke this story about Dan Bongino skipping work 2 Fridays ago because he was contemplating resigning.
I think she did actually have the exclusive on this. But yeah, it's bizarre. Even if you are considering resigning, the fact that he just doesn't show up to work. He doesn't even call in a fake sick day or anything like that. That's not what she said. It was literally just, no, I don't feel like showing up to work.
Look, I stand by all of my reporting. Pam Bondi, as I call her, dropped the ball as it relates to the Epstein investigation. I don't think that she was the appropriate person to even be controlling this investigation. When you speak of vetting, it's very important that you look at people's conflicts of interest. Okay, it's very important that if you're going to have transparency, and this is one of the things that happens a lot with. And
this is what she's talking about, the scoop or whatever. Scoop. Dan Bongino is now seriously thinking about resigning from the FBI as deputy director over Pam Bondi. Mishandling of the Jeffrey Epstein file release and the lack of transparency of the DOJ. As I exclusively reported earlier today, Bongino took the day off from work to evaluate whether or not he wants to continue his position with the FBI, following the Sunday night release of a memo from the DOJ that claims no more information about Jeffrey Epstein will be released. Sources tell me it's very likely that Bongino resigns from the FBI unless Pam Bondi is fired by President Trump or resigns from the DOJ. It's not what happened. This was June 11th of this year.
These vetting crises in the admin, there's not a lot of focus on conflicts. Well, Pam Bondi was the attorney general of Florida when Epstein was getting away with raping kids and doing everything that he did. If they were aware, because as we saw, the Secretary of Labor, Alex Acosta, under the first Trump administration, submitted his resignation, if you recall, because they didn't vet him. Nobody bothered to ask him if he was involved in anything controversial, and he was involved in the I guess they call it like a non-prosecution plea deal, right? With Jeffrey Epstein, with the various FBI agents who we still don't know about. So that came up during his Senate confirmation hearing, and he had to resign because he said that it created such a distraction for the admin. Now, I want to know if that was enough to get Alex Acosta to resign from the administration, and that was in 2008 when that paperwork was signed. How come Pam Bondi, who only a year or so later became the Attorney General of Florida, okay, same time period, how come she didn't have to resign as Attorney General of the United States for not disclosing the fact that she was...
Because Trump's an inconsistent moron, and the fact is that this second administration, he has taken loyalty far, far, far more seriously than he did in the first one. All of the people that he picked for his cabinet are hand-selected toadies that will do his bidding and not question him.
The Attorney General when Jeffrey Epstein was getting away with all this. Surely as the Attorney General of Florida, she would have been aware of a plea deal or some kind of intelligence gathering operation, which we already know from the files that have since been released that Jeffrey Epstein, as part of his plea deal, right, where he was out on release, was able, and I posted these documents too, was supposed to be sharing information with the FBI. Those are in the documents that have Alex Acosta's name on them from 2008. So we know that Jeffrey Epstein was involved with collecting info and sharing info with the FBI. So what made the administration, as much as I love the administration, think that Pam would be the person to do this when...
Even that small, that very, very modest criticism had to be, I love the administration, must be reiterated.
That's such an egregious conflict. Wouldn't you agree? I mean, if you were the Attorney General during the time that he was raping kids and getting away with all his crimes, why should you be the one? They should have known that this eventually was going to come up.
So then why, so if the President Trump is seeing one of his handlers, one of his leaders, Pam Bondi, doing what she did, the mishandling, and the supporters on the inside who, these are not the stupid losers. I'm talking about the people that are actually on the inside that are on Trump.
Many people dedicate their lives and earn doctorates to work in White House positions, yet these unqualified idiots get these jobs and treat them like a joke. How can someone not to show up? I mean, one, they are joke positions, effectively. You are getting people that were like social media influencers to be part of the fucking DOJ. For two, and like the other thing is that there's just no consequences. They're allowed to act with impunity, clearly.
Trump side, they're saying, hey, this was a big screw up. How is he handling one of his people made a massive mistake, big blunder that they keep having to rehash? And then other people's like, no, this was actually a bad mistake. You got to fire Pam. You got to fire this. You got to fire that. How is he managing that?
Well, look, the president has made his decision. He's not firing Pam. Bongino was thinking of resigning. And from my understanding, the president had a phone call with him 2 Saturdays ago and was able to kind of, walk him off the ledge. It's great. I like Dan. I think he's great. But there's no denying that there's friction that exists between Kash and Dan and Pam. I mean, who releases a memo about something so consequential on a Sunday evening on 4th of July weekend? Who does that, right? You release...
Who approved that? Pam approved that.
Yeah, Pam approved it. Supposedly there was a meeting.
I mean, yeah, I do think that... I don't think... It sounds... Even coming from, like, everything's a fucking conspiracy coming from this bitch. But, I mean, I do think it was strange to release an exclusive to Axios on Sunday night around the time of the big, beautiful bill. Like, they didn't have anything. And I think they really were attempting to keep this out of the media.
I was told it took place in the Situation Room. And it was discussed by, White House advisors, Pam, Kash, and Dan, but they hadn't agreed, from what I was told, to a time when it was going to be released. And so Dan and Kash, apparently, from what I know, claimed that they were sidetracked about the contents of the memo and when it was released. Notice nobody signed their names to it, which is kind of bizarre and unprecedented. Generally, when a memo is released, somebody's name or logo's on it. There was nothing on there. That being said, Pam also just loves Fox News. She spends so much time on Fox News, and this is a problem. Was she playing an act? Like, was she trying to play into the energy of the base when she said what she said? The files are on my desk. Billionaires are leaving on private jets to flee accountability. I've seen these tapes. They're absolutely horrific. Blah, 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 blah. Like, what was she doing? Was she just lying? Was she caught up in the fame and all of the attention she was getting and everybody talking about her? Either way, whatever the excuse is, and obviously it's nothing but one big...
I mean, of these 3 bozos or whatever, it is painful for me to admit, but she is still the most professional out of all of them.
She doesn't give me vibes of that. I don't think it's like...
Well, whether it was deliberate or she just got
defending her honor,
carried away, it
nobody
created
signed
a crisis.
Was the president in there while they're processing this with Kash and Dan, or no?
I don't know if he was in the room or not. I don't know. But I know that a meeting took place.
Okay, would Pam be able to release something like that on 4th of July Sunday at 4 o'clock without the president's approval?
I don't know if she could do it without the president's approval or if maybe counsel or the DOJ or White House staff signed off on it. I don't know. That's the big question is why was this released in the way that it was released.
I guess she's burning all these bridges. Why else would you go on this podcast and tell all of this? No, that's kind of her thing. Is like she is a very, very hostile figure. Like when she said that thing about like, oh, you don't want to get Loomered or whatever. Like she is known for just like nuking people's careers. She's like a McCarthyist, but for MAGA.
And
constantly trying to find people that are disloyal.
More of an understanding with Cash and Dan and the president had everybody been on the same page, and that's what caused so much conflict. I think that people speaking out of line and I don't want to say over-exaggerating because I don't know if they over-exaggerated. I don't know if they actually believe these things or if they were over-exaggerating when she says things like the files are on my desk, and she said that a lot of powerful people, and I'm sure you could find the clip, but there's a clip of her saying a lot of powerful people are, leaving the country right now and they're getting on their private jets to escape accountability. Well, who are those people? Why are you not making them a flight risk? Why are you not grounding them? How come DHS or flight marshals aren't grounding their planes? Like if they're leaving the country, why aren't you stopping them? And there's so many questions and so many inconsistencies with the things that she's saying. And even today, right? Even the statement that she just released today. Oh, consulting with the FBI,
Okay, true, but like she will never make this broader criticism of like Trump or his decisions or whatever. She will always chalk it up to the individual failure of the people that Trump selected. But she's been open that she doesn't like trust his judgment clearly when it comes to like who's loyal, who's not, who he surrounds himself with, because the second she got close to him, what is her major accomplishment is getting him to fire people that are not loyal enough.
Office and the FBI have determined that we'd be happy to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, who's currently in prison in Florida, serving a 20-year sentence, to see if she has any information about anybody who's committed crimes against children. Well, why is this only being done now? How many years has Ghislaine Maxwell been in prison for? Are you saying that the DOJ and the FBI have never taken it upon themselves to interview her?
This is literally what Megyn Kelly said earlier to Piers Morgan.
How could you say in the memo that the case was closed when you had already determined that you were closing the case before interviewing Ghislaine? So now everybody's kind of wondering, wait a second, why did this memo say you were closing the case, but now you're backtracking and saying that you're going to go interview her? It's a reverse order, right? So it's a mess. It's a mess.
It is. And the longer she keeps doing that and has a job, it falls on the president.
Look,
no, it doesn't actually. Here's why it's exclusively her fault and not Donald J. Trump's.
I think it's unfortunate. Yes, President Trump is the person who appointed her, and President Trump is the person who could remove her.
Right.
But I also think it's a distraction. While I want to see the Epstein files released, and I do think it's of significance.
Got it.
It's something that people, obviously care a lot.
Would be a distraction to criticize the head of state, who is more responsible because he did put this woman in this position, than it would be to just criticize her.
About. President Trump never promised that he was going to release the files. And so to the president's credit, I will say,
he was wishy-washy on it. The most that he said was like, oh, we could look into that maybe, but then again, I don't know. But he put Vance on his ticket, and Vance ran on that. Vance promised that would happen. And then he put Kash Patel and Dan Bongino in his cabinet, and those two were QAnon influencers, Pizzagate influencers.
He was asked about it kind of, on the cuff by Lex Friedman on his podcast. And he said, oh, I'll take a look at it, right? He said, are you going to release the Epstein files if you win? And he says, I'll take a look at it. It was never part of
It's never the dear leader's fault. Thanks for the bits, Clearwatch.
Agenda 47 to release the Epstein files. So a lot of people are attacking Trump, falsely accusing him of being a pedophile, saying he's a pedo protector. I think that's horrible. In the scheme of things, President Trump is doing an amazing job, and he doesn't get nearly enough credit that he deserves for all of the victories that he's had since starting his second term.
I think a lot of people give him credit.
Right,
I think he's
there are
getting
so
plenty
many
of the
people,
credit.
and again, it goes back to this woke right faction that was shit-talking Trump this last week, saying, oh, I'm done with him. I'm not supporting him. People never should support him ever again. It's like, were you ever really with Trump? I think there's a lot of people that are looking at the fact that Trump's going to be gone in 3.5 years, and they're trying to pivot. They're trying to pivot to secure other financial opportunities because their grift of leeching off of Donald Trump.
Do we know that Trump's going to be gone in a few years, or is he not going to try to run for another term?
And sucking the life out of him after he basically created them and gave them their careers over these last 8 years is coming to an end.
I fully am on the page with that one because that's a different story. I think
that's what I think.
Built a lot of people's careers, no question.
Like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens. There's so many of these people.
I don't know if I would say Tucker. I think Tucker had a career before him. But I think, and I'm not even...
Well, after he got fired by Fox, he certainly created his career. Trump could have easily nuked Tucker. Those Dominion lawsuit records that came out with Fox News, Tucker Carlson, he said he hates Trump. He said that Trump is a satanic force. You could pull it up.
This is actually fun, or she does know the tea on these people, and it's so weird hearing them come from her. Because again, normally MAGA people don't want to punch right, but she is absolutely fucking ruthless with pointing out, oh, no. Tucker Carlson not loyal, and she's absolutely right. What the discovery revealed in the Dominion lawsuit is that Tucker Carlson admitted he fucking hates Trump, and he just does it because he's a bitch who will do anything and say anything for money.
These records up. Nobody wants to talk about this because it's like taboo in conservative media. Everybody can.
Thank you for subscribing, Gokunaru.
This is his ass.
I don't think so. I don't think that's what it is. What I'm saying is, what I'm qualifying here, Laura, is Tucker.
Is that the actual Gokunaru? Or is that some LARPer?
Had a job at MSNBC and CNN way before he got a job at Fox.
Yeah.
And Tucker's been relevant for a long time. Of course, not at the level he is now. His podcast is doing great, top 5, top 4.
But that's what I'm trying to say is that I don't think that his independent career as not working for a major network, indepent, Tucker Carlson
you think
network.
It's purely on Trump? I'm a Trump guy, and a lot of people would say, like, I'm neutral with Tucker. I think Tucker, for a guy to be his age, to have his kind of money, to be on the road, traveling around the world, interviewing people, most people don't want to do that, and they're not going to do this. I'm going to give him his credit there. Now, let me come back to the Trump side.
I just personally think that when I say it's on Trump, I'm saying Trump was very gracious after those text messages came out. What I'm saying is that Tucker, he's created his own platform, and he deserves credit for that. But Trump could have easily nuked him, and I don't think he would have been as popular post the firing at Fox News had Trump actually given him what he deserved, which was a lambasting after those text messages came out. I mean, he was very derogatory, saying, the election wasn't stolen. I can't wait till we don't have to talk about Trump anymore. His supporters are a bunch of cousin effers. I mean, I'm not making this up.
Oh my God. I'd forgotten he'd said that. Hold on. Tucker Carlson, Dominion, lawsuit, discovery. Again, just have to reiterate one more time that, like, last night we're reacting to Anna Kasparian talk to Tucker Carlson, and she was like, I was listening to you speak at Turning Point, and you sounded like a president. Are you going to run? Glazing the fuck out of him, saying that she had been, like, saw misleading clips, and she was like, oh, I used to think you were racist, but it was just clips. Tucker Carlson. Defamation suit produced trove of Tucker Carlson messages. The $787.5 million settlement between Fox News and Dominion Voting Systems spared executives and on-air talent from taking the stand in a defamation lawsuit that centered on Fox airing false claims of a stolen election weeks after former President Donald Trump's 2020 loss. The lawsuit still revealed plenty of what Fox personalities had been saying about the bogus election claims, including Tucker Carlson, the network's top-rated host, who was let go Monday. His unexplained departure has turned a spotlight on what he said in depositions, emails, and text messages among the thousands of pages of Dominion release in the lead-up to jury selection to the case. Carlson's messages lambasted the news division and management, revealed how he felt about Donald Trump, and demonstrated his skepticism of the election lies, so much so that Fox News attorneys and company founder Rupert Murdoch held him up as part of their defense of the company. The judge who oversaw the case ruled that it was crystal clear none of the election claims related to Dominion was true. Yeah, Tucker Carlson's scorn for Trump revealed in court papers. This is reported March 8, 2023. A defamation lawsuit is revealing scornful behind-the-scenes opinions by Fox News figures about Donald Trump, including a Tucker Carlson text message declaring, I hate him passionately. Tucker Carlson's private text comments were revealed in court papers at virtually the same time the former president was hailing the Fox News host on social media. Trump said he was doing a great job in presenting excerpts of U.S. Capitol security video of the January 6, 2021 insurrection, though Carlson used the video to produce a false narrative of the attack. Just funny that, like, I feel like he's, like, scared or something. I don't know. Because, like, Trump slanders somebody daily, fires people all the fucking time. But I feel like he clearly thinks, or, like, I guess he's being pragmatic in this case because he knows Carlson is a useful idiot. And that even if he personally hates him, what he's demonstrating is that for money and for audience, like, because of audience capture, he will continue to pander to him and his base and feed them whatever they want. So it is smart if Trump has to know what he said. There's no way he doesn't. The documents are coming to light at a time of increased tension between Trump and Fox, the dominant media force appealing to conservatives as he campaigns to regain the presidency. Common theme emerging from the internal documents and depositions is that Fox executives and hosts doubted the election claims being peddled by Trump and his allies, but aired and emphasized them anyway. Fox was growing concerned about a decline in viewership as Trump supporters turned away from the network after it, correctly, called Joe Biden the presidential winner in Arizona on election night. The exchange included Tucker Carlson's text conversation on January 4th, 2021, with an unknown person in which the primetime host expressed anger towards Trump. Carlson said that we are very, very close to being able to ignore Trump most nights, and that I truly can't wait. Carlson said he had no doubt that there was fraud in the 2020 election, but that Trump and his lawyers had so discredited their case and media figures like himself that it's infuriating. It absolutely enrages me. Addressing Trump's 4 years as president, Carlson said, "We're all pretending we've got a lot to show for it because admitting what a disaster it's been is too tough to digest. But come on, there isn't really an upside to Trump." In another text exchange more than a month earlier, Carlson denigrated Trump's business abilities. Trump's talent, he said, is to destroy things. He could easily destroy us if we play it wrong. It's not wrong. Publicly, Fox viewers heard very different views, such as 2017 exchange with colleague Greg Gutfeld, in which Carlson agreed that Trump was the greatest president that will ever be. This is like Soviet era like type, just loyalty to fucking dear leader. On his show in 2019, Carlson said Trump had fought hard as he could to make sure everyone in America was treated equally under the law. "You can say what you really believe in public," Carlson said. "You're an American citizen. That is your right. Trump could lose in 2020, he added, but he'll genuinely be a great president." Fox, in response to the court exhibits quoting Carlson that were released late Tuesday, said that, quote, "Dominion has been caught red-handed using more distortions and misinfo in their PR campaign to smear Fox News and trample on free speech and freedom of the press. We already know they will say and do anything to try to win this case, but to twist and even misattribute quotes to the highest levels of our company is truly beyond the pale." Fox's founder, Rupert Murdoch, has a complex relationship with Trump. "I was not close to him," Murdoch said in a deposition in the libels lawsuit. I'm sure Trump fucking remembers this and is partially informing, like, why he is suing him right now for the articles that he ran, that the Wall Street Journal ran, related to, like, Trump and the like, birthday card that he sent Epstein, allegedly. Ay. So yeah, she knows her shit. She's got the dirt.
You can go look it up and see for yourself.
I mean, it's not really dirt 'cause it's not like an exclusive or whatever, but it's like, it's useful that she's willing to repeat this to his audience who probably doesn't know about any of this.
Derogatory things. Trump never nuked him. He could have put out one True Social post and nuked his entire independent career, but he didn't do it. And so
Why do you think he didn't?
I don't know. Maybe I think that President Trump is a very nice person. I know that he doesn't get portrayed that way in the media, but
I don't think he wants the people to know that.
But he's too generous. And I've told him this in my private conversation with him. I'm like, you're too nice. You know, people think that Trump's some kind of monster that, oh, I'm going to fire you. I'm going to ruin your life. I'm going to do this. He actually gives a lot of people a lot of second chances. And sometimes I've had conversations with him. "Mr. President, this person effed you so hard. This person has done this to you. Why do you take their phone calls? Why do you do this? Why do you do that?" "Oh, it's just whatever the reason is that he says. It's mind-boggling to me in the conversations that I have with him occasionally, because he's much more forgiving and gracious than people give him credit for. I mean, he really doesn't need to deal with a lot of these people. He doesn't need anything from them. And he really could have nuked a lot of people's careers, but he has decided not to. I don't know why. I don't know why he hasn't.
I
but
think you have to.
It's like self-restraint, but he is way more considerate of people's futures than people think. They think, oh, he just wants to,
because he's a number one above everybody.
Yeah.
You have to be. You don't have to be. A lot of people don't have to be. He has to be. And I think I actually applaud him.
Are we looking up Donnie Schuster from Hoboken? What do you mean?
For the approach he's taking. Because the average person couldn't do what he's doing.
Yeah.
I actually applaud him for what he's doing. And that's why he's showing more signs of being president of America instead of just a president of a party, instead of a president. I think he is more and more getting closer to.
He is describing Obama. Obama made the other, like, what's it called? The Other America speech or whatever. Obama, the Other America. Or what's it called? Fuck. I don't know. Obama's speech saying he will be a president for all Americans. More Perfect Union speech. Title of a speech delivered by then Senator Barack Obama on March 18, 2008, in the course of the contest for the 2008 Democratic Party presidential nom. Speaking before an audience at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Obama was responding to a spike in the attention paid to controversial remarks made by Jeremiah Wright, his former pastor, and until shortly before the speech, a participant. It's almost 2 a.m. Can you tell? in his campaign. Obama framed his response in terms of the broader issue of race in the United States. The speech's title was taken from the preamble of the United States Constitution. Where does he say he will be one for like every American or whatever? For all. Is this not the one where he does it? No. There was like a notable one from him. Maybe it wasn't this one though. Let me see.
You know, becoming where history books are going to say this guy went from 2016 the way he went about it the first 4 years and now the way he's doing in 2024. Very different.
Shame he was telling the truth about not being all that into Reverend Wright. That should have been the first fucking sign that Obama could not be fucking trusted for going after him.
Approach. But going back with
Very
Tucker.
diplomatic, yeah.
Very diplomatic. But going back to the Tucker situation, and we have it here. It's not like we haven't read it. I think we even talked about it on the podcast where, you know, what Tucker said about him. But at the same time.
Everything I said, you know, I'm not making anything up. Demonic force. I hate him passionately. We're so close to being able to
do you
ignore
want
him.
to pull up the J.D. Vance stuff? We can literally go through. We can literally.
Where's the cousin fuckers thing? PBD has to have, like, PBD himself has to have known that Tucker Carlson made these admissions. Well, he didn't make these admissions willingly, but that this was mentioned in the fucking Discovery. This was brought to light due to the discovery of the Dominion lawsuit, but her bringing it up or whatever, again, like, I don't think their audiences were really, like, actually know that. They think Tucker Carlson is reputable.
Through every single person
he
on
called
Trump's
him Hitler.
administration.
Oh, trust me, I know.
Yeah.
The producer who worked for Tucker, Alex Pfeiffer's now working in the White House. He called Trump supporters cousin fuckers. I mean, that's in the text messages too. So yeah, we could go through all of them. But you know, I'm just telling you that you know there's.
So what do you think about the? Okay, so maybe let me ask this other question for you. What do you think about what's happened the last? I want to say 2 years. No, October 7th, what 2022? 2022, right? 3 years? Is it 2022, Rob? I think it's 2022. So
Is this where she's going to actually have to cope and explain that being pro-Israel is still compatible with being America first or whatever? Let's hear it.
That what's happened with 2022. So what's happened with the, you know, challenges, Israel, Hamas, woke right. You're seeing the Dave Smiths of the world. I think you've done a debate with him. I think Adam was the moderator with, was it Zero Hedge, right.
Also, absolutely hilarious that he just got October 7th did not happen in 2022. It happened in 2023.
Great job.
It was the first one. It was the first ever debate of their debate.
It was the first one when it wasn't even relevant at the time. It was kind of coming up, which eventually became very big. How do you think that's going to be managed by the president? You think it's kind of like, well, leave it alone, let people have the discussions? Or, because you just saw Mike Huckabee. What did Mike Huckabee say about Israel? Did you see what Mike Huckabee said? He's like the last person to say what he said. But Mike Huckabee said something about Israel. If it's Israel before America, I have a problem with it. Can you find a quote?
Yeah, he was criticizing them not allowing more Christian missionaries to come in and saying that that he wasn't going to stand for that as the ambassador.
Right. So sometimes Christian organizations have been processed for decades, led to serious challenges periodically. Financially for the groups. Upon arrival in this ambassador, I learned that the changes in the process were creating delays, costs, and significant burdens with paperwork. After meeting with the Minister of Interior,
she's like genuinely confused why this fanatical Christian Zionist is more concerned about Christians in the region than Jews.
Thought the problem was settled by organizations.
It's like kind of his whole thing, Laura. It's like literally the where his interest starts and ends with Israel.
Well, they released a statement about this. And look, I respect Mike Huckabee. I know Mike Huckabee, been on his show, great guy. I like him. But your job as the ambassador to Israel is to be a representative of America. It's not to be an evangelist. And so he needs to understand that as a Christian.
Oh, okay. That's where she's coming at it from.
That Israel is a Jewish state and they allow for Christians.
Okay, never mind. I was completely right. Israel's a Jewish state. You need to understand that. Know your fucking place.
And Muslims to coexist there, but it's a Jewish state. And Israel has no problem with Christians coming in. They've actually said this. They have no problem with Christians coming in. And
oh, how gracious of Israel. They're actually okay with, Christians being there in the region. Same with the Muslims, so long as they don't outnumber, the Jews, but it's completely fine. They tolerate it.
They'll give visas. You don't even need a visa. They'll allow for people to come in and do their work, but they don't want people converting Jews. And I think that's
yeah. They allow they allow people to come work in their country. Wow, what fantastic opportunities afforded to these different to these different people with different backgrounds in Israel.
That's fine. I mean, they're not saying you can't be a Christian and live in Israel. You can't come to Israel and travel.
Oh, you can. You can just be a second-class citizen.
You're a Christian, but look, it's a Jewish state, and I don't really think that the Israeli government has to be advocating for people to be doing conversions. I don't think that it's in the best interest of Israel, and so there's nothing.
I mean, yeah, but you started this off with like, why is he advocating for Christians, not just Americans? He's supposed to be a fucking American ambassador, not an evangelist. And then 2 seconds later, that's not in the best interest of Israel, so we shouldn't really push for that or do that. How dare he exert that pressure? Like, it is inappropriate, but not for the reason that she's thinking. And then you just said, oh, you're supposed to be America first, and now we're talking about what Israel's priorities are supposed to be? Who gives a fuck?
Not America first about that. Like, that's another country. That's Israel. Mike Huckabee is spending time as an American in Israel. It's not like, we're in the United States of America and people are being prevented from, doing their missionary work. Israel is a Jewish state.
I don't want to give this story that much. All I'm saying to you is I'm not going this direction.
Yeah, but that's just my opinion about it.
I totally get that, and I appreciate that. No, what I'm trying to say is where...
Okay, he's like super uncomfortable and wants to move off of this.
Today, on any given day, like...
Because he's like an Iranian Christian.
XYZ...
He might even agree. He probably even agrees with Mike Huckabee.
It's funded by Israel. No, they're funded by Qatar. No, Tucker's funded by Qatar. No, Theo's funded by... No, Canada's funded by Qatar. No, these guys are funded by Israel. No, this company is... This is going back and forth with, where it's creating the story here is creating a division in the Republican Party, which may lead to a completely different candidate coming out in 2028. Could be a Thomas Massey, could be somebody that's getting behind them, could be a Dave Smith, could be a Tucker Carlson. It's opening up the gap. But what do you think is going to happen with this division within the Republican Party?
I think that, it's definitely a very profitable industry. You've talked about this extensively on your show, and I know when you called it out, all these woke right people started pouncing on you, saying, oh, look at him, he's a Zionist, oh, he's a sellout to the Jews. Because you're right, you called it out. You said that it's a very profitable industry right now to capitalize off of Jew hatred. And there's a lot of people who, they pretend like they're geopolitical experts, and they pretend like they're political experts.
Again, it's always hilarious for these people to, like, yammer on about, like, fucking... The left can't take a joke. These PC, woke, cuck, SJWs or whatever, they're always like screaming about microaggressions. And then she turns around and she's like talking about like anti-Semitism and Jew hate and all of that.
These guys, like you said, they're podcasters who came from the manosphere or they came from the fitness world. And all of a sudden, all they want to talk about every single episode is Gaza this, Israel this, Hamas this, Qatar this. And it's pretty obvious.
What about the Sudan? What about Darfur? What about anyone but Israel?
A lot of people are getting paid to prop talking points for foreign governments. I mean, some people have even been.
Yeah, you can possibly. The only reason why you could have criticisms of Israel is because you are paid by Hamas or a foreign government.
So it's not really a surprise that this is happening. I think that there are foreign interests that are trying to fracture the MAGA base because, as I said before, a lot of people are trying to pivot because they see the right.
It couldn't possibly just be that, again, there are anti-Semites in your rank that are critical of Israel because they fucking hate you and they hate other Jews, and that's where their interest in this starts and ends. It's as simple as that, and she won't accept it. It has to be this like surreptitious foreign actor that's sowing dissent. Okay. Go partner, lady.
Something that I was highlighting a few moments ago about how people are trying to pivot professionally and economically and also politically. And now that we're going to see a post-Trump GOP for the first time in, the last 10
and like Tucker Carlson being like, anti-Israel but for the wrong reasons, because he's a fucking anti-Semite, or he's completely fine to pander to anti-Semites. I'm sure she probably feels so vindicated because he was disloyal to Trump.
10 years or so, there's going to be a lot of competing interests that are going to try to capitalize the messaging. Is it going to be the MAGA movement? I don't think so. Not that I don't think the MAGA movement can sustain itself, but there really isn't anybody who could be President Trump's successor. Even President Trump himself was asked during an interview a couple of months ago, do you think that JD Vance is your successor? He said no. I don't think there's anybody. And that's no disrespect to JD. I like JD. I had a meeting with him in the White House.
You trust him?
I don't trust anybody. I don't trust anybody. I trust Trump. And Trump and I have had these conversations before
too. Are you
Trump asks me all the time, who do you like, Laura? Who do you like? And I say nobody but you. And he laughs. I mean, I've had the same conversation with Trump several times.
My God, it is so unhealthy, man. Like these fucking cult members should not be interacting with him. It is so unhealthy to hear if these conversations are real. It is bizarre.
And he busts up laughing. He thinks it's the funniest thing. But I'm not joking.
Are you America first or are you Trump first?
I'm America first, but like Trump is America first. Trump is the leader of the America First movement. So when
Okay, so I thought she was gonna do the Adam Sosnick cope of like, I'm America first, but I'm not America only. That's why we have to support Israel. That's probably the smartest iteration of how to like thread the needle with this. I don't know how she's going to explain it.
I say when Tucker Carlson says, "Oh, Trump's not America first," Trump is the founder of the America First movement. America first is what Trump.
Fucking Candace Owens was saying this as well, that she rejects that Trump has the mandate on what constitutes America first. Trump also claims that he invented the term America first in this interview that he did with The Atlantic. It's not even true. Like Reagan is the one who really came up with that, like really mainstreamed that neither of them were the first person to utter the phrase America first.
Trump says it is. He is the founder of the America First movement. And
what did he say? I wonder if I can find where like Candace Owens, because I know I covered that. Hold on. Candace Owens. It was one of these videos where she says it.
Scribe is how
Just in time for World War III, or this one. Let's see. I think it would have been this one. Trump chooses war and attacks Tucker Carlson. America first. I think it's here.
The synagogue of Satan. You cannot deal in lies and deception and be God's chosen people. Duh. And stop listening.
Oh yeah, this is like right after this like insane anti-Semitic rant, or she's just going off on this like religious nutso shit, man. I don't relate to it.
That tell you otherwise because they are a part.
Because it's like normally again the majority of like anti-Semitism that persists in the United States today, like a lot of it is not really like informed by religiosity or like Christian beefs or anything like that. But for Tucker Carlson and her, it totally is. So it's so weird to see this.
Part of an infiltration. There's no question in my mind that they are a part of an infiltration. Anyways, I got to stop ranting at you guys today. There's so much more of it I could say. I am Team Tucker. If I didn't make that clear, I am Team Tucker. I am Team America, America first.
America first was Lindbergh, American aviator. And who is this? I know history clearly. Oh shit, this is older than I thought, yeah. The America First Committee, or AFC, was an American isolationist pressure group against the United States entry into World War II. Jesus Christ. Launched in September 1940, it surpassed 800,000 members in 450 chapters at its peak. The AFC principally supported isolationism for its own sake and varied coalitions including Republicans, Democrats, progressives, farmers, industrialists, communists, anti-coms, students, journalists. However, it was controversial for the anti-Semitic and pro-fascist views some of its most prominent speakers, leaders, and members had. Yeah, no shit. Oh my god. Want something to react to? Yeah, you can send something.
And I disagree with Trump's assessment that he gets to decide whatever America first is. So I said I was going to go, but actually I'm going to show you this Trump tweet because it was actually pretty stunning.
This is where she like gets so triggered that like I mean, she's not wrong that language, he doesn't get to dictate what language means or whatever, but he's also not wrong in the sense that his followers will accept whatever definition of America first that he defines it as. They're not actually committed to one understanding of it or another. It's just Trumpism.
And really shows you where his mind's at, that he believes that he gets to dictate what is and is not America first. Can you pull up that tweet, Skylar? Sorry. Everyone's always in the comments like, poor Skylar. Skylar, get the tweet. It's like that movie. Mom, where's the lasagna? Donald Trump.
What movie is that?
Tweeted, America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. So you can copy and paste this, and this could be anyone's argument. It could be Obama's argument. It could be George Bush's argument, George Bush Jr.'s argument. You know, we're all America first. It just means whatever I say it means. It means that despite no evidence of them having a nuke, we've got to go and die because they could potentially someday maybe have a nuke. Yeah, we're going to go to war with China. Yeah, that's still America first because it also means that, you know, China shouldn't be doing better than us in the free markets. Whatever it is, we're just going to keep saying that. We're just going to keep calling everything that we want to do America first. No, this is not America first. War is not America first. Never-ending war and the never-ending excuses for why we have to go to war is not America first. And
I mean, again, it is. If Trump says it is, then it functionally is.
You know that. You know that. So don't say silly things, please. You can't just say stuff. Trump.
Although I do think that there is a case to make that there is a non-insignificant portion of Democrats that are the true America First people. I'm totally stealing this take from Queenman, but like the Democrats and the influencers that their position on America's like relationship with every single country or whatever is basically just reiterating the State Department line. So they love Ukraine, but then they don't like, they like Israel.
You can't just say stuff and expect us to accept it. I don't accept that. I want real America first, and that term belongs to any person that is willing to execute on that. And unfortunately, it does not seem that you are that individual anymore. I hope I'm wrong. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
She's still a Trump simp, so that doesn't fucking matter. Although she did more openly criticize him on the Iran stuff than I would have thought she would. She went on Piers Morgan, was arguing with him about it. This was June 14th of this year. Trump says he decides what America First means. When I caught Donald Trump by phone this morning, the president wanted to make one thing clear. America First means whatever he says it does. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America First, and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, it's not true. I think I'm the one that decides that, Trump told me. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. This is the only thing that he kept like hammering on. Like they can't have a nuke. Like that was his answer to everything for like a solid 2 weeks. I don't know if anybody's ever seen Succession, but there's an episode where I can't think of his name. It's the guy who plays Cameron in Ferris Bueller. His character's name. He has to go to a funeral of a former Waystar company who was accused, like credibly accused of molestation or sexual impropriety. And so he has to change his speech at the last second to make sure that he's not praising this guy, but he also still had to speak because it would have raised more, the molester thing. It would have raised more eyebrows if he didn't speak. But right before, he changes the speech because in the audience there was I can't remember if she was an official one. It was the actress who plays Gretchen in Breaking Bad, the biographer for them, and she kept asking him questions about his personal life. And the only thing that he would answer was, from a young age, I was always interested in politics. And every single time Trump would reiterate, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, I just kept thinking back to that scene where it didn't matter what she asked or how she asked, what personal question it was, he kept just saying, from a young age, whatever Roy was still interested in politics. His remarks were a response to my question about critics such as Tucker Carlson, who have loudly argued against U.S. support of Israel during its attacks on Iran as anathema to the America First way of doing things. Over the course of our conversation, the president defended his efforts to bring an end to multiple conflicts despite growing violence in the Middle East. He also struck an overall optimistic tone about world affairs. I think we have done very well, he said of his administration's efforts. Cut fucking record scratch to today where he's like, yeah, Israel is starving people in Gaza. I guess we have to do something about that, maybe. Won't acknowledge U.S. complicity in that, but does acknowledge that there is starvation because he's like, they can't fake it. Even Trump is like, the Palestinians can't even do Pallywood anymore. It's gotten that bad. How much do you spend on your Kuromi collection? Our built environment, there is not a single Kuromi behind me. It's all Pushins and Rilakuma, Pachaco, different Xanax characters. But to answer your question, way too fucking much money.
And you see that there are competing interests now trying to, Thank
you for gifting a sub to Left Reckoning, only fact_X. Please enjoy that, Left Reckoning.
Redefine what that means because they want to eliminate MAGA. Right? Being pro-Israel is part of the America First platform, whether or not people want to admit it or not. It is. President Trump, and I want to speak for him, his policy positions make him a Zionist. And so it's so funny to see all of these grifters who some of them even name their shows after America First, right? You have people who
this is amazing. Again, like at least Adam Sosnick tried to have there was some coherence to it. Like, okay, I'm not America First, I'm America Only, and trying to say that it's in America's interest to be tethered to this pariah state for life. So you have to support it. That's there's a realist argument in there somewhere. Hers is just straight up, well, Trump's clearly a Zionist, so you have to bow down to whatever dear leader says, thinks, and does, believes. You have to be in complete ideological lockstep.
Find what that means, because they want to eliminate MAGA. Right? Being pro-Israel is part of the America First platform, whether or not people want to admit it or not. It is. President Trump.
But she's not wrong. If you look at Trump's first term, his record on Israel, he was Biden is clearly, truly an ideologically committed Zionist through and through in his heart. Trump is cozy with Israel, and Bibi is his closest ally in the whole fucking world because, like him, he's a corrupt fucking piece of shit. So naturally, they're going to be allies in that respect. But Geodesic, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Our Built Environments. Naturally, in that respect, they're going to be ideological compatriots in some way, in the same way that he has praised Putin and other dictators or whatever. But his first term actions with respect to Israel, again, insane. He actually shifted U.S. policy. The United States has always said they won't call the settlements illegal. They'll always be it's an obstacle, even though they're all illegal. They're war crimes. But he was his policy was what? They're not technically illegal. Trump settlements, moving the capital from to Jerusalem. First term Israel settlements legal, maybe. So it was 2019. In Shift, U.S. says Israeli settlements in West Bank do not violate international law. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo announced the reversal of decades of American policy that doom any peace efforts. The Trump administration declared on Monday that the U.S. does not consider Israeli settlements in the West Bank a violation of international law, reversing 4 decades of American policy and removing what has been an important barrier to annexation of Palestinian territory. Penny Gantz. We recognize the reality on the grounds, whatever. Monday's decision reversed a 1978 legal opinion by the State Department, concluding that the settlements were inconsistent with international law. Again, this is the most I'll ever say it's inconsistent. Mr. Pompeo said that ruling hasn't advanced the cause of peace. We've recognized the reality on the ground, Mr. Pompeo told reporters at the State Department. President Ronald Reagan also told reporters shortly after taking office in 1981 he did not believe the settlements were illegal, but called new Israeli communities and Palestinians unnecessarily provocative. Again, this is what they'll all say. Democrats, Republicans, they will all say it's a barrier, it's an obstacle. They won't just fucking say it's a fucking war crime. They say they don't like them. I'm not a huge fan of green peppers on pizza. I'm not really a huge fan of the illegal Israeli settlements expanding into occupied Palestinian territory. The settlements have been a main sticking point in peace negotiations that have failed to find a solution for generations. They are home to Israelis in territory that Palestinians have fought to control, and their presence makes negotiations for a 2-state solution all the more difficult. This is criminally understated to the point that it's you actually, if you didn't know anything about this, but you only read this article, you might actually know less by the time you have finished reading it. The 2-state solution has been a primary focus of past peace plans, calling for a separate state for Palestinians. Bibi loved this, praised the decision, and said it reflected historical truth that the Jewish people are not foreign colonialists in Judea and Samaria. A term for the West Bank, he said Israeli courts were better suited to decide the legality of the settlements, not biased international forums that pay no attention to history or facts. Yeah. UN Tomas. Whole thing.
Speak for him. His policy positions make him a Zionist. And so it's so funny to see all of these grifters.
But, correct. He is a Zionist. Even if he is not ideal, he functionally is a Zionist, Even if he doesn't believe it in his heart of hearts or whatever. If you, uncritically, allow Bibi to do whatever he wants and help him in that venture and say that you're always going to back him if you're making campaign promises in 2024. Trump donors crush Palestine protests. Like, if you're doing this, you were a Zionist. Trump tells donors he will crush pro-Palestine protests if reelected. Presumptive Republican nominee calls demonstrations against Israel's war in Gaza part of a radical revolution. This was reported May 27th, 2024. Donald Trump has told a group of wealthy donors that he will crush pro-Palestinian protests on university campuses if he is returned to the White House. The former president and presumptive Republican nominee called the demonstrations against Israel's war in Gaza part of a radical revolution and promised to predominantly Jewish donors that he would set the movement back 25 or 30 years if they helped him beat Joe Biden in November's presidential election. If you get me reelected, we're going to set that movement back 25 or 30 years, Trump replied, according to the Washington Post, which first reported the event. Trump also said his administration would expel any foreign students found to be taking part in the protests. Promises made, promises kept, which have recently taken the form of tented encampments in colleges across the U.S. Addressing the meeting in New York on May 14th, Trump heard one donor complain that many of the students and faculty academics taking part in the protest could, in future, hold positions of power in the United States. Yeah, God forbid. God forbid anybody who's like remotely critical of Israel actually be in the government. He praised New York police for clearing the encampments at Columbia University and said the approach should be emulated by other cities, adding it has to be stopped now. Love it. So yeah, he's a Zionist.
Who some of them even name their shows after America First, right?
You are unfairly harsh on Trump, and he tried for ceasefires. If you're going to call Trump Zionist, then where were you from 2024 during Biden's regime? I literally just said another fucking low IQ comment from male rights. I'm timing you out for tonight. I can't do it tonight. I literally just said Biden is an ideologically committed Zionist through and through, and that Trump only rivals him. Trump only rivals him as being closer to that project.
You have people who say that they're America First commentators, and they built their entire political careers. I mean, look, you have Nick Fuentes, for example. His entire show is called America First.
Wasn't Fuentes the one that started saying America First, at least in recent times? He is definitely not pro-Israel, lol. But like Nick Fuentes admits that he only said it because Trump said it in his interview with Candace Owens, funnily enough. Let me see. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. Maybe this got taken off YouTube. Somebody had like uploaded it.
Nick.
I watched this whole thing to see if it would be worth reviewing on stream. It's not. Spoiler, it's not. Let's see. America First. It was here.
And so I got in touch with them. We got to talking. This was around the end of 2016, beginning of 2017. They said, what do you want to call your show? I said, well, let's call it the Nicholas J. Fuentes Show. They said, that's too long. Nobody knows who you are. We don't want that. I said, okay. They said, you need a different name. I said, all right. So I watched the Trump inauguration, which was January 17. And he said in the speech, a new vision will govern our land. It's going to be only America first. And I said, I like the sound of that. I said, we'll call it America First.
So question, how old are you exactly at this time?
So he credits Trump with it. He didn't come up with it either. Or he was just parroting Trump.
Right? His entire show is
this show called America First?
His show is called America First with Nick Fuentes.
PPD, give me a fucking break. Don't even pretend like you don't know that Nick Fuentes' show is called America First. Adam Sosnick has literally had Fuentes on his podcast on this network.
He wears the hat. I don't know whose show was called America First. What do you think about Nick? Very capable communicator. What do you think?
It's insane. You just know that Nick Fuentes is like, Fuentes ends up on my feed. America First post ends up on my feed sometimes. Even though I don't really like, to the extent that I engage with chuds on Twitter, it's like, it's just to bookmark the insane shit that they say or send it to people. And like, there is no way that every single Republican that has a fucking Twitter account is not seeing Nick Fuentes clips left and right.
About it.
He's a very talented communicator, but he burns every bridge that he has because.
But like, none of them will come out and actually say it. They all performatively distance themselves from him. After they meet with him, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or Donald Trump, who had dinner with him, but they will eventually all do it.
Doesn't know how to express gratitude. He's probably the biggest ingrate I've ever met in my life. I'm Jewish.
Ingrate?
Ingrate. He is an ingrate. And I am Jewish. And, you know, I got a lot of heat. When I ran for Congress, I lost a lot of donors because I defended Nick's right to free speech. I said, look, even as a Jew, I don't like a lot of the stuff he says about Jews in Israel, but he has a right to say it. And I don't think that somebody his age or just anybody, doesn't matter how old you are, should be demonized and have their bank account shut down and be blacklisted everywhere. I mean, I've been subjected to that. I know what it's like.
He has as well, though, right? I think don't you guys have a lot in common.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh my God. Hey, you, Laura Loomer, just said you, the Jewish woman, you have a lot in common with neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes, Laura Loomer. That's what I'm trying to say. Amazing.
I know Nick for several years because we both were a select few group of a very small group of people who had been vicious.
He didn't have his bank shut down. I think he did have his bank shut down. Hold on. Nick Fuentes Chase for revokes access to bank. Hold on. I could be wrong though. Did Nick Fuentes' bank refuse to service him? I don't know how to put it. Only thing that comes up is this. Maybe I'm thinking of Kanye. White nationalist Nick Fuentes claimed in 2021 that he was put on the TSA's no-fly list as a victim of overt political persecution. Around the same time, he bragged that the federal government froze one of his bank accounts containing a sum in the six figures range. So he was claiming this. As well as why he received a letter from the Department of Justice notifying him that his assets were seized and subsequently unfrozen on the ground that they contained proceeds of money laundering, wire fraud, and threat violations. I believe that some credit card companies refused to do business with him. Hey, Ken, thank you for the raid. Where is the other one? A letter obtained by the Daily Beast from the Department of Justice in July 2021 informed Fuentes that a Bank of America account would be unfrozen after the DOJ looked at the funds on the ground that they contained proceeds of money laundering, wire fraud, and threat violations. Fuentes did not return a request for comment on the TSA lawsuit or whether the Bank of America account included any donations from supporters of Bitcoin transfers. Maybe I'm thinking of Kanye. Let me see them.
Deplatformed. There's not many people outside of us who, and now he has access to his Twitter account too, but I'm still banned on all these other platforms. And I had been debanked and shut down on all the same payment platforms he did. So we kind of connected in that sense over our shared experience being deplatformed and persecuted, even if we don't agree on all of the issues. And, you know, there's countless videos of him.
Even if he thinks I'm subhuman and should be put in like a concentration camp.
Talking about, oh, Laura's so great. Oh, she's my friend. Oh, she's wonderful. He endorsed me when I ran for Congress, even if, he publicly said that he didn't agree with me on the Israel issue. But he is very ungrateful. You would think that somebody would realize, wow, she didn't need to go out on a limb for me. She got a lot of backlash from the Jewish community for defending my right to defend myself. But then he goes on a show and says that I'm a quote, a dog-faced bitch. And he says that he calls me the biggest whore in politics. Like just from 2 weeks ago, that's what he said about me. Not a sexual whore. Like he says that, oh, her mouth is for rent. Why is my mouth for rent? Because I don't agree with you? Because I don't want to jump on your bandwagon of attacking President Trump?
It's always such an L to bring this up. You're just going to get people who fucking hate you to be like, based? Do I have to hand it to Nick Fuentes or whatever? She's a moron for bringing this shit up.
Great. Change the name of your show. Stop ripping off President Trump's branding if you're going to say that your show is America First and you're propping up billboards attacking.
Okay, so there was, and this is, why is this in Spanish? Why is this in Spanish? Why is this in Spanish? Hold on. Nick Fuentes. I put like bank. I don't know. No, it's just this. But I guess he can't, like, he might be banned from like Venmo, Patreon, Stripe, Streamlabs, Coinbase that like prevent him from getting like donos.
Him and you're saying that, oh, he's fat, he's a loser, he's this, he's that. Like, when are you going to change the name of your show? He's admitted that he's made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars off of his show, which is literally...
I guess constantly trying to get people to say, well, I guess I have to give Nazi Twink credit.
A reappropriation of Donald Trump's branding. So, without going into a tirade, I'll just say, I tried to defend his right to free speech. I never advocated for his blacklisting. I never said that he should be canceled. I always said that I
never thought the leopard would eat my face. I just tried to, I tried to stick up for this neo-Nazi. And then, wouldn't you gosh darn believe it, he still fucking hates me. Because I'm a Jewish person. Wow, crazy.
Have a right to be able to say what he wants to say, but he turns on everybody. It's like an injured dog that just goes in a corner, that goes in a corner and tries to bite people when you're trying to, help this dog. He reminds me of a lot of these injured dogs that I try to rescue. I'm very involved in animal rescue, where it's like,
I can fix them.
A dog that's very scared and injured and it's backed into a corner, and you try to offer it food, you try to offer it shelter, you try to offer it water, and it just tries to bite you, no matter how much you try to help it. That's Nick, and that's why he doesn't have any friends. And I don't want to be malicious towards him, but every single person who has ever tried to give him a helping hand, any type of person who has tried to be gracious towards him, I'm the person.
Remember when she was pegging Trump? That was nuts. Allegedly.
That gave him the intel when somebody showed up to his home trying to shoot him a few months ago. He said, "Oh, thank you so much for giving me the information about who facilitated this against me. I really."
She was. Don't sweet. Fuck you. I didn't think that was it. Who actually confirmed it?
Appreciate it.
You gave him?
Yes, I gave him the information that he was able to then report to the FBI, and I did that.
I did. Oh, I forgot to check with Kid Not Kid.
Because I don't agree with all of his views.
We're doing the allegedly meme here. We're watching PBD. We have to. They literally sell merch that says like allegedly. They sell like hats and shit that say that.
That he deserves to be gunned down, and he admitted to me. This was like a text message exchange, and you would think that
I saw it on X. It was confirmed by Grok. Very true.
Somebody who helped give you information that could have saved your life and prevented you from being shot, or at least gave you information about the people who facilitated this act against you, you would be a little bit more gracious, right? Even if you don't agree with them. So eventually people have to take responsibility for their own actions. He's a brilliant communicator. He obviously is very intelligent, but you are responsible at the end of the day for the bridges that you burn. You are responsible for the bridges that you burn. And don't go around crying.
How old is he?
I don't know. I think he's like 25, 26. So again, I think that I'm not just sitting here bad-mouthing him. I try to be nice.
She made Trump blush on cam and declares love to her. Plus, his dick doesn't work. Put two and two together. She is very strong. She is that powerful. It's actually pretty common for right-wingers to performatively virtue signal their support for free speech to extend an olive branch to each other, something I notice whenever I watch them. Very into the free speech angle. I mean, like, that part, the virtue signaling part, I get. The whole, like, I can't believe he'd do me like this after that he's, like, an ungrateful little twerp. Why are you surprised, dumbass?
But I'm only going to be nice until somebody gives me a reason not to be nice.
Yeah.
I still believe the things I said. I don't think that he should be canceled. I don't think that that he should be blacklisted. I think that everybody, regardless of their views, has a right to be heard. Again, if you're going to be advocating for Islamic terrorism, or if you're going to be supporting terrorism or violence, then that's when you don't have a right to your voice anymore, because then it's incitement, and that's not constitutionally protected speech. But there's so many people in this industry who just forget the things that you've done for them, or they forget the things that you've done to go out of your way at your own expense. It's not like I gain anything from being nice to him or advocating for his right to free speech. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations because
you will get attacked by his mob, no? If you don't defend him?
I took on free speech absolutism. And I tried to explain.
Also, wait, like, what? I lost hundreds of what?
From being nice to him or advocating for his right to free speech. I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations because of the stance I took on free speech absolutism. And I tried to.
I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars in donations from who?
Explain to people, look, it's not. We live in America. People have a right to free speech. And then you go around and say something that's so nasty. It's just, I don't know. I'm a very loyal person, and I think that you got to show gratitude to the people that.
She is one loyal bitch. You cannot deny that.
I advocate for his cause, because I certainly do not agree with what he says. But I believe he has a right to say it. He has a right to say it. And it just, I'm sure you've had similar experiences where you go out of your way to do something nice for somebody or help them, and they just shit all over you.
Yeah, I think,
I know, but you're also getting into territory where you can still say it's a free speech thing or whatever, because it's like, okay, you have the right to say it, but do you have the right to like monetize it? Do you have the right to have a huge platform? Not necessarily. You can make arguments that you like free speech ought to extend to that point or whatever, but it can go either way. It depends on how you argue it.
I don't know his background, his upbringing, parents, family, kids, where he's at, number one, oldest, youngest. I don't know who he was in high school. I don't know how he came about. When I see his clips, he's extremely thorough in the way he delivers his message. And he's 26. I'm trying to think what I was doing at 26. And
Fuentes is the same age as me? Fuentes is the same age as me? What? Why did I think he was younger? Oh my god, he is the same age as me. Okay, he's older than me. That is weird. I thought he was younger than me.
how much more growth I'm going to have. You're sitting here, we're talking about the fact that why would Trump be so forgiving to this person, to that person, to this person? Do I think the 26-year-old Trump was forgiven? Hell no. Do I think the 36-year-old was? Hell no. Do I think it took him a while to kind of also grow and develop into what he is today? Of course. That's the one thing that we forget, that a lot of people are going to be around for a long time.
Yeah.
And some people are just not going to make it. This is a very tough gig to stay relevant.
Canonically, he's very young.
Be around for a long time. And we don't know what's going to happen when people get married and have kids and priorities change and marriage happens and kids happen.
That's cute. He thinks Nick Fuentes is going to get married and have kids. It's so cute.
Work that different phases of life hasn't happened.
Imagine thinking Nick Fuentes is straight. It's cute.
But I'm interested when you're saying this. By the way,
good one.
You said America First. So when did he start his podcast? I'm just curious because you just got me thinking.
I think he started it like 8 or 9 years ago or 7. It's
Can
like
you go
right
to
when Trump.
ChatGPT?
I think like right when Trump became president.
Can we go to Grok to fact check this?
But again, he even says in the very beginning of his initial episodes that he named his show after Trump's movement, America First.
Got it. Okay, so 2017, I think Trump probably said it in 15.
So the right is only means you won't be punished. It's a statement of power, not moral. So no, they shouldn't have the right to free speech. Kid, I might actually disagree with you on this. Maybe one day we'll hash it out on stream.
So after
Yeah.
Trump,
So your biggest challenge is that he doesn't give enough.
Because there is a point of like you have to like it's a hard line to walk, especially with the advent of social media and the way it works, which I've never said is like the new town square or whatever. Cause it's like, well, you can't buy the town square, can you? So, but I do think that there is a point. It's like a hard line to know, like between where you're defending it versus where you're helping amplify it. If you want to punish them, then I win.
Credit and gratitude towards the president, and that's the word you're using, Ingrid. The fact that lack of
like he built his
gratitude.
career, he built his entire show off of claiming that he was a Trump supporter, and then you could play the clip. I mean, you don't even. I don't care if you do, but saying, "Oh, you're fat, you suck." He didn't even vote for Trump in 2024. So if you're not voting for Trump in 2024, why are you so fixated? Like, why are you pretending like?
According to his own messages, Fuentes says he's been banned from 5 banks, 2 airlines, Airbnb, social media platforms, etc. See, and then this also gets into like strange territory, because like when they do this, it's like, well, are you endorsing the speech of everybody else when you ban people for certain things that they've said or preemptively? But then this also gets into like freedom of association rights that people have or like companies have, even like
he owes you so much. You didn't even vote for him. You took out billboards against his campaign in 2024. You literally told people to either not vote or go vote for Kamala Harris. So my point is that there's a lot of people out there who, I mean, look, everybody has a right to do what they want to do. He obviously has his following, but, there are a lot of people out there, including him, who take issue with me because I view myself as a loyalty enforcer. I do. And I'm a loyal person, and I'll call people out. I don't care who you are. Doesn't matter how powerful you are. If I think that you are doing something to undermine Trump and his administration, I'm going to be calling you out. And I called him out during the campaign, and I don't think he ever got over it.
Nick?
Yeah.
You called him out. How do you have a
the
relationship
line between like whistleblower and Karen here.
with Candace, or have you guys ever collaborated, done anything?
So Candace and I used to be really good friends. I knew Candace before she was really ever famous. In fact,
she was there since the beginning of time.
Candace and I and her previous boyfriend.
It's funny because the more we enter market spaces, the more we have to use private standards, not public ones. Yeah.
Before she, got engaged to George, we used to go out and have dinner when I lived in Westchester because she used to live in Westchester. And, we would hang out. We'd have like sleepovers, and she actually picked me up when I had my wisdom teeth taken out years ago. Like, we were really good friends. Like, she picked me up from my surgery and brought me home. So,
I mean, when somebody picks you for wisdom teeth, that's the best buddies for life. So I'm surprised.
Candace and I were really good friends.
I couldn't tell if that was a sarcastic remark from PVD or if he was being completely serious.
And, I was there at the same conference where I met O'Keefe, but years prior is where her career got started.
What was that turning point?
No, it was the David Horowitz Freedom Center conference in Palm Beach, old school. Yeah. And he obviously since passed away, but that's where her career got started, which is kind of ironic. Her career literally got started at a Jewish conference. I mean, that is a very Zionist, pro-Israel, counter-jihad, anti-Islam.
Yeah, the late, great David Horowitz. He will be dearly missed.
Conference. And they would invite a lot of speakers, and Charlie was one of their speakers. And I remember I was in the lobby and Candace had shown up, and at that time her handle on X was Red Pill Black, and she had garnered the attention of Paul Joseph Watson and InfoWars for some videos as a Black conservative talking about just Black liberals and why she's a conservative and Black. And Charlie met her
she's
at
Black and conservative, and she's conservative and Black. I was really close to this person, by the way. The only facts I'm going to divulge about her are the ones that are public.
Conference and offered her.
Thank you for the bits, Clearwatch.
For a job right on the spot. I mean, I
Black.
literally
She keeps saying Black. She is Black. She is Black. She is Black. That's like all she wants to say about her.
I'm the person that broke the news, the story about it, because I was there when I witnessed it. He offered her a position, and then they announced it. She started working for Turning Point, and then it was shortly after that Kanye West tweeted, what he tweeted about her. I forget what it was exactly. It was like, I like the way, or I love the way that Candace Owen thinks.
Yeah.
And then she kind of became this overnight sensation, and
she was already big before the Kanye boost.
Got over 1 million followers, and then had a meeting with Kanye, yay, dead naming, and Charlie out in Los Angeles. And then they were at like TMZ headquarters or something, as the story goes.
It's so weird how they're like stupid right-wing, like overused jokes are just like second nature, because she had to do the dead naming joke for 2 seconds, like without all, like, just instinctually. She wasn't even thinking about it.
And yeah, then she exploded, and that was that. But at that time, right, she was asking me for advice. Oh, how do I grow my career? How do I do this? How do I do that? And I remember she sent me the tweet when Kanye posted it and asked me if I would share it. But then when I got canceled everywhere, she didn't do anything to help me. Like, she wouldn't even have me on her show. She had access to all these shows via Turning Point and PragerU. And
it's just L after L for this woman. She keeps talking about all these favors she supposedly did for all of these people and how they never fucking helped her back.
The various shows that she had, and never once would have me on the program to talk about it. So we just kind of, I guess our friendship kind of fizzled out, and we follow each other still, occasionally have conversations, but it's become kind of contentious because a couple of months ago, she, in my DMs, falsely accused me of dancing for Israel, which I think is kind of a crazy thing to say to somebody, because I'm not Israeli. I'm an American citizen. I'm Jewish, but certainly not a dual citizen. I'm not even Israeli. So there's just a lot of...
I mean, but the foreign policy positions that you advocated for... I mean, I know that Candace Owens is just doing that from a place of anti-Semitism or whatever, when she's like aggressively confronting her in her DMs about this or whatever. But like, you're like very pro-Israel, clearly.
I would say a lot of friendships that I used to have.
And like, you don't need to be literally an Israeli citizen to prioritize that or talk about their interests. Dancing for Israel, dog whistle. Yeah. She's doing the like 9/11 memes.
Going back to your previous question about how I view this dynamic, especially over these next few years, with these growing factions over the Israel issue, there's a lot of people who I used to be friends with that I don't really consider them friends anymore, and I don't really talk to them anymore, because this has...
I mean, it sounds like every story that she's told, it's like people don't want to talk to her. It's like not her cutting people off.
Really caused a lot of conflict. And it's not because I'm incapable of being friends with people who have opposing views, but there are people who have, in my opinion, said crazy things, insane things. I mean, just borderline pro-Islamic jihad. In some cases, just outright pro-Islamic jihad, anti-American rhetoric. And I don't know, I just can't be friends with people like that. I just can't.
Who are
and they
you
don't, and they don't, they don't like me because...
Who are you friends with? Who, if you were to say I have a good relation with XYZ, who would it be?
Well, I'm friends with James O'Keefe. I'm friends with Roger. I'm friends with Trump. It is.
Oh my God, she's struggling. She can't even name like 3 friends that she has. Jesus Christ.
A friendship. People say, "Oh, what's your access to the president?" It's Trump. I don't have to really go through staff. President Trump is a friend. He calls me on my birthday. He wishes me happy birthday. Occasionally will contact me on holidays.
He calls me once a year, twice a year, fucking on Passover or whatever. Jesus Christ.
It's I consider the president.
To be fair, I don't have 3 friends. It's not that. It's that she was posturing like, I'm the one cutting these people off. I want them out of my life. When it's clear that she has a difficulty like maintaining relationships with people. Wonder why? Because like, look at this fucking... We watched this last night. Laura Loomer hitting on guy that's not interested in her. I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ. She's like hitting on like a Nazi. I don't think she realizes it until after he says it.
So good. You're like beautiful.
Thank you.
You're like an Aryan degenerate goddess.
Thank you.
I love it.
Thank you. You're Aryan too.
I know, but I'm Jewish.
It's okay.
The Nazis hate me.
It's fine.
The alt-right people want to put me in a gas chamber because they're obsessed with the Jews.
I think they're just memeing on you, but it's okay.
They're just jealous because I have big tits and an Ashkenazi IQ.
Yes, that's what it is.
Yeah.
You got it.
I'm going to tell you a secret. Like, you know, so many people in this movement who preach trad life are like fucking people on the side and like cheating on their partners.
That's so bad.
Like, they're not even like really trad life. Like,
Your friend.
Are you friends with Bannon?
Yeah, I'm friends with Bannon. I mean, I have been friends with Roger much longer and James O'Keefe much longer. I only started to really develop a relationship with Steve Bannon after my second congressional race, so 2022.
That is so cringe. That dude was not interested at all. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he's like a Nazi.
But in terms of like my longest standing friendships, it's Roger and James O'Keefe. I mean, it's hard to really see like who your friends
Like,
are.
so one of them was like her employer, and then another person who she's like networked with. And I doubt that they describe her the same way.
Or Gavin McInnes is a friend of mine too. I mean, he's somebody who's been loyal to me. I mean, it's really hard. I don't want to sound.
McGinnis was on Rogan, right? Like 10 years ago, 12 years ago.
Yeah, and then they attacked him for the Proud Boys and whatnot. Look, it's really hard because
it was baselessly attacked.
Not a lot of people are your friend. You think that people are your friend, and then when shit hits the fan, where are they? Right? So I use that term very loosely because he
was like an OG hipster. He's like the founder of Vice magazine.
And that's why I love animals. That's why I'm involved with animal rescue and I have 4 dogs, because it's really hard to have true friends because people are not loyal and it's a very competitive industry and people are constantly, it doesn't matter who
likes animals. You know who else liked animals? Who else liked dogs?
Whether they want to admit it or not, they're always trying to cut you down. There's a phrase, people want to see you do well, but they never want to see you do better than them.
That doesn't work in business.
But that's how politics is.
It's nasty.
And that's a warning for anybody listening who wants to get involved in politics.
Is marriage and having kids in a family, is that important to you? I don't know if you've spoken about that or not.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I'm not married. I don't have children. I hope to be. I hope to be married.
A wife.
Can a man be ahead of Trump in your life?
Is Laura Loomer owning animals against vegan ethics? It depends on the vegan that you talk to, because like there are vegans that are more militant about this because like cats are an invasive species. They can't have vegan diets safely. There are some dogs that I believe some people say, oh, okay. You're joking. Fuck you. Okay, fuck you. These are the types of questions that people ask me, though, since I have been vegan for a decade now.
Talk about my personal life that much, but I am currently, I guess the first time I'm really announcing this publicly, I am in a serious relationship.
That's great.
Yeah, so
congratulations.
So I don't talk about it a lot, but
wait, what?
But yeah,
she's in a relationship.
Much, but
Can a man be ahead of Trump in your life?
Yeah, look, I mean, I don't talk about my personal life that much, but I am currently, I guess the first time I'm really announcing this.
I mean, like you have like no friends, right? So what personal life?
Publicly, I am in a serious relationship.
That's great.
Yeah, so
congratulations.
So I don't talk about
that. His voice sounded so fake. That's great. Congrats. Like, I feel like he doesn't believe her. She's been lying this whole time.
About it a lot, but
with an orange-colored senior citizen, if you ask Kid Not Ken, he would say yes. He would confirm it.
I met a really great guy, and I keep him away from the media because I don't want him to be targeted. Obviously, he's not political. We met on an airplane. So, but yeah, we've been together for a while now. And
how is she with someone who's like not political? What?
And he understands. Like when we first started dating, because I wasn't wanting to date. I didn't want to date anybody during the campaign. I said, oh, I'm busy. I don't have time. I'm working nonstop and I don't want to meet anybody. But I wasn't soliciting. I wasn't on dating apps. It's not like I was trying to go out and date. But I just, you just met. I don't know how you met your wife, but I just ended up meeting a really great guy. And, things just happen. So we've been dating for a while now. And I told him straight up, I said, listen, because he wanted to date me at first more than I wanted to date him, because I was really focused on just trying to get Trump elected. And I was just very blunt. I said, look, you're really great. I'm sure that, you'd be a really nice boyfriend. You seem like a really...
She doesn't chase. She attracts.
Nice guy. Kind of awkward. It was an awkward conversation. It was like a business meeting. Look, you're really great. Yeah. Listen, these are the terms. And I said, but... honestly, President Trump's campaign comes first right now. And you just need to understand that you're not going to be my top priority right now. That may change.
How old is she? said she's like 37. Nah, she's 32. Okay. Oh my, I cannot believe she's 32. She's like barely older than me.
After the election, but if you want to date me,
I met him on an airplane. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. That is where she and Trump have spent the majority of like the time together that they spent.
Even hang out with me, you have to understand that you're not my number one priority. And I thought that was going to push him away. I literally said that to him. He will tell you if you ever met him.
Pre-election.
He would, yeah, like this was during the election, right? So I said, you are not going to be my priority. Sorry, but you're not. And if you can handle that, a lot of guys can't, then great. We can date, but we're not really going to see each other. It was a long distance relationship for a while. But he was great. Never once complained about it. Never had an issue with it. Still to this day. I mean, there's countless times where I have to, put things on hold or weekend plans get canceled because I got to do this. I got to do that. I have to travel last minute for work. But yeah, I hope to get married. I think kids would be nice. I mean, I don't know.
So funny. You are so funny.
Kids probably...
Whatever. Maybe. I don't know. They may be annoying and get in the way of me doing my business. There's so many.
No, look, I definitely want to have a legacy. I'm not a feminist. I'm not anti-children. I do like children. But I also am trying to rebuild my life because I did have a lot of opportunity taken from me. And I do think that had I not been canceled for as many years as I had been canceled.
I love how she thinks it's like, again, the people like canceling her and not just the insane shit that she says that repels her from any serious organization or precludes her from getting access to any serious professional opportunity. It's your beliefs, girl. It's not just like people coming for you.
So they probably would be in a different social, and who knows, maybe I would have been married by now had I not had no access to social media.
Who's to
my career could have taken off more, right?
I mean, she has time to go under the knife for all these fucking surgeries that botched her fucking face. The recovery for these can be fucking grueling sometimes. Where'd you find the time to do that? I thought you were working day and night for Trump.
Stunted. You can always make money, right? Money comes and goes. But the worst thing, in my opinion, the worst thing in life is stolen opportunity and stolen potential, in my opinion, personally.
Yeah.
Because you could win the lottery overnight, right? You could make a bad investment and lose your money. A lot of things could happen.
Sure.
You could your house could burn and you could have all your money in cash and your whole house burns and
Or
there's
you
your
could
money.
even be 45 years old, a governor without a car and a house.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting situation to be in.
Yeah.
It could be different for different people.
You could get married and you
I heard
could...
this for the first time today, Rob. I never knew that. But I will tell you, I get what you're saying. And I'm a very competitive, driven guy. Have been from day one and more today than ever before. The fire is in the belly. The drive is there. There is nothing like kids and building something special. There's nothing like it. I'm telling you, it's a very different, place to be. But to each his own. As long as you're aligned and you're confident and you're happy with the decisions you're making, that later on when you're 62 years old, you don't want to sit there and be looking back saying, oh, my God, man, I wish there was a couple grandkids and something going on here that I'm, there's a reason why the man upstairs created the system the way he did.
Hold on.
It introduces, love is a beautiful thing. Love for career, beautiful thing. If you find a career you love, there's nothing like it. You found it, right? I found it as well. The love for your parents, the way you love your mom is different than you love your dad. Love for siblings, love for a girlfriend, boyfriend, love for a husband, wife, and love for kids. Oh, my God. It's a beautiful thing. But
I mean, hope. I do hope. I
hope he breaks you. I hope this guy breaks you. And it looks like he is. So it's good if he's watching and say, whatever your name is, we don't know what your name is, but you don't like politics. Good for you, buddy.
No, he likes it. He's just not in politics.
He's not in politics.
I don't know if I could ever date somebody.
To go back a little bit.
God.
Fucking like it.
It's a beautiful thing. But
I mean, hope. I do hope. I
hope
hope
he breaks you. I hope this guy breaks you. And it looks like he is. So it's good if he's watching and say, whatever your name is, we don't know what your name is, but you don't like politics. Good for you, buddy.
He is so negging her.
He likes it. He's just not in politics.
He's not in politics.
I don't know if I could ever date somebody in politics. He's not. He's very informed and he knows everything.
He has to. He must be a very calm, easygoing guy. That has to be his temperament. Because to be with someone like you, you have to be easygoing and extremely patient.
Jesus.
Yeah. I mean, we have conversation about that all the time. He's trying to teach me how to be more calm. He's trying to teach me how to relax and,
Good.
I like fly off the handle like, oh my God, can you believe this person this? Can you believe this? And he just sits there and he's very calm. He's a great guy. But yeah, look, I mean, it's nice because my life is so chaotic, right? And so I don't think that opposites attract because I think you have to.
It's so funny that anyone would care about Ron D's lack of assets. Why? I mean, like, this is like PBD. He's the money guy. Did you tell Lycan that the stream comes first? Yeah, that's why I had to that's why I muted the stream and turned my camera off.
Find somebody, in my opinion, just from like my own perspective, who
I was just reminding
shares
him
your values in terms of like what you believe and your insight on the world. But in terms of like opposite energies, I would say that Could be a positive. I couldn't imagine dating somebody or marrying somebody with my type of energy. I'd probably be like, if I dated myself, I'd probably be divorced.
You're what? I just looked at it. May what? Was it May 21st?
May 21st. So I'm like a Gemini Taurus cuff.
Oh
so
shit. That's like, crazy, creative and stubborn simultaneously.
It's so funny that PBD is like into astrology, like fucking numerology and shit, because he is.
Laura, I'm glad we finally did this. And by the way, Laura's on. I think you're on Monecto. Are you on? Did they set you up on Monecto?
Yeah, no, I'm on. Yeah, I'm on.
Any questions you guys want to ask? You can send a message to Laura on Monek. We'll put the link below. And she's got her own show called Laura Unleashed.
Loomer Unleashed.
I'm sorry, Loomer Unleashed. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah,
so we're going to put the link below on Rumble. Go support her and subscribe as well. Laura, appreciate you for coming out. This was fantastic.
It was great. I've always wanted to come on your show. So
he really is. I thought he was trolling. No, there was an episode that we watched that was amazing where he was like busting out. Hold on. It's like a feelings chart for them. PVD podcast. This was a thing to behold. Hold on.
Did you ever?
I think it was this one. It might have been this one though. Let's see. He wanted them to like describe where they were on this chart of like consciousness. No, it doesn't look like this one. Here, he kept pulling it up. This map of consciousness.
This level. Pull up power versus force, Rob. The chart.
Power
Which
versus
one of these
force.
feelings do you currently have right now? Go to second one. Yeah, zoom in a little bit.
No, don't doubt him when he says that. Like that's what he's into.
Specific moment.
Yes.
At this specific moment, and I want you to go to the third column. You know where it says level? So go all the way to the bottom.
I don't even understand how to read this fucking chart.
Apathy, grief, fear, desire, anger, pride, courage.
Again, strong up, weak down, force down, power up, God view, life view, level, scale, emotion, process. Map of consciousness is the name of this. And then like options, like again, scale 700 to 1,000, 600, 540, 500, 400 goes down. Emotion, ineffable, bliss, serenity, reverence, understanding, forgiveness, optimism, trust, affirmation, scorn.
I'm angry.
Okay.
I'm in the process of getting YouTube Premium. Fuck off.
Obviously angry.
Okay.
Angry patriot.
So, by the way,
look at his shirt.
No, but by the way,
I get it.
It's like their version of the feeling wheel on the BPD. I mean the PBD podcast. Like mentally ill women have this. They have the map of consciousness.
So, by the way,
I get it. Bless you, sir.
So you're
he coughs and Adam saying bless you like a little fucking bitch, man. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, whatever.
It's great, and think you have a really great operation here. So I really appreciate you always being down for hosting the hosting debates. I've seen some of the best political discussions take place on your show, so I really appreciate it.
I appreciate it.
She's not wrong again, but for very different reasons. I would agree that he has had some of the best content I've ever watched on my stream on this channel.
I don't think this is going to be the last time we're going to do stuff together. So.
Well, I've been waiting.
Ominous.
I saw Adam during that debate about like 2 years ago. I was like, when can I come on PBD? When can I come on PBD? And he's like, we'll see. So I'm glad that I finally came on.
This was great. Again, I officially feel like know the real Laura Loomer, the stories, the background, how the whole thing happened. I learned a lot about you. A lot. This was great.
It's great.
Thank you so much.
After this, she'll be saying the PBD is like one of her closest friends.
Bye-bye.
Hey, everybody. Laura Loomer here. Oh
my God. Disturbing. All right. If you are watching on Twitch and you are not following me yet, you should. That way you can know when I go live, which is basically every day, just at inconsistent times. If you want to support me, you can subscribe to me via your Amazon Prime or just sub to me, and you can get access to different emotes and an ad-free experience. And you can also donate subs to other people if you're so inclined. If you're watching on YouTube, you should go ahead and like the stream if you haven't already, and subscribe to me there. That way, if you prefer to watch me there, you can know when I go live on YouTube. I also have VODs that are up on YouTube, timestamps, so you can skip around to my segments without having to scrub and find where I talk about certain topics in each one. If you want to support me just generally, you can follow the donation link pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade _ on everything. But for now, I'm sending you guys to Mason, to One Hand Politics. And no one on YouTube, because no one on YouTube is live at 2:30 in the morning. But Mason is talking Trump pardons Epstein, ICE detains citizens, and Fox exposes Zoran for being on vacation. I will be back tomorrow. Just Press Play with Pisco episode. I don't know what fucking episode we're on. But gonna be good stuff. We're gonna cover more of the Hunter Biden Channel 5 interview probably, as well as more Her Take. Valuetainment's Her Take, everyone's favorite show. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.